The history of ancient Egypt begins not with monuments or kings, but with the slow rhythm of a river. Long before the first hieroglyph was carved or the first pyramid rose, human life along the Nile Valley was shaped by water, soil, and time. Around 10,000 years ago, the climate of northeastern Africa began to change. The Sahara, which had once been a savanna teeming with wildlife, grew drier. Seasonal rains diminished, and grasslands gave way to desert. Communities that had long hunted and gathered across these regions began to migrate toward the river that offered stability, the Nile. Here, they found a corridor of fertility cutting through the encroaching sands, a place where life could root and endure. Archaeological evidence from sites such as Fayum, Merimde, and Badari reveals how these early settlers began to transform the landscape. They practiced early forms of cultivation, planting emmer wheat and barley in the silted floodplains. The annual inundation, when the Nile overflowed its banks each summer, left behind nutrient-rich soil. Over generations, people learned to read the rhythms of this cycle, when to plant, when to harvest, and when to retreat from the rising waters. What began as seasonal subsistence gradually evolved into permanent settlement. The predictability of the Nile's flood was unlike any other environmental phenomenon known to early humans. It was, in essence, a clock of nature, steady, cyclical, benevolent when respected, and catastrophic when misunderstood. Life along the early Nile was defined by adaptation. Communities organized their labor to manage irrigation ditches and small embankments. Cooperation became essential, for a single farmer could not control the flooding alone. This need for coordination gave rise to early social hierarchies, informal at first, but increasingly structured. Archaeologists studying settlements like Hierakonpolis have uncovered evidence of communal granaries, specialized workshops, and areas dedicated to ritual activity. These signs point to an emerging sense of order, an embryonic form of governance rooted in shared survival. The early Nile settlers also left behind material traces that reflect growing cultural identity. Pottery from the Badarian period, dated to around 4400 to 4000 BCE, demonstrates remarkable craftsmanship. The vessels were not only functional but aesthetic, burnished to a deep red and often blackened at the rim through controlled firing. Such refinement suggests a society that valued artistry and symbolism as much as practicality. Burial practices, too, became more elaborate. Bodies were placed in simple oval graves, positioned on their sides, facing west, the direction of the setting sun, perhaps already a symbolic gesture toward death and renewal. Grave goods such as food, tools, and ornaments indicate a belief in continuity beyond life, an early thread of the spiritual worldview that would later define Egyptian civilization. Over the next millennia, these early farming villages expanded and diversified. Trade routes began to stretch beyond the Nile Valley, linking Egypt to neighboring regions. Shells from the Red Sea, obsidian from Ethiopia, and copper from the Sinai Peninsula have been found in pre-dynastic sites. These materials point to a growing exchange network, suggesting that even before Egypt was unified, it was already connected to a wider world. The Nile itself functioned as the great highway of early Egypt, facilitating communication between distant settlements. Boats made from bundles of papyrus reeds carried goods and people up and down the river. In this sense, geography dictated destiny. The Nile was both the lifeline and the unifying spine of a future kingdom. The relationship between humans and the river became deeply spiritual. Dependence on the annual flood engendered reverence for natural forces. Scholars believe that early religious concepts, such as deities associated with fertility, the earth, and the sky, began to take form during this period. Symbols like the cow, representing nourishment and motherhood, and the falcon, embodying the sky's dominion, later appeared in formal Egyptian iconography. What began as a set of local nature cults would gradually evolve into a structured pantheon. But even in these early times, the seeds of Egyptian religiosity, the idea that the cosmos was orderly and that humanity's role was to maintain balance, were already sprouting. The social transformations along the Nile did not happen in isolation. Climatic pressures, population growth, and technological innovation all played a role. The introduction of the plow, possibly around 4000 BCE, improved agricultural efficiency. Storage technologies advanced as well. Clay silos preserved surplus grain, allowing communities to withstand poor harvests. This accumulation of resources introduced the concept of wealth and, inevitably, inequality. Those who managed or distributed surplus grain gained prestige and power. Over time, leadership became institutionalized. The headman of a village might oversee irrigation schedules, allocate labor, and mediate disputes, a role that foreshadowed the centralized authority of future pharaohs. In art and artifacts from this era, one can already glimpse the early symbols of order and leadership that would later define Egyptian kingship. The use of animal imagery, lions, hawks, and bulls, signified strength and protection. Decorative palettes, originally used for grinding pigments, began to feature scenes of dominance, perhaps mythic or political in nature. These were not yet expressions of propaganda, but they reveal an awareness of hierarchy, conflict, and control. The idea that human power could mirror divine order was taking shape, quietly but irreversibly. Life in the early Nile Valley was not static. Archaeologists observe regional variations, particularly between the North or Lower Egypt and the South or Upper Egypt. The northern delta, with its marshy environment and proximity to the Mediterranean, developed differently from the narrow valley of the South. This environmental diversity encouraged distinct cultural trajectories. The delta's access to foreign goods fostered trade and external influence, while Upper Egypt's geography encouraged unity and internal cohesion. As centuries passed, these regions would develop their own political identities, separate, yet bound by the same river. The gradual development of pottery, architecture, and burial customs illustrates this growing divergence. In Upper Egypt, particularly at Naqada, we find evidence of large-scale production and specialization. Pottery styles became more standardized, suggesting workshops rather than household manufacture. Tools made of copper appear more frequently, signaling early metallurgical skill. Painted vessels display scenes of boats, animals, and human figures, the earliest visual narratives in Egyptian history. In Lower Egypt, meanwhile, the Budomati culture maintained closer ties to the Levant, importing goods and perhaps ideas from the East. These distinctions foreshadowed a political duality that would define Egypt's earliest statehood. Despite regional differences, common threads persisted. Both regions shared the Nile's agricultural rhythm, similar religious motifs, and the growing concept of leadership tied to fertility and stability. Over time, competition for resources, land, trade routes, and prestige intensified. The first fortified settlements appeared, suggesting both defensive concerns and emerging notions of territorial control. What began as cooperation around irrigation and trade was now accompanied by rivalry and consolidation of power. As the 4th millennium BCE progressed, Egypt entered a new phase of complexity. The archaeological record shows increasing social stratification, elites buried with imported luxury goods, specialized artisans serving in workshops, and administrators managing communal storage. This was no longer a network of equal villages, but a mosaic of chiefdoms vying for influence. The center of gravity began to shift toward powerful southern cities like Hierakonpolis, Abydos, and Naqada. Here, local leaders began to assert dominance, possibly through conquest or alliance, gradually extending their influence northward. The dream of unification was not yet realized, but its outlines were becoming visible. These developments represented more than political ambition. They were the culmination of centuries of adaptation to environment and cooperation in the face of challenge. The river's dependable rhythm taught its people the value of balance, an idea that would resonate through every aspect of Egyptian life, from governance to religion. The belief that stability and harmony were both natural and divine became the philosophical foundation of Egyptian civilization. The Nile did not simply sustain Egypt, it shaped its worldview. By around 4000 BCE, the Nile Valley had become a corridor of emerging polities. Each controlled sections of land, commanded labor forces, and worshipped local deities. The interaction between these entities, through trade, diplomacy, or conflict, accelerated cultural unification. The early hieroglyphic symbols found on pottery and tags from this period suggest that writing itself may have emerged from the need to record ownership and administration. In a sense, bureaucracy, one of the hallmarks of Egyptian civilization, began not in royal courts but in the warehouses and storehouses of early farmers. Archaeologists have discovered evidence of early kings or chieftains at sites like Abydos, where monumental tombs from the Naqada III period reveal sophisticated mortuary practices. These structures prefigure the royal burials of later dynasties, complete with subsidiary graves for attendants and offerings. The concept of divine rulership, though still embryonic, was becoming tangible. The ruler was not merely a political figure, but a mediator between the human and cosmic realms. His authority rested on his ability to maintain Ma'at, the equilibrium that governed both society and the universe. The Nile's cycle reinforced this ideology. Just as the river rose and fell predictably, so too did the notion of legitimate kingship depend on maintaining order amid change. This intertwining of natural and political rhythm distinguished Egypt from its contemporaries in Mesopotamia, where rivers brought chaos as often as fertility. In Egypt, the river was benevolent, and the state that grew along its banks mirrored that benevolence in its search for stability. Through centuries of experimentation, cooperation, and consolidation, Egypt was moving inexorably toward unification. The local chieftains of Upper and Lower Egypt had become regional kings, each with their own symbols and traditions. The stage was set for conflict, not one of destruction, but of integration. The duality of the Nile's lands, north and south, would soon become the dual crown of a single ruler. But before that transformation, the two lands would first have to define themselves, politically, culturally, and ideologically. It is in this slow emergence of dual identity, the coexistence of distinct yet connected regions, that the roots of Egyptian civilization are most clearly visible. The Nile had given them the means to survive. Now, human ambition and organization would give them the means to endure. Over the next centuries, the leaders of these regions would compete for legitimacy and control, culminating in a moment that would mark the true beginning of Egyptian history. As Upper and Lower Egypt crystallized into powerful realms, they would set the stage for one of humanity's greatest political experiments, the creation of a unified state that would endure for 3,000 years. The rise of the two lands was not merely a prelude to empire. It was the crucible in which Egyptian identity itself was forged. And so, from the scattered villages of the early Nile to the emerging principalities of the late pre-dynastic era, the foundation of Egypt was laid, not by conquest or decree, but by generations of adaptation, cooperation, and reverence for the natural order. This enduring relationship between people and river, between survival and belief, became the silent architect of a civilization whose legacy would outlast its monuments. Over the next era, these distinct lands, the fertile delta of the north and the narrow valley of the south, would come into contact, sometimes through trade, sometimes through conflict. Their leaders would begin to dream not only of prosperity, but of dominion. And from their rivalry would emerge the idea of Egypt as one, the two lands joined under a single crown. Over the following centuries, the Nile Valley's evolving communities grew more defined in both identity and ambition. By around 4000 BCE, the long corridor of settlements that stretched from the delta to Nubia began to divide naturally into two broad cultural and political zones. In the north lay Lower Egypt, with its wide, marshy plains and numerous channels of the Nile fanning into the Mediterranean. In the south lay Upper Egypt, confined to the narrow river valley bordered by cliffs and desert. Geography determined not only lifestyle but outlook. The north, open to trade from the Levant and the sea, became cosmopolitan and economically diverse. The south, isolated by terrain yet united by the river's singular course, fostered cohesion and internal order. This geographic duality would define Egyptian civilization for millennia to come. Archaeological evidence reveals that each region developed its own distinct material culture. In the north, the Buto-Mahdi culture thrived. Excavations at sites such as Mahdi, near modern Cairo, reveal contact with Canaan and Syria through imported pottery, copper tools, and bitumen used for waterproofing vessels. Houses were built of mud brick, storage pits held surplus grain, and copper axes and chisels hint at early specialization of labor. In contrast, Upper Egypt, dominated by the Naqada culture, displayed increasing artistic sophistication and centralized authority. Painted pottery depicted processions of boats, animals, and humans, perhaps reflections of ritual or power. These images provide a rare glimpse into a world that was still preliterate, yet already rich in symbolism. Even before written history began, Egyptians were recording their perception of order and hierarchy in visual form. The Naqada culture evolved through several phases, each marking advances in complexity and organization. Naqada I, or the Amratian phase, around 4000 to 3500 BCE, introduced more refined ceramics and carved stone vessels. Naqada II, the Gurzian phase, brought larger settlements and the first evidence of social stratification. Tombs from this period were constructed with greater care and contained grave goods that varied in quantity and quality, reflecting status distinctions. The emergence of elite burials, adorned with ornaments made of gold, ivory, and semi-precious stones, marks one of the earliest instances of hereditary hierarchy in the Nile Valley. Meanwhile, trade intensified. Lapis lazuli from Afghanistan, cedar from Lebanon, and obsidian from Ethiopia all made their way into Egypt. Such far-reaching exchange networks suggest a society not only stable but outward-looking, eager to integrate new materials and ideas into its cultural fabric. As social organization advanced, so too did technology. The introduction of copper metallurgy around 3800 BCE transformed both tools and symbols of authority. Metal blades and chisels offered efficiency in agriculture and construction, while decorative copper objects signified prestige. The concentration of metallurgical skill within elite centers reinforced political control. Those who managed resources and craft production could wield influence over surrounding communities. Archaeological discoveries at Hierakonpolis, known to the ancient Egyptians as Nekhen, provide a vivid portrait of such an emerging power center. Here, archaeologists have uncovered large-scale workshops for pottery and stone vessels, areas devoted to beer brewing, and extensive cemeteries with tombs differentiated by wealth and architecture. One particularly striking find is the so-called Temple of the Falcon, a ritual enclosure containing offerings of carved ivory figurines and animal remains. This site is widely regarded as one of Egypt's earliest religious complexes, foreshadowing the temples that would dominate later dynasties. The cultural developments of this era reveal an increasingly sophisticated worldview. Depictions on pottery and carved palettes show figures engaged in ritual combat, boat journeys, and animal hunts. These are not random scenes, but likely expressions of mythic or political meaning, symbols of control over nature and society. The boat, for instance, would become one of Egypt's most enduring symbols, representing not only transportation along the Nile, but the spiritual journey between life and death. Even at this early stage, art served both practical and ideological functions. It communicated power, reinforced belief, and connected human action to cosmic order. The seeds of Egypt's later religious and artistic unity were being sown in these visual traditions. Over time, the differences between Upper and Lower Egypt deepened. Upper Egypt's leaders, ruling from increasingly organized centers such as Naqada and Hierakonpolis, began to extend their influence northward. They likely did so through both trade and conquest, absorbing smaller communities along the way. The accumulation of wealth and resources in the south created a political momentum that the north could not easily match. Yet the delta retained strategic advantages, fertile lands, access to Mediterranean trade, and a complex network of settlements. For centuries, the balance between the two lands fluctuated, producing cycles of rivalry and alliance. The very concept of duality, two lands, two crowns, two gods, would later become fundamental to Egyptian political ideology. In myth, this duality was represented by the goddesses Nekbet of Upper Egypt and Wadjet of Lower Egypt, who together guarded the unified throne. In reality, it reflected a dynamic equilibrium between two regions whose destinies were intertwined. The process of unification was gradual and multifaceted. It was not a single war of conquest, but a long series of interactions, economic, cultural, and military, that culminated in central authority. Archaeological strata show increasing uniformity in material culture around 3300 to 3100 BCE, suggesting integration of administrative practices and artistic conventions. The spread of standardized pottery forms, similar decorative motifs, and common symbols indicates the rise of a shared identity. At the same time, early hieroglyphic writing began to appear on tags, seal impressions, and pottery fragments, used to record ownership, taxation, and offerings. This marks the dawn of written communication in Egypt. The earliest inscriptions found at Abydos and Hierakonpolis record names and quantities, evidence of bureaucratic control. Writing, though limited in scope, became a powerful instrument of governance, an administrative tool that preceded literature and myth. The emergence of writing coincided with the consolidation of political power under a series of proto-dynastic rulers known to historians as the Scorpion Kings. The most famous of these, identified from ceremonial artifacts, ruled in Upper Egypt near the end of the 4th millennium BCE. The Scorpion Meshed, discovered at Hierakonpolis, shows a ruler wearing the tall white crown of Upper Egypt, engaged in ritual activity associated with irrigation and fertility. The symbolism is unmistakable. The king is guarantor of abundance, the human embodiment of cosmic order. This representation anticipates the ideological foundation of Egyptian kingship that would dominate the next 3,000 years. It suggests that by this time, the ruler's role had expanded beyond military leadership to encompass divine stewardship of the land. The final stage of pre-dynastic development witnessed increased competition among the major southern centers. Abydos, Hierakonpolis, and Naqada each sought dominance. Ultimately, Abydos emerged as the primary seat of authority, and it is from here that the first historically attested king, Narmer, would rise. The reasons for Abydos's success may lie in its geography, centrally located in Upper Egypt, with access to trade routes leading to both Nubia and the Delta. Its rulers commanded agricultural wealth, military strength, and religious legitimacy. Excavations in the royal cemetery at el-Quayab near Abydos have revealed tombs attributed to these early kings, complete with subsidiary burials and elaborate grave goods. The scale of these constructions reflects a concentration of power unprecedented in the ancient world at the time. As political authority grew, the ideology of kingship matured alongside it. The ruler was no longer merely a strongman or chieftain, but a divine mediator. His responsibility was to sustain Ma'at, the principle of truth, balance, and cosmic harmony. In a land where the Nile's regularity dictated survival, this notion resonated deeply. The king was seen as the earthly counterpart of celestial order, maintaining the balance between chaos and harmony, just as the river's cycles balanced flood and fertility. This philosophy gave Egyptian politics a moral dimension. Governance was not simply about control, but about sustaining equilibrium. Later pharaohs would trace this concept back to divine origins, but its roots lay here, in the pragmatic understanding of nature's cycles by early rulers. Another crucial development of this period was the expansion of organized labor. Large-scale building projects, irrigation systems, and trade expeditions required coordination beyond the village level. The administrative apparatus that would later define the Egyptian state began to take shape. Overseers managed workers, scribes recorded inventories, and officials supervised the collection of tribute. This early bureaucracy did not emerge overnight. It evolved from the need to manage resources collectively. The efficiency of this system became one of Egypt's most remarkable strengths. By organizing human effort on a grand scale, the nascent state demonstrated the capacity to mobilize labor for both economic and religious ends. This administrative sophistication, evident even before the First Dynasty, set Egypt apart from other early civilizations. The consolidation of Upper Egypt under one ruler inevitably brought it into confrontation with the northern lands. The archaeological record shows evidence of military expansion, fortified settlements, weaponry, and depictions of conflict. Ceremonial palettes from this period often portray victorious rulers smiting their enemies or leading processions of captives. These scenes, while symbolic, likely reflect real struggles for dominance. The Palette of Narmer, discovered at Hierakonpolis, is the most famous of these artifacts. It portrays a ruler wearing both the white crown of Upper Egypt and the red crown of Lower Egypt, symbolizing unification. In one register, the king strikes down a foe, representing the triumph of order over chaos. In another, he inspects decapitated enemies, each labeled by hieroglyphs, an early assertion of administrative record-keeping intertwined with propaganda. The Narmer palette marks the threshold between prehistory and history, between a collection of regional powers and a single centralized state. The unification of Egypt around 3100 BCE was both a political and cultural transformation. It established the world's first territorial nation-state, a realm governed not by city-states, as in Mesopotamia, but by a single monarchy extending over 1,000 kilometers of river valley. This achievement required not only military conquest, but also ideological synthesis. The concept of two lands, Upper and Lower Egypt, became a permanent fixture of Egyptian identity. Even after unification, pharaohs continued to wear the dual crown, symbolizing dominion over both regions. The title King of Upper and Lower Egypt was not merely ceremonial. It acknowledged the delicate balance between diversity and unity that sustained the kingdom. Egypt's dualism, born from geography, became the philosophical cornerstone of its politics and religion. The administrative innovations of the early dynastic period reinforced this unity. The capital was established at Memphis, strategically located at the junction between Upper and Lower Egypt. From here, the king could oversee both the agricultural heartlands of the south and the trade-rich delta of the north. The bureaucracy expanded, recording taxes, managing granaries, and supervising construction projects. Written language evolved rapidly, moving from simple labels to more complex inscriptions. The use of hieroglyphs on stone and papyrus transformed Egypt into a literate society, capable of preserving law, ritual, and history across generations. This fusion of writing, administration, and divine kingship created a stable framework that would endure for millennia. The unification also fostered cultural standardization. Artistic conventions became codified, human figures depicted in composite poses, proportions regulated by mathematical grid systems. Architecture evolved toward monumentality, culminating in the stepped tombs of early kings that foreshadowed the pyramids. Religious institutions gained structure, with temples serving as both economic and spiritual centers. The king's divine status permeated all aspects of society, reinforcing loyalty and cohesion. Even regional deities were integrated into a national pantheon, each assigned a place within a cosmic hierarchy centered on the pharaoh. The impact of unification extended beyond Egypt's borders. The new state projected power and influence across Northeast Africa and the Near East. Trade with Nubia intensified, bringing gold, ivory, and exotic goods. Expeditions to the Sinai secured valuable copper and turquoise. Contact with Mesopotamia introduced artistic motifs and administrative practices, which the Egyptians adapted to their own context. Yet despite these external connections, Egypt's identity remained distinct, rooted in the land's unique geography and the ideology of balance. The fusion of environment, religion, and governance produced a civilization unlike any other in antiquity. Unification under Narmer thus marked both an end and a beginning. It concluded the long process of cultural convergence that had unfolded over thousands of years along the Nile and inaugurated a new era of centralized authority. From this foundation would rise the dynastic state, a civilization that combined spiritual purpose with administrative precision, capable of organizing labor on a monumental scale. The lessons learned during the pre-dynastic period, cooperation, hierarchy, and the sanctity of order, became the guiding principles of Egyptian history. In the centuries that followed, these principles would find their fullest expression in the Old Kingdom. Here, divine kingship, centralized administration, and architectural ambition converged to produce some of humanity's most enduring achievements. The same river that had nurtured the first farmers would now sustain an empire of stone and ceremony. The Nile's rhythm continued, as constant as the stars, and Egypt's destiny flowed with it. From humble settlements to monumental grandeur, from the simple tombs of chiefs to the pyramids of kings. With Narmer's unification, the political landscape of the Nile Valley entered a new phase, one defined by permanence and administrative order rather than fluid competition among regional powers. The early kings of the First Dynasty inherited a land already rich in traditions of agriculture, ritual, and governance, yet their task was unprecedented: to transform regional unity into a functioning state. Archaeological and written records from this period, though fragmentary, offer glimpses of how these rulers shaped one of the earliest centralized governments in human history. In doing so, they created a model of kingship and administration that would endure for more than 2,000 years. Narmer's reign, likely around 3,100 BCE, symbolized the formal union of the two lands, Upper and Lower Egypt. His successors solidified this unity through both practical governance and symbolic representation. The establishment of Memphis as the administrative capital was a crucial decision. Located at the boundary between the two regions, it served as a political and economic nexus, allowing the king to oversee the country's vital artery, the Nile. Memphis soon became not only a seat of government, but also a hub of trade and industry. The city's workshops produced fine ceramics, stone vessels, and copper tools, while its scribes maintained the growing bureaucracy's records. The concentration of labor and administration in one location marked the beginning of a true national infrastructure. The early dynastic rulers understood that the strength of their authority rested as much on ideology as on power. They presented themselves not merely as kings, but as divine intermediaries, living manifestations of Horus, the falcon god associated with the sky and kingship. This identification was not abstract theology. It was a deliberate political strategy that united the religious beliefs of disparate regions under one royal cult. The pharaoh's legitimacy was affirmed through elaborate ceremonies, temple rituals, and iconography that linked him to both gods and ancestors. Over time, this divine kingship became inseparable from the concept of the state itself. To serve the pharaoh was to participate in maintaining Ma'at, the universal balance between order and chaos. Administrative organization deepened as the state matured. The early rulers divided Egypt into provinces, later known as nomes, each overseen by local governors who reported to the central administration. Taxation, record-keeping, and agricultural management became formalized. Seal impressions found at Abydos and Saqqara bear the names of officials responsible for granaries, workshops, and religious estates. These marks represent some of the earliest evidence of a functioning bureaucracy. The system's efficiency relied on writing, specifically, the rapid development of hieroglyphic and hieratic scripts. While hieroglyphs were reserved for monumental inscriptions and ceremonial use, the more cursive hieratic script allowed scribes to record economic transactions and correspondence on papyrus. This dual system of writing ensured that the mechanisms of governance could operate at both sacred and administrative levels. The tombs of the First Dynasty kings at Abydos reflect the growing complexity of royal administration and ritual. Each ruler was interred in a vast subterranean complex, accompanied by subsidiary graves of retainers, servants, and officials. These mass burials, sometimes numbering in the hundreds, suggest a belief that the king's court continued into the afterlife. They also reveal the degree of loyalty and control exercised by the monarchy. The scale of these projects required not only labor but coordination, demonstrating an administrative capacity that could mobilize resources across the kingdom. Grave goods included finely crafted vessels, tools, jewelry, and inscriptions marking ownership and origin, providing invaluable evidence of trade and production networks. Among these artifacts are the earliest examples of royal names enclosed in serek frames, symbolizing the ruler's palace and divine authority. The serek would evolve into the cartouche of later dynasties, a visual expression of the king's eternal identity. Trade continued to play a critical role in the young state's stability. Expeditions to Sinai brought copper and turquoise, while journeys south into Nubia secured gold, incense, and exotic goods. The presence of Egyptian artifacts in Canaan and Byblos indicates exchange with the Levant, where timber and luxury items were obtained. These interactions not only enriched Egypt materially, but also expanded its diplomatic horizons. Foreign trade was conducted under royal auspices, reinforcing the king's image as the source of prosperity. In effect, commerce became an extension of kingship, an enterprise framed within divine order. The ability to manage distant expeditions also strengthened the administrative apparatus, requiring coordination of logistics, storage, and distribution across great distances. Religion evolved in tandem with the state's political structure. Temples dedicated to Horus, Hathor, and other deities served as both spiritual centers and economic institutions. They owned land, employed workers, and collected offerings. The integration of religion and economy ensured that faith was inseparable from daily life and governance. The temple's surplus supported artisans, scribes, and soldiers, while festivals reinforced communal identity. The pharaoh presided over these rituals as chief priest of all cults, embodying the unity of divine and temporal power. This intertwining of theology and administration laid the foundation for Egypt's remarkable continuity. The legitimacy of rule was sanctified by the very cosmology it upheld. Archaeological finds from Saqqara, where officials of the early dynastic court were buried, reveal the emergence of a complex social hierarchy. Mastaba tombs, rectangular superstructures built of mud brick, contained multiple chambers for offerings and burial goods. Wall inscriptions and reliefs depicted servants bringing food, livestock, and treasures, scenes that reflected both status and expectation in the afterlife. These tombs demonstrate that power was becoming institutionalized beyond the royal family. Administrators, priests, and craftsmen occupied defined positions within the social order, their authority derived from proximity to the royal court. The expansion of non-royal tombs during this period indicates a society in which prestige could be earned through service to the state. Military organization, though less visible archaeologically, was integral to maintaining unity. The early kings likely maintained small, professional forces composed of men drawn from regional militias. These troops protected trade routes, guarded borders, and enforced royal decrees. Evidence of fortified outposts in the delta and along desert tracts suggests ongoing campaigns to secure frontiers and suppress rebellion. The military was not only an instrument of defense, but also a means of integration. Service to the pharaoh fostered loyalty among distant communities, binding them to the central state. Warfare was ritualized in art and ceremony, symbolizing the perpetual triumph of order over chaos. The recurring motif of the king smiting enemies, first seen on the Narmer palette, became a visual shorthand for legitimate authority. The early dynastic period also witnessed the formalization of legal and moral principles that would underpin Egyptian civilization. Although no written law codes from this era survive, later traditions attribute the establishment of legal order to these foundational kings. Justice, like kingship, was conceptualized as an extension of Ma'at. The king was both supreme judge and ultimate guarantor of fairness. Disputes over property, inheritance, and trade were settled by local officials acting in his name. This conception of justice as divine order rather than human decree gave Egyptian society a stability rarely seen elsewhere in the ancient world. Law was not a tool of coercion but a reflection of cosmic balance, a belief that helped sustain the state's moral coherence for centuries. Over successive reigns, the administration of Egypt grew more specialized. Titles multiplied: overseers of granaries, chiefs of craftsmen, controllers of estates. Each function reflected the increasing complexity of governance. The royal court became a center of record-keeping and taxation, supported by scribes trained in writing and arithmetic. This bureaucratic class became indispensable, forming the intellectual backbone of the state. Their skills ensured continuity across reigns, allowing policy and tradition to persist even as individual rulers came and went. The reliance on scribes also created one of the earliest examples of a merit-based profession. Literacy, though confined to a small elite, offered a path to advancement within the administrative hierarchy. Art and architecture of the First Dynasty embody the synthesis of order and symbolism characteristic of Egyptian thought. Monumental stonework began to replace earlier mud brick constructions, signaling both technological progress and ideological ambition. The use of dressed limestone in tombs and temples foreshadowed the monumental building projects of later dynasties. Decorative motifs emphasized symmetry and permanence, qualities associated with Ma'at. Even in functional objects, aesthetic precision conveyed spiritual meaning. The consistent use of canonical proportions in human figures, the integration of text and image, and the orientation of structures toward cardinal directions all reflected a worldview grounded in balance and predictability. Cultural unification extended to language and ritual practice. Regional dialects gradually merged into a standard form of Egyptian, while local deities were absorbed into a national pantheon. The worship of Horus as the living king and Osiris as the divine ruler of the afterlife created a theological duality that mirrored the political unity of the two lands. This integration of belief systems reinforced national identity. Religious festivals, often tied to agricultural cycles, brought together communities from across the kingdom, celebrating the Nile's flood as both a natural event and a divine gift. Through these shared rituals, the population internalized the idea that their prosperity depended on the harmony maintained by the pharaoh. The closing centuries of the early dynastic period set the stage for Egypt's first great age of stability, the Old Kingdom. By the reign of King Kheskhemwy, the last ruler of the Second Dynasty, the foundations of centralized authority were complete. His name, meaning "the two powers appear," symbolized the enduring concept of unity between Upper and Lower Egypt. His monuments depict reconciliation and order after a period of internal unrest, underscoring the resilience of the Egyptian state. Administrative centers at Abydos and Memphis operated in concert, managing agriculture, trade, and construction. The royal cult expanded, emphasizing the king's divine role in sustaining creation. These developments marked the culmination of the formative era of Egyptian civilization. The transition from the early dynastic period to the Old Kingdom did not represent abrupt change, but rather the maturation of long-established institutions. Over nearly 1,000 years, the people of the Nile had transformed subsistence farming communities into a literate, organized, and spiritually unified state. Their success rested on a profound understanding of the relationship between environment and governance. By aligning social order with the predictable cycles of the Nile, they created a civilization of remarkable endurance. This harmony between natural and human systems allowed Egypt to flourish even when neighboring regions faced collapse or migration. In retrospect, the First and Second Dynasties represent a bridge between prehistory and the classical age of pharaonic Egypt. They witnessed the codification of art, language, religion, and law, the essential elements of Egyptian identity. The administrative and ideological structures established during this time would persist, with refinements, through successive kingdoms. The idea of the king as divine mediator, the temple as both spiritual and economic hub, and the belief in Ma'at as the foundation of justice all originated in these early centuries. Egypt had become more than a geographic region. It was now a civilization defined by continuity, discipline, and purpose. As the Second Dynasty came to a close, the Nile Valley stood poised for transformation. The stability achieved through unification and administration would soon be expressed in stone and scale. The Old Kingdom, beginning around 2686 BCE, would translate the principles of divine kingship into architecture, giving rise to the pyramids, monuments not only to royal ambition but to the enduring philosophy of balance and order. The groundwork laid by Narmer and his successors made such achievements possible. What began as scattered villages along a fertile river had become a unified realm capable of reshaping its landscape in stone, a civilization that defined permanence for the ancient world. The dawn of Egypt's Old Kingdom marked one of humanity's greatest experiments in social order and architectural ambition. Between roughly 2686 and 2181 BCE, the Nile Valley became the stage for a civilization that fused divine kingship, administrative precision, and artistic expression into a single enduring vision. What had begun centuries earlier as scattered settlements under regional rulers now emerged as a unified state, confident in its institutions and cosmology. The achievements of this period, most famously the pyramids, were not isolated feats of engineering, but reflections of a worldview grounded in harmony, balance, and permanence. The first ruler to embody this transformation was King Djoser, founder of the Third Dynasty. His reign, around 2667 to 2648 BCE, initiated the age of monumental architecture. The central project of his rule, the Step Pyramid at Saqqara, stands as both a technological innovation and a symbolic declaration of royal divinity. Designed by his vizier Imhotep, a polymath revered for his mastery of architecture, medicine, and administration, the complex represented a reimagining of the traditional royal tomb. Instead of a low, rectangular mastaba, Imhotep conceived a structure of 6 superimposed tiers, each smaller than the one below, ascending toward the heavens. This was more than an architectural experiment. It was a physical manifestation of Djoser's role as mediator between earth and sky. The Step Pyramid complex also introduced new elements of statecraft. Surrounding the pyramid were vast courtyards, shrines, and administrative buildings, many carved from limestone to imitate wood and reed architecture. These spaces were not merely ceremonial. They were designed to host the said festival, a jubilee that renewed the pharaoh's power. Through such rituals, kingship became inseparable from divine rejuvenation, reinforcing the idea that the ruler's vitality sustained the land itself. This integration of religion, architecture, and governance became a hallmark of the Old Kingdom, an enduring system in which every act of building and administration mirrored the cosmic order of Ma'at. The innovations of Djoser's reign did not arise in isolation. They reflected centuries of administrative development. By the Third Dynasty, Egypt possessed a well-organized bureaucracy capable of mobilizing resources across hundreds of kilometers. Tax collectors, scribes, and local governors, known as nomarchs, managed agricultural production and labor distribution. Surplus grain, collected as tax, supported artisans, priests, and state projects. This system required not only logistical coordination, but also ideological unity. The concept of the pharaoh as the embodiment of divine balance ensured that participation in royal projects was not seen merely as labor, but as sacred duty. The construction of pyramids and temples thus became both an economic engine and a national act of devotion. As the Third Dynasty gave way to the Fourth, Egypt entered its first great era of monumental expression, the age of the true pyramids. King Sneferu, the dynasty's founder, reigned around 2613 to 2589 BCE and transformed royal architecture through experimentation and ambition. His reign produced not one but 3 major pyramid complexes, at Mitam, Dasher's Bent Pyramid, and the Red Pyramid. These projects reveal an evolution in technique and vision. The Mitam Pyramid began as a step structure but was later transformed into smooth sides, representing the transition from the old form to the new. The Bent Pyramid, with its change in angle midway up, likely reflects a structural adjustment, evidence of experimentation on a monumental scale. Finally, the Red Pyramid achieved the perfect geometric precision that became the template for all that followed. Sneferu's extensive building program had implications far beyond architecture. It demonstrated the capacity of the Egyptian state to organize labor, logistics, and supply chains on an unprecedented scale. Stone was quarried, transported, and set with mathematical accuracy, often hundreds of kilometers from its source. Archaeological evidence suggests that tens of thousands of workers, rather than slaves, participated in these projects as part of a corvée labor system. Farmers contributed labor during the Nile's inundation season, when fields lay underwater, ensuring both productivity and social participation. Housing for workers, including bakeries, breweries, and medical facilities, has been found near pyramid sites, indicating organized provisioning and care. These settlements were microcosms of Egyptian society, hierarchical yet cooperative, bound together by shared purpose and religious conviction. Sneferu's achievements laid the groundwork for his son, Khufu, whose reign around 2589 to 2566 BCE produced the Great Pyramid at Giza, the largest and most precise stone structure of the ancient world. Rising to nearly 147 meters, it required an estimated 3 million limestone blocks. Yet the pyramid's grandeur was not its only significance. It symbolized the perfection of royal order, a stone translation of Egypt's cosmic worldview. The pyramid's four sides aligned precisely with the cardinal points, and its proportions reflected geometric and astronomical knowledge. At its heart lay the pharaoh's tomb, a chamber designed not for display but for eternity. The surrounding complex, temples, causeways, and subsidiary pyramids for queens, represented the complete integration of state, religion, and cosmos. Khufu's successors, Khafre and Menkaure, continued this tradition, each constructing their own pyramid at Giza. Khafre's complex introduced the Great Sphinx, a colossal guardian carved directly from bedrock, merging human and leonine forms to symbolize divine power and protection. Menkaure's smaller but exquisitely finished pyramid reflected a refinement of technique rather than decline in ambition. The Giza Plateau thus became a monumental landscape, a visible statement of Egypt's unity, technological mastery, and belief in immortality. Yet the splendor of the pyramids often obscures the deeper social systems that made them possible. Beneath their scale lay a sophisticated web of administration, economy, and ideology. The Old Kingdom's wealth was built on agricultural efficiency, made possible by the Nile's predictable floods and the bureaucratic apparatus that managed irrigation. Farmers measured fields with rope and recorded yields on papyrus scrolls. Grain silos ensured stability in lean years, while redistribution supported craftsmen and soldiers. Trade with Nubia, Sinai, and the Levant provided copper, gold, timber, and luxury goods. These imports not only enriched Egypt materially, but reinforced the king's role as guarantor of abundance. The stability of this system was underpinned by belief. The Egyptian cosmos was envisioned as an ordered whole maintained by the pharaoh's adherence to Ma'at, the principle of balance, truth, and justice. Each temple ceremony, legal judgment, and harvest record affirmed this harmony. The gods were not distant deities, but forces intertwined with daily life. Ra, the sun god, rose each morning as a sign of renewal. His journey across the sky mirrored the pharaoh's eternal cycle of death and rebirth. Osiris, god of the afterlife, represented the promise of resurrection, a concept that extended from the king to his subjects. Over time, this spiritual democratization would shape funerary practices across classes, but in the Old Kingdom, it remained primarily the privilege of the royal and elite. Society during the Old Kingdom was stratified, yet integrated. At the top stood the pharaoh and his court, followed by high officials, priests, and scribes. Artisans and skilled workers occupied a respected middle tier, while farmers formed the backbone of the economy. Despite these divisions, social mobility was possible within the administrative system. Inscriptions from officials' tombs often record careers that began in humble service and rose through merit. The concept of duty, to the state, to family, to Ma'at, united these classes in a shared worldview. Work, whether in the field or the temple, was not merely economic activity but participation in divine order. Art from this period reflects this worldview in its precision and restraint. The idealized depictions of pharaohs and officials were not portraits, but representations of eternal perfection. Every figure followed a canon of proportion, the shoulders front-facing, the head in profile, 1 foot forward, eyes wide and timeless. These conventions conveyed stability and harmony, values at the core of Egyptian civilization. Wall reliefs and statues served both aesthetic and spiritual purposes, ensuring the continued presence of the deceased in the afterlife. The artisans who carved them were guided by tradition, yet their skill achieved extraordinary realism within symbolic constraints. The statuary of Khafre, carved from diorite, exemplifies this balance, serene, symmetrical, and enduring. The prosperity of the Old Kingdom fostered cultural and intellectual developments as well. Mathematical and engineering knowledge expanded, as reflected in the precision of pyramid alignments and construction techniques. Medical texts, though surviving mostly from later copies, trace their origins to Old Kingdom scholarship. Scribes, trained in formal schools attached to temples and estates, developed the hieratic script for administrative use. Literacy remained limited to an elite minority, yet its influence permeated governance and culture. Writing ensured continuity, allowing decrees, inventories, and histories to transcend individual lifetimes. In this sense, Egypt's stability rested as much on language as on stone. Religion, too, evolved toward greater abstraction. During the Fourth Dynasty, the cult of Ra grew in prominence, reflecting a shift in emphasis from earthbound deities to solar divinity. The pharaoh, once primarily associated with Horus, was now also called the son of Ra, situating kingship within the cosmic order of the sun. This theological innovation coincided with increasing state centralization. The construction of solar temples at Abu Ghurab and Heliopolis reinforced the connection between royal authority and celestial cycles. The daily rising of the sun became both a religious symbol and a political metaphor. As Ra renewed the world each dawn, so the pharaoh renewed the state through just rule and pious ritual. By the 5th and 6th dynasties, the ideology of kingship reached its most elaborate expression. The pyramid texts, inscribed on the walls of royal tombs at Saqqara, reveal the full integration of theology and kingship. These texts, the earliest known religious writings, describe the pharaoh's journey to join the gods in the afterlife. Through complex rituals and spells, the king ascends to the heavens, merges with Ra, and becomes eternal. The inscriptions also provide insight into the cosmological framework of Egyptian religion, a universe governed by cycles of creation, death, and renewal, sustained through right action and divine order. Although these texts were reserved for royalty, they laid the foundation for later beliefs that extended to all Egyptians, reflecting a gradual democratization of the afterlife. The Old Kingdom's economy remained robust for centuries, but its reliance on centralized control carried inherent vulnerabilities. As provincial governors gained wealth and autonomy through local temple estates, the balance of power began to shift. Royal projects demanded immense resources, and the costs of maintaining the bureaucracy grew. Environmental fluctuations, including lower Nile floods, may have strained agricultural production. While the early Old Kingdom kings had unified ideology and administration, later rulers faced the challenge of sustaining both scale and stability. Nevertheless, the underlying system, a fusion of divine kingship, organized labor, and agricultural abundance, remained remarkably resilient. Life for ordinary Egyptians during this period was shaped by these same rhythms of order and renewal. In villages along the Nile, families lived in mud brick houses clustered around communal courtyards. Women managed households, prepared bread and beer, and participated in local markets. Children assisted in farming or craft work. Seasonal festivals tied to the agricultural calendar punctuated the year, blending social life with religious observance. Death, though omnipresent, was viewed through a lens of continuity. The deceased joined ancestors in a parallel existence sustained by offerings and memory. Even in modest burials, small tokens, a vessel, a figurine, a loaf of bread, expressed faith in regeneration. Thus, the principles that governed kings also guided common lives. By the close of the 6th dynasty, around 2181 BCE, the Old Kingdom stood as a civilization of extraordinary achievement. Its monuments still dominate the horizon, but its true legacy lay in the systems that built them: administrative, theological, and moral. Egypt had perfected the art of stability. The idea that human order could reflect cosmic harmony shaped not only its politics, but its psychology. Even as later dynasties rose and fell, this belief in balance between the temporal and the eternal, remained unbroken. The Old Kingdom's decline would come not through conquest, but through internal strains, decentralization, economic fatigue, and environmental stress. Yet, even in its waning, the civilization had established the principles that would guide Egypt for millennia: reverence for continuity, faith in the power of order, and the conviction that harmony between heaven and earth was both possible and necessary. As Egypt approached the threshold of the First Intermediate Period, the lessons of the Old Kingdom endured. The monuments at Giza, Saqqara, and Dashur were not mere tombs. They were statements of philosophy in stone. They embodied the Egyptian conviction that permanence could be achieved through balance, that through collective labor, spiritual order, and just governance, humanity could align itself with the eternal. By the closing centuries of the Old Kingdom, Egypt's system of divine monarchy faced challenges that were as subtle as they were profound. What had once been a tightly controlled state, governed from Memphis and animated by the ideology of Ma'at, began to show signs of strain. The very institutions that had built the pyramids, vast bureaucracies, hereditary offices, and temple estates, now accumulated local power independent of the crown. Over time, this erosion of central authority, compounded by economic and environmental stress, transformed Egypt's political and social landscape. The seeds of this transformation were sown during the later 5th dynasty. Following the reigns of powerful rulers such as Sahur and Neferurker, kings increasingly delegated administrative responsibilities to regional officials. Titles that had once denoted royal appointment began to pass from father to son, creating dynastic lineages among the provincial elite. Inscriptions from tombs at sites such as Abydos, Asiut, and Elephantine show local governors, nomarchs, exercising considerable autonomy. They administered justice, oversaw construction, and managed agricultural estates in their districts. While still loyal to the crown, their power base rested on local wealth and temple endowments rather than royal grants. Religious change accompanied this political decentralization. The solar cult of Ra, dominant under the 4th dynasty, gradually gave way to a more complex theology emphasizing Osiris, lord of the underworld. This shift reflected not only evolving spiritual concerns, but also social diffusion. As the promise of the afterlife expanded beyond kings to include nobles and eventually commoners, the monopoly of divine kingship weakened. The elaborate pyramid texts once reserved for pharaohs began to inspire coffin texts for provincial elites, democratizing the notion of eternal life. What had once been a royal prerogative, the journey to join the gods, was now shared by those who could afford proper burial rites. Economically, Egypt's prosperity depended on the Nile's stability. When inundations were high, the land yielded abundant crops. When they fell short, famine followed. Geological and paleoclimatic studies suggest that during the late Old Kingdom, the Nile's floods became irregular, possibly linked to broader climatic shifts in East Africa. Lower floods reduced agricultural output, strained food supplies, and undermined the state's ability to collect taxes and fund major projects. Royal workshops fell silent, and pyramid construction slowed. Without large-scale building programs, the central administration lost both purpose and cohesion. The reign of Pepi II, last significant ruler of the 6th dynasty, illustrates this gradual unraveling. Ascending the throne as a child, Pepi II reportedly ruled for over 90 years, one of the longest reigns in recorded history. Longevity, however, did not translate into vitality. Over decades, the king's authority dissipated as provincial officials grew entrenched. Tomb inscriptions from this period reveal governors referring to themselves with titles once reserved for the pharaoh and depicting scenes of local ceremonies independent of royal oversight. The royal court at Memphis remained ceremonially intact but administratively hollow. What had been a centralized state was now a mosaic of semi-autonomous regions bound by tradition more than command. This decentralization had both practical and ideological effects. On one hand, it fostered local resilience. Communities organized their own irrigation works, grain storage, and temple maintenance. Artistic styles diversified, reflecting regional tastes rather than standardized royal canon. On the other hand, the weakening of central coordination exposed Egypt to famine and social unrest. When low floods persisted, provincial governors prioritized their districts, often at the expense of neighbors. The delicate balance between unity and autonomy, which had sustained Egypt's prosperity, began to collapse. By around 2181 BCE, the Old Kingdom's centralized monarchy had effectively ceased to function. The 7th and 8th dynasties, traditionally placed at Memphis, appear to have consisted of short-lived rulers with limited territorial control. Egyptian king lists record their names but provide few details, a sign of administrative fragmentation. The monumental building projects of earlier centuries vanished, replaced by modest tombs and local temples. The once vast bureaucracy splintered into regional administrations, each maintaining its own records and cult centers. Egypt entered a period later known to historians as the First Intermediate Period, a century and a half of political division and cultural adaptation. In this new landscape, two primary centers of power emerged: Heracleopolis in Middle Egypt and Thebes in the south. Each claimed legitimacy as heir to the Old Kingdom's traditions, yet each represented distinct political and cultural developments. The rulers of Heracleopolis, founding the 9th and 10th dynasties, presented themselves as restorers of order after chaos. They maintained administrative practices inherited from Memphis, issuing decrees and supporting local temples. Yet their authority was limited, challenged by powerful southern governors who controlled vital trade routes and resources. Meanwhile, in Upper Egypt, Thebes rose from a provincial town to a formidable rival power. Its rulers, beginning with Entefi and later Mentuhotep I and II, consolidated surrounding territories through diplomacy and military campaigns. The Theban kings emphasized their role as unifiers, aligning themselves with the god Ammonius, who would later dominate Egyptian religion. This southern consolidation laid the groundwork for Egypt's reunification, but during the early centuries of the First Intermediate Period, the land remained politically fragmented and culturally diverse. Despite the decline of centralized rule, this era was not one of total collapse. Archaeological evidence from sites such as Asiut, Coptos, and Deir el-Bersha reveals thriving local economies and artistic innovation. Tomb paintings depict scenes of agriculture, fishing, and craft production with vivid realism. Regional workshops produced distinctive pottery and jewelry styles, while local scribes composed new literary genres that reflected contemporary concerns. The instruction for King Menaker, attributed to a Heracleopolitan ruler, offers guidance on just governance, revealing a moral introspection absent from earlier royal inscriptions. Similarly, the admonitions of Epure, though composed later, evokes the social disorder and longing for order characteristic of this transitional age. These texts show that Egyptians viewed the First Intermediate Period not as an age of chaos for its own sake, but as a moral test. The loss of Maat, the balance that had defined the Old Kingdom, was understood as both a political and ethical failure. The restoration of unity, therefore, required not only power but righteousness. Kingship was being redefined, no longer merely divine. It was expected to embody wisdom and justice. This conceptual shift, born of crisis, would shape the ideology of the Middle Kingdom and beyond. Economically, regional adaptation replaced central planning. Without Memphis's oversight, local communities managed irrigation, taxation, and distribution. Temples became focal points of production and trade, housing granaries, workshops, and administrative offices. Land ownership expanded among local elites, often tied to hereditary office. Though inequality persisted, economic power was now more diffuse, supporting a broader base of prosperity. This diffusion fostered innovation. Regional artisans experimented with new materials and techniques, and local scribes developed administrative practices suited to smaller-scale governance. The resilience of Egypt's agricultural base ensured survival even amid political fragmentation. Religion during this period also evolved in ways that reflected social change. The cult of Osiris, centered at Abydos, gained unprecedented prominence. Once associated primarily with royal afterlife, Osiris now became a universal symbol of resurrection accessible to all Egyptians. Local tomb inscriptions invoke him directly, seeking judgment and renewal in the afterlife. The accompanying goddess Isis, along with Nephthys and Horus, formed a mythic triad that expressed both familial devotion and cosmic order. Through these myths, ordinary Egyptians found moral and emotional frameworks to interpret suffering and hope. Funerary art became more personal, depicting not only the deceased's achievements but scenes of daily life, family, and prayer. The democratization of the afterlife paralleled the democratization of power. Culturally, the First Intermediate Period was marked by experimentation in literature and art. The formal rigidity of Old Kingdom conventions gave way to expressive realism. Tomb reliefs from Deir el-Jabrai and Meir show vivid depictions of hunting, music, and agriculture, capturing movement and individuality. Literary works such as The Dialogue of a Man with His Ba, explore existential questions, the meaning of suffering, death, and virtue that had little place in earlier royal theology. This introspective tone reflects a society re-evaluating its relationship to power and the divine. Out of fragmentation arose reflection, and from reflection, renewal. The competition between Heracleopolis and Thebes eventually reached a decisive stage in the late 11th dynasty. The Theban ruler Mentuhotep II, after years of military campaigns and political maneuvering, succeeded in reuniting Egypt around 2055 BCE. His reign marked the beginning of the Middle Kingdom, a new phase of centralized authority informed by the lessons of the past. Mentuhotep presented himself not merely as conqueror, but as restorer of Ma'at, healing the divisions that had fractured the land. In his mortuary complex at Deir el-Bahri, architectural elements recall the pyramids of the Old Kingdom, yet integrated with Theban religious symbolism. The unification thus represented both continuity and transformation, a return to order grounded in the moral insight that kingship required not only divine sanction but just governance. The first intermediate period, though often overshadowed by the grandeur of the Old and Middle Kingdoms, holds crucial importance in Egypt's historical trajectory. It revealed the adaptability of Egyptian civilization, its capacity to survive decentralization without disintegration. The institutions of writing, religion, and agrarian management endured even when political unity faltered. More importantly, it fostered a new social contract between ruler and ruled. The king was no longer an inaccessible god, but a guardian of justice and prosperity whose legitimacy depended on ethical action. This recalibration of power, born from necessity, laid the ideological foundation for the Middle Kingdom's stability. Archaeological evidence reinforces this interpretation. Excavations at provincial sites show continuity of domestic architecture, craft production, and trade. Warehouses, granaries, and administrative buildings indicate that local economies remained organized. In many regions, life proceeded with pragmatic normalcy despite shifts in political allegiance. Families continued to farm, worship, and bury their dead according to tradition. This quiet resilience demonstrates that Egyptian civilization was not defined solely by its kings, but by the collective adherence to Ma'at in everyday practice. Even in times of division, that underlying ethos persisted. From a broader perspective, the first intermediate period exemplifies a recurring pattern in Egyptian history, the cycle of centralization, decline, and renewal. Each phase tested the flexibility of its institutions and beliefs. The collapse of the Old Kingdom's administrative system was not the end of Egypt's story, but an essential transformation that allowed for regeneration. By decentralizing power, the country inadvertently nurtured local identities and talents that would enrich its next unification. The arts, literature, and theology of the Middle Kingdom, often regarded as Egypt's classical age, drew directly from the innovations of this earlier fragmentation. Mentuhotep II's reunification brought not only political stability, but a reimagined sense of national identity. In the new order, the king was portrayed as both divine and human, a shepherd of his people, upholding Ma'at through compassion as well as command. The temples of Thebes, dedicated to Amuniasare, reflected this synthesis of old solar traditions and new moral philosophy. Bureaucracy was restructured to prevent the hereditary monopolies that had weakened the Old Kingdom, while provincial governors were integrated into a centralized hierarchy. The lessons of decentralization had been learned. Unity would now rest on balance rather than domination. As the Middle Kingdom dawned, Egypt re-emerged with renewed vigor. Yet the memory of the Old Kingdom's grandeur endured, not merely as nostalgia, but as a model of cosmic harmony. The pyramids at Giza remained sacred symbols, visited by later kings who inscribed prayers and restoration decrees on their walls. For them, the Old Kingdom represented both the origin and the ideal, a civilization that had once perfectly aligned heaven, earth, and human endeavor. But the experience of the first intermediate period ensured that future Egypt would temper monumentality with moral reflection, power with responsibility, and divine kingship with human empathy. Thus, the transition from the Old Kingdom to the Middle Kingdom stands as one of the most instructive passages in world history. It demonstrates that even the most centralized and monumental of societies can evolve through crisis rather than perish. The Egyptians, guided by their enduring faith in order and renewal, transformed fragmentation into philosophy. Their civilization did not merely survive, it matured. Over the next centuries, this synthesis would define the Middle Kingdom, a period that fused the administrative strength of the Old Kingdom with the ethical awareness born of the First Intermediate Period. The pharaohs who followed Mentuhotep II would draw upon both legacies, the precision of ancient builders and the humility of moral reformers. Together, they would create a renewed Egypt, stable, introspective, and once again united under the eternal principle of Ma'at. After more than a century of division and local autonomy, Egypt entered a new era of unity around 2055 BCE under the rule of Mentuhotep II. The reunification of the two lands was not simply a political act, it was the reassertion of a worldview. The Egyptians believed that the land's harmony reflected cosmic balance, and that chaos, known as Isfit, could only be subdued through the restoration of Ma'at, the divine order. When Mentuhotep II consolidated Upper and Lower Egypt under Theban rule, he presented himself not as a conqueror, but as the restorer of cosmic equilibrium. The era that followed, known as the Middle Kingdom, would be remembered as one of Egypt's most stable and intellectually rich ages. In the early decades of this renewal, Thebes became the symbolic center of national restoration. The Theban god Ammonius, whose cult had gained prominence during the city's rise, was merged with the ancient solar deity Re, forming Ammonius Re, a synthesis that embodied both the hidden and the revealed aspects of divine power. This new theology expressed the Middle Kingdom's essence, a civilization grounded in reverence for tradition but capable of intellectual innovation. The unification of divine attributes mirrored the unification of the country itself. Temples to Ammonius Re rose at Karnak, their modest beginnings foreshadowing the vast complexes that would later dominate Egypt's sacred landscape. Mentuhotep II reorganized the country's administration with pragmatic precision. He reinstated a centralized bureaucracy but retained aspects of local autonomy, ensuring cooperation rather than coercion. Provincial governors continued to serve, yet their powers were redefined within a more structured hierarchy. The office of vizier became the cornerstone of administration, coordinating taxation, justice, and public works. Inscriptions and papyri from this era reveal a growing emphasis on written record, an instrument of order as essential as the Nile itself. Bureaucratic documentation expanded, covering everything from grain storage to temple endowments. The scribes, trained in institutions that would later evolve into the houses of life, became the backbone of governance, preserving the language of authority in flowing hieroglyphs and swift cursive scripts. The Middle Kingdom's social fabric reflected a delicate equilibrium between central control and regional initiative. Farmers continued to cultivate the floodplain in a rhythm defined by the Nile's annual inundation. Each season dictated its tasks. The flooding months replenished the soil, the sowing months invited careful labor, and the harvest brought collective effort and celebration. Artifacts from provincial towns show that local communities remained vibrant, maintaining their customs while contributing to the state's wealth. The taxation system, collected partly in kind, partly in labor, ensured that grain flowed to central granaries, supporting the court, temples, and military garrisons. In return, the state provided protection, infrastructure, and ceremonial unity. Economically, Egypt's revival under the 11th and early 12th dynasties was marked by new ambition. Trade routes reopened across desert frontiers and along the Nile. Caravans crossed the eastern desert toward the Red Sea, linking Egypt to the ports of Punt. Modern scholars place this in present-day Eritrea or Somalia, where incense, ebony, and exotic animals were obtained. Expeditions to the Sinai Peninsula extracted turquoise and copper, leaving behind stelae that commemorate the royal presence in distant lands. These endeavors not only enriched Egypt, but reasserted the pharaoh's reach across territories that had slipped from control during the preceding age of disunity. The 12th dynasty, founded by Amenemhat I around 1985 BCE, brought administrative sophistication and continuity. Amenemhat, possibly a vizier under his predecessor, recognized that stable succession and efficient governance were the keys to lasting order. He relocated the capital northward to Ijtai, near modern Lisht, strategically positioned between Upper and Lower Egypt. This move balanced regional influence, reducing the dominance of Thebes while retaining its spiritual authority. At Ijtai, the king established a bureaucratic center that supervised agriculture, taxation, and foreign trade. Administrative divisions known as nomes were restructured, and officials were appointed based on merit rather than lineage. In this reform lay one of Egypt's most enduring lessons, that the stability of kingship depended on institutional strength as much as divine sanction. Amenemhat's policies reflected an acute awareness of human fragility. The Instruction of Amenemhat, a literary text composed in his voice, offers moral counsel to his heir Senusret, warning of betrayal and urging vigilance. This work reveals the introspective tone characteristic of Middle Kingdom literature, an era when kings and commoners alike reflected on power, mortality, and justice. The document's calm wisdom also testifies to Egypt's maturing political consciousness. Authority was no longer unquestioned but justified through ethical order. Such writings were recited in scribal schools, shaping the intellectual ethos of generations. Senusret I succeeded his father seamlessly, continuing his policies and strengthening the kingdom's unity. His reign saw renewed investment in monumental construction, though on a scale more measured than the vast pyramids of earlier ages. At Lisht, he built a pyramid complex that blended Old Kingdom formality with Middle Kingdom innovation. The temples and chapels associated with it emphasized ritual precision over sheer size, mirroring a shift in religious emphasis from divine spectacle to theological subtlety. Architecture became symbolic, a disciplined expression of harmony rather than a display of overwhelming might. Under Senusret I and his successors, Egypt expanded its economic and diplomatic reach. Fortresses were constructed along the Nile's southern frontier in Nubia, securing access to gold mines and trade routes. Excavations at sites such as Buhin and Simna reveal meticulously planned outposts with granaries, workshops, and administrative offices, illustrating Egypt's capacity for organized control far beyond its traditional borders. These forts also served as cultural contact zones, where Egyptian officials interacted with Nubian communities through trade, intermarriage, and shared rituals. Such encounters contributed to Egypt's complex identity as both an African and Mediterranean power. Culturally, the Middle Kingdom represented a renaissance in literature, art, and intellectual life. The stories and teachings composed during this period stand among the most sophisticated in ancient world history. Works like The Tale of the Shipwrecked Sailor, The Eloquent Peasant, and The Story of Sinew reveal a society exploring moral complexity, empathy, and fate. The Shipwrecked Sailor teaches humility through the encounter of a lost traveler with a divine serpent, while The Eloquent Peasant dramatizes the pursuit of justice through eloquence rather than violence. Sinew, the most celebrated of them all, tells of a courtier's exile and homecoming, a narrative of identity, duty, and forgiveness that would resonate in later civilizations. These texts, preserved on papyri and ostraca, were read by generations of scribes as moral exempla, reflecting a mature confidence in human reasoning within a divinely ordered world. Art during the Middle Kingdom attained a realism that balanced idealization with introspection. Royal portraits from the reigns of Senusret III and Amenemhat III depart from the serene perfection of earlier dynasties. The faces of kings are rendered with heavy eyelids, furrowed brows, and lined cheeks, signs not of weakness but of experience and vigilance. This stylistic evolution reflects a philosophical shift. The pharaoh was no longer a distant god, but a responsible ruler bearing the weight of stewardship. In statuary and relief, the human dimension of kingship complemented its divine aspect. Temples and tombs across the land echoed this balance, their walls inscribed with prayers for both moral guidance and political stability. The prosperity of the Middle Kingdom extended beyond Egypt's borders. Expeditions ventured deep into Nubia, where massive building works at Semna and Urinnardi symbolized Egypt's control. The region's resources, especially gold, fueled the state's economy and supported ambitious architectural projects. Trade networks stretched northeast toward Byblos and the Levant, importing cedar, oils, and luxury goods that adorned royal and temple complexes. Egypt's relations with Asiatic communities were pragmatic. Diplomacy and commerce coexisted with occasional military assertion. The stability of Egypt under the 12th dynasty created conditions in which the state could interact with neighbors on its own terms, projecting authority through both wealth and culture. The Middle Kingdom also refined Egypt's approach to land management. Systematic irrigation projects and canal maintenance ensured predictable agricultural yields. Surveyors, using ropes and measuring rods, charted fields and boundaries with mathematical precision. Administrative papyri record calculations of harvest output, labor allocation, and resource distribution. The accuracy of these records reveals a society deeply invested in empirical knowledge. Mathematics and accounting were not abstract sciences, but tools of governance. In these practices lay the continuity of Egyptian civilization, the unbroken link between nature's rhythm and human organization. Religion during the Middle Kingdom reflected both continuity and introspection. The major deities, Ra, Osiris, Hathor, and Ammonius, retained their prominence, but religious literature became more personal. The coffin texts, adapted from earlier pyramid texts, democratized access to the afterlife, extending its promises beyond royalty to anyone properly prepared through ritual and moral conduct. The deceased was guided through the underworld by spells and invocations inscribed on coffins, emphasizing ethical purity and knowledge as paths to eternal life. This theology paralleled the social ethic of the age. Salvation and order depended on understanding and righteousness rather than birth alone. Temples flourished as centers of learning, where priests studied astronomy, medicine, and ritual formulae. The temple thus functioned as both spiritual and intellectual institution, a microcosm of the ordered universe. As the Middle Kingdom matured, later rulers such as Senusret III and Amenemhat III consolidated Egypt's strength to its zenith. Senusret III, often regarded as the model of Middle Kingdom kingship, reformed the provincial system to prevent local dynasties from regaining excessive power. His reign was characterized by military vigor balanced by administrative foresight. Fortifications deep into Nubia established enduring Egyptian presence, while within the homeland, canals and dikes improved the management of the Nile's inundation. Stele from his reign depict him as a vigilant guardian, strong in arm, yet wise in counsel. His portraits, with their intense gaze and lined features, embody the ethos of the age, disciplined authority rooted in experience. Amenemhat III continued this legacy, overseeing an era of prosperity marked by engineering and architectural innovation. His reign produced the famed labyrinth at Hira, a vast mortuary complex described by ancient travelers as a marvel of design. Excavations confirm its immense scale and complexity, integrating chapels, courts, and burial chambers. The nearby Fayum region, cultivated through expanded irrigation, became a center of agriculture and settlement. Amenemhat's projects reveal a ruler attuned to both practical and symbolic dimensions of power, engineering as the physical manifestation of cosmic order. Throughout this period, Egypt's art and literature reached a mature equilibrium. Statuary combined technical perfection with psychological insight. Literature merged moral reflection with narrative grace. The sense of measured proportion that defines the Middle Kingdom's aesthetic mirrors its political philosophy. Neither grandiose nor austere, it sought harmony in all things. The pharaoh, the Nile, and the cosmos were seen as parts of a single continuum, a worldview that endowed every act of governance, worship, and labor with cosmic meaning. By the end of the 12th dynasty, around 1800 BCE, Egypt stood as a model of internal coherence and cultural refinement. Its borders were secure, its administration efficient, and its ideology unified. Yet beneath this order lay the seeds of future challenge. The very bureaucratic stability that had ensured prosperity also produced rigidity. As offices became hereditary again and wealth concentrated among the elite, the adaptability that had defined the early Middle Kingdom began to fade. Successors struggled to match the vision and energy of Amenemhat and Senusret. Over the next decades, signs of strain reappeared. The 13th dynasty witnessed shorter reigns and diminished central authority. Foreign communities settled in the delta, bringing new customs and technologies, but also altering demographic balance. The foundations of the Middle Kingdom, though strong, were not eternal. Egypt had entered another cycle of transformation, a pattern intrinsic to its long history. Still, the Middle Kingdom remains a benchmark of equilibrium in human civilization. It demonstrated that wisdom could temper power, that justice could sustain empire, and that the measure of greatness lies not only in monuments, but in the endurance of ideas. The lessons of this age would resonate through every later period of Egyptian history, shaping how kings ruled, how scribes wrote, and how the people of the Nile understood their place in the cosmos. As the centuries advanced, new pressures would test this delicate balance. Regional fragmentation, climatic change, and the arrival of new peoples in the delta would challenge Egypt's cohesion. The next phase, the Second Intermediate Period, would again see division, but also renewal. From its trials would emerge another unifier, a dynasty born in Thebes that would forge the empire of the new kingdom. The rhythm of Egypt's history, ever cyclical, would begin anew, carrying forward the wisdom and resilience inherited from the age of Mentuhotep, Amenemhat, and Senusret. As the 12th dynasty waned, the grandeur of Egypt's Middle Kingdom began to fade into a quieter, more uncertain age. After the long and prosperous reign of Amenemhat III, stability gave way to fragmentation. His successor, Amenemhat IV, ruled for only a brief period, and the dynasty's final monarch, Sobinfru, Egypt's first confirmed female pharaoh, presided over a realm still efficient in form but weakened in spirit. With her death around 1802 BCE, the direct line of the 12th dynasty ended, and the unity that had defined the Middle Kingdom gradually unraveled. The 13th dynasty, which followed, inherited the institutions of the Middle Kingdom but not its coherence. Kings came and went in rapid succession, some reigning only a few years or even months. Administrative continuity persisted, yet the central court's authority weakened. Local officials once again gained autonomy. Temples resumed independent control of their lands, and the elaborate bureaucracy that had managed Egypt's prosperity became increasingly ceremonial. The system, designed to function under a strong monarch, struggled without one. Archaeological evidence from this era reveals a kingdom still capable of order but deprived of direction. Building projects continued, though on a modest scale. Officials and local governors commissioned small temples and tombs, maintaining artistic traditions in provincial forms. The royal court, meanwhile, appears to have shifted frequently along the Nile, perhaps seeking to stabilize its influence through proximity to loyal regions. The pattern was familiar in Egyptian history. When kingship lost its divine momentum, the land turned inward, sustaining daily life, while political cohesion dissolved. Beyond Egypt's traditional frontiers, new pressures emerged. To the north, the delta, always a crossroads of trade and migration, saw increasing contact with peoples from the Near East. Semitic-speaking communities, traders, and craftsmen from Canaan settled in the eastern delta, bringing with them new tools, livestock, and technologies, including the horse and the composite bow. Initially, these settlers integrated peacefully into Egyptian society, working as laborers, merchants, and artisans. Over time, however, as central control weakened, their communities gained local authority, forming semi-independent enclaves within the delta's fertile expanses. To the south, in Nubia, Egyptian fortresses built during the height of the Middle Kingdom gradually fell silent. With the decline of central administration, supply lines faltered and garrisons were abandoned. Local Nubian cultures, such as the Kerma Kingdom, rose in prominence, establishing control over trade routes that once carried gold, ivory, and exotic goods northward. Egypt's loss of influence in Nubia further eroded its economic strength, depriving it of key resources and undermining its prestige. This transitional age, known to later historians as the Second Intermediate Period, did not represent total collapse, but rather a complex rearrangement of power. Egypt remained inhabited, its traditions unbroken, Yet its unity was divided between multiple centers of authority. The 13th dynasty continued nominal rule from the south, possibly at Ijtai or Thebes, while in the north, new dynasties of foreign origin gradually assumed control. These northern rulers, remembered by later Egyptians as the Hyksos, Hika Kasut, or rulers of foreign lands, established their seat at Avaris, a city in the eastern delta. The rise of the Hyksos marked a profound transformation in Egyptian history. Archaeological discoveries at Tel El Dabeh, the site of ancient Avaris, reveal a thriving urban center blending Egyptian and Near Eastern elements. Houses followed Levantine designs, pottery combined Canaanite forms with local styles, and temples honored both Egyptian deities and foreign gods such as Baal and Anat. The Hyksos did not invade Egypt in a single conquest. Rather, they emerged from within, gradually consolidating control over fragmented territories. Their rulers adopted pharaonic titles, used hieroglyphic inscriptions, and upheld Egyptian administrative customs, positioning themselves as legitimate successors to the Middle Kingdom kings. Yet the Hyksos also introduced innovations that would reshape Egypt's military and technological landscape. They are credited with bringing the horse-drawn chariot, a revolutionary advancement in mobility and warfare, as well as improved bronze weapons and the composite bow, offering superior range and power. These tools, initially symbols of foreign authority, would later be mastered by Egyptian forces and become the foundation of New Kingdom military dominance. The exchange was not one of conquest alone, but of adaptation. Egypt absorbed what it once resisted, transforming foreign advantage into native strength. While the Hyksos controlled the north, central and southern Egypt remained under native dynasties, centered around Thebes. The 17th dynasty, emerging from this Theban base, maintained an uneasy coexistence with the Hyksos kings to the north and the Nubian polities to the south. The country was effectively divided into three spheres: the Delta under Hyksos rule, Middle Egypt under shifting local authorities, and Upper Egypt governed by Theban princes. Trade continued between these regions, and diplomatic contacts likely existed, but beneath the surface lay growing tension between foreign rule and national identity. The Theban kings styled themselves as heirs to the legacy of the Middle Kingdom, guardians of Egypt's ancestral order. They continued to build modest temples to Ammonius at Karnak and Luxor, preserving Thebes as both a spiritual and political center. Inscriptions from this period convey a rising sense of patriotism, a conviction that Egypt's divine order must be restored. The cult of Ammonius, associated with hidden power and legitimate kingship, became a rallying symbol for resistance. The conflict between Thebes and Avaris unfolded gradually, beginning as economic rivalry and evolving into open warfare. The earliest records of this struggle come from fragmentary stele and later chronicles. One narrative, preserved in a New Kingdom papyrus, recounts an incident in which the Hyksos king Apophis demanded that the Theban ruler Seqenenretau silence the noise of his hippopotami because it disturbed his sleep in faraway Avaris, a tale likely symbolic, reflecting tensions between two courts whose coexistence had become intolerable. Seqenenretau's reign ended violently. His mummified remains, discovered in the 19th century, bear severe cranial injuries consistent with battle. His death likely occurred in combat against the Hyksos, marking the first major Theban attempt to reclaim the north. He was succeeded by his son Kamose, whose inscriptions preserve the spirit of defiance that characterized this final phase of division. Kamose's stele, found at Thebes and Karnak, records his condemnation of the Hyksos as foreigners occupying Egypt's land, making the land pay tribute to the Asiatics. His campaign pushed northward toward the Delta, capturing key cities and threatening Avaris itself before his untimely death curtailed the effort. Despite Kamose's death, the momentum of liberation was irreversible. His younger brother, Ahmose I, inherited both the throne and the mission. Trained in the traditions of Middle Kingdom kingship and strengthened by Theban loyalty, Ahmose reorganized his forces and prepared for a decisive campaign. By this time, Egyptian armies had adopted the very technologies once introduced by the Hyksos: chariots, bronze weaponry, and improved archery. The strategy of Thebes combined ancestral ideology with practical adaptation. The war for reunification culminated around 1550 BCE, when Ahmose captured Avaris after a series of sieges. Archaeological evidence supports accounts of intense conflict, with layers of destruction found at Tel el-Dabeh. Following his victory, Ahmose pursued the retreating Hyksos into southern Canaan, ensuring that Egypt's frontier was secure. His triumph ended more than a century of fragmentation and inaugurated the New Kingdom, the most expansive and internationally engaged phase in Egypt's history. Ahmose's reign marks the turning point between survival and resurgence. In Theban inscriptions, he appears not as a conqueror seeking vengeance, but as a restorer of order, a theme consistent with Egypt's cyclical view of history. The re-establishment of central authority under his rule represented the triumph of Mot over Isfit once more. Yet this restoration was not a return to the Middle Kingdom's introspective stability. It was the beginning of an outward-looking empire forged in response to centuries of challenge. The Second Intermediate Period, despite its turbulence, proved to be a crucible of transformation. It taught Egypt adaptability in the face of change. The Hyksos presence, though resented by later chroniclers, introduced technologies, administrative methods, and new cultural interactions that enriched Egyptian civilization. The Theban rulers' resistance fostered a renewed sense of identity grounded in resilience and divine legitimacy. When Ahmose unified the land, he inherited not only a kingdom, but a legacy of lessons that would shape the imperial ambitions of the 18th dynasty. The reassertion of Thebes as the capital and the elevation of Amunias as the supreme deity reflected the ideological foundation of this new order. The god who had risen to prominence in the Middle Kingdom now became the patron of empire. Temples at Karnak expanded into monumental complexes, serving as both religious and economic centers. The priesthood of Ammonius grew in influence, forming a partnership with the crown that would dominate Egyptian politics for centuries. The balance between king and cult, forged during the struggle for liberation, became a defining feature of the new kingdom's governance. In retrospect, the Second Intermediate Period was not merely an age of darkness between two great eras. It was a necessary interval of redefinition. Egypt, confronted by internal weakness and foreign influence, emerged stronger for having endured them. The cycles of unity and division, of order and disruption, mirrored the annual rhythm of the Nile itself, each inundation destroying boundaries only to renew fertility. The Middle Kingdom's achievements had established the model of a just and rational state. The trials of the Second Intermediate Period gave that model resilience and adaptability. When the New Kingdom dawned, Egypt was poised to project its power across the Near East and Africa. The military reforms inspired by Hyksos technology, the administrative experience refined through centuries of centralization and decentralization, and the spiritual conviction rooted in Theban theology all converged to create a civilization capable of empire. The lessons of the Middle Kingdom and the endurance of the Theban kings would thus find their culmination in the triumphs of Thutmose, Hatshepsut, and Ramses. The story of Egypt's Middle Kingdom and its aftermath is therefore one of renewal through adversity. It demonstrates that continuity in human history is seldom linear. It is sustained through adaptation. The scribes who chronicled these centuries did not frame them as mere succession of rulers, but as the unfolding of divine purpose through time. Each era carried forward the essence of Mot, reshaping it to meet new realities. Through the lens of archaeology and written record, the Middle Kingdom appears as a civilization that rediscovered balance, the Second Intermediate Period as one that learned endurance. Together, they reveal a culture profoundly aware of the rhythms of decline and restoration, finding meaning not only in triumph, but in survival itself. When the 18th dynasty rose from the embers of the Second Intermediate Period, Egypt entered a new age unlike any before it. The reunification achieved by Ahmose I around 1550 BCE did not merely restore a broken state. It redefined the concept of Egyptian kingship. The lessons of occupation, resistance, and recovery had reshaped the nation's political and spiritual consciousness. Egypt's new rulers were born in war and sustained by reform. The Theban dynasty that reclaimed the throne would project power across 3 continents, establish a professional army, and usher in an age of cultural brilliance and architectural grandeur that would stand for centuries as the civilization's golden epoch. Almost I inherited a nation scarred by division, yet strengthened by resilience. His first task was to secure the frontiers. Having expelled the Hyksos from avarice and pursued them into southern Canaan, he fortified Egypt's borders to prevent renewed incursions. In Nubia, he re-established control over the gold-rich territories that had once supplied the Middle Kingdom. Fortresses were rebuilt along the Nile's southern cataracts, not only as military outposts, but as administrative centers managing trade and tribute. In these early campaigns, Egypt reclaimed its essential lifelines, the delta's ports, the desert routes, and the southern mines that fed its economy. The administrative system almost restored bore the stamp of both Middle Kingdom order and Theban innovation. The old offices of vizier, treasurer, and high priest were revived, ensuring that bureaucracy once again formed the backbone of governance. But there was a new feature to this restored order. The military elite, born of the liberation wars, now played a central role in administration. Soldiers and officers were rewarded with land, titles, and privileges, forming a loyal aristocracy bound to the crown through service rather than hereditary claim. This subtle shift rebalanced Egyptian power, from a nobility of lineage to one of merit and loyalty. Archaeological inscriptions from tombs at Thebes, particularly those of Ahmose generals and companions, offer vivid glimpses into this transformation. One soldier, Ahmose son of Abana, recorded his participation in battles from Avaris to Nubia, his valor rewarded with slaves, gold, and honor. These autobiographical texts, carved in precise hieroglyphs, demonstrate not only personal pride, but the emergence of a national ethos centered on service to the pharaoh. For the first time, Egyptian military narratives speak with the voice of the individual soldier, revealing a professional identity distinct from the bureaucratic scribes and temple priests who had dominated earlier ages. Following Ahmose's death, his son Amenhotep I inherited a secure and prosperous realm. His reign consolidated what his father had achieved. Though less focused on expansion, Amenhotep I devoted his rule to rebuilding Egypt's institutions and honoring its divine patrons. The cult of Ammonius at Thebes, which had symbolized resistance during the Hyksos era, now became the empire's spiritual heart. The king and the god were portrayed as partners, Ammonius as the hidden force of creation, and the pharaoh as his earthly manifestation. This theological unity strengthened royal authority, aligning divine will with political power. It was during Amenhotep's reign that the Valley of the Kings, west of Thebes, began to take shape as the royal necropolis of the new kingdom. The decision to move royal burials from visible pyramid structures to hidden rock-cut tombs marked a profound shift in ideology. The king's afterlife no longer required monumental visibility, but secure sanctity. These tombs, carved deep into the limestone cliffs, embodied the belief that eternal life resided not in external form, but in spiritual preservation. The change also reflected practical experience, a response to centuries of tomb robbery that had plagued earlier dynasties. Amenhotep I's death without a direct heir led to the rise of Thutmose I, a general and possibly a relative by marriage. His accession represented the growing prominence of military families within the royal succession. Under Thutmose I, Egypt moved decisively from defensive consolidation to imperial expansion. Campaigns into Nubia pushed the frontier south to the Fourth Cataract, incorporating vast territories and securing access to gold mines, cattle, and trade routes. To the northeast, Thutmose led expeditions into Syria and Palestine, asserting Egyptian dominance over city-states that had once been Hyksos allies. The scope of Thutmose's achievements is revealed in inscriptions at Karnak, where he is shown smiting foreign chiefs under the protection of Ammonius Ra. These reliefs mark a key ideological development. Warfare was no longer portrayed merely as defense of order, but as the extension of divine will beyond Egypt's borders. Conquest was sanctified as a form of cosmic harmony, the triumph of Ma'at over chaos. In this worldview, Egypt's empire was not an act of aggression but a sacred duty. Thutmose I also oversaw significant architectural innovation. At Karnak, He commissioned the first great pylons and obelisks that would later define the temple's monumental axis. These structures were not simply decorative. They symbolized the king's role as mediator between heaven and earth. The obelisks, rising toward the sun, represented the primeval rays of creation, linking the earthly temple to the celestial realm. The expansion of Karnak under Thutmose laid the foundation for its later transformation into the largest religious complex of the ancient world. Upon his death, succession passed first to Thutmose II and then to one of the most remarkable figures in Egyptian history, Hatshepsut. As the daughter of Thutmose I, wife of Thutmose II, and stepmother to the young Thutmose III, she possessed unmatched legitimacy within the royal line. Initially serving as regent for her stepson, Hatshepsut gradually assumed full pharaonic authority. Her reign, lasting more than 2 decades, stands as one of stability, prosperity, and artistic refinement. Hatshepsut's decision to adopt the full regalia of kingship, including the false beard and masculine titulary, has often been misinterpreted as an act of disguise. In reality, it was a theological statement. Egyptian kingship was defined by role, not gender. The pharaoh was the living embodiment of Horus and son of Ra, a position transcending biological distinction. By presenting herself as king in visual art, Hatshepsut affirmed continuity rather than subversion. Her reign's legitimacy rested on divine sanction, particularly through her close association with Ammonius. In temple inscriptions, Ammonius is said to have chosen her personally, appearing in the guise of her father to conceive the future ruler, a symbolic fusion of lineage and divinity. Economically, Hatshepsut's era marked a revival of international trade. Her most celebrated enterprise was the expedition to the land of Punt, depicted in vivid reliefs at her mortuary temple of Deir el-Bahari. The scenes show ships laden with exotic goods, incense, ebony, ivory, and gold, returning to Egypt, accompanied by depictions of Puntite rulers and their people. This expedition symbolized the new kingdom's maritime reach and the wealth of its global connections. Egypt was no longer an isolated river civilization, but an active participant in the commerce of the Red Sea and beyond. Domestically, Hatshepsut initiated an ambitious program of construction that redefined Theban architecture. Her temple at Deir el-Bahari, designed by her steward and architect Senenmut, stands as one of the masterpieces of ancient design. Its terraced colonnades, aligned with the cliffs of western Thebes, harmonize natural landscape with architectural form, a visual manifestation of cosmic order. The temple's reliefs, celebrating divine birth, coronation, and trade, present a coherent theological narrative. The pharaoh as both daughter of the gods and guarantor of Egypt's prosperity. Despite her success, Hatshepsut's legacy would later be obscured. After her death, her stepson and successor, Thutmose III, systematically removed her name and images from monuments, an act not of hatred but of political standardization. The erasure sought to restore the traditional male sequence of rulers, ensuring dynastic continuity. Yet the memory of Hatshepsut's reign persisted in the stones themselves. Her monuments continued to inspire reverence long after her name was struck from their walls. Thutmose III, upon assuming full authority, transformed Egypt into a true imperial power. His reign, spanning more than 50 years, combined military genius with administrative mastery. In his early years, he led campaigns across the Levant, culminating in the celebrated Battle of Megiddo around 1457 BCE. The detailed annals of this campaign, inscribed on the walls of Karnak, provide one of the earliest military records in history. They describe meticulous planning, strategic daring, and the coordination of thousands of troops, including charioteers, archers, and infantry, across a complex theater of war. Thutmose's victory at Megiddo established Egyptian supremacy over Canaan and Syria. Subsequent campaigns extended control as far as the Euphrates, bringing tribute from vassal states and securing trade routes for timber, copper, and luxury goods. The empire he created was maintained not through occupation, but through diplomacy and tribute, administered by local rulers under Egyptian oversight. The king's representatives, known as overseers of foreign lands, ensured loyalty through a system of gifts, hostages, and ceremonial visits to the royal court. Economically, the influx of wealth transformed Egypt's society. Tribute from Asia and gold from Nubia filled temple treasuries and royal estates. Skilled artisans, freed from subsistence labor, produced works of unprecedented refinement. Jewelry of delicate filigree, statues of lifelike grace, and papyrus scrolls recording administrative precision. The temples of Ammonius became vast economic engines, owning lands, ships, and workshops. In return, the king offered continual gifts and endowments, reinforcing the mutual dependence of crown and priesthood. Thutmose III's reign also witnessed advances in record-keeping and cartography. His scribes compiled detailed lists of conquered territories, goods, and tribute, forming one of the earliest examples of imperial bureaucracy. Through these records, Egypt's perception of the world expanded from the Nile Valley to an international sphere encompassing the Levant, Anatolia, and beyond. The pharaoh was no longer merely the lord of the two lands. He was king of all lands under the sun. In art and religion, this imperial vision found symbolic expression. The temples of Karnak and Luxor grew to monumental scale, each edition reflecting Egypt's widening reach. Reliefs portrayed the pharaoh receiving the breath of life from Ammonius Ra, the god's hands extending rays of power across the known world. Festivals, such as the Opet celebration, reaffirmed the bond between king, deity, and people. Statues of Thutmose III depict him with serene strength, embodying a ruler at once human and divine, conqueror and servant of order. Under Thutmose III, Egypt reached the zenith of its influence. Yet the empire's expansion carried within it the seeds of new complexity. Managing distant vassals required not only strength but subtlety. The integration of foreign wealth and ideas into Egyptian culture enriched it immeasurably, but also introduced tensions between conservative traditions and cosmopolitan realities. The generation that followed would inherit both the glory and the burden of empire. The reigns of Ahmose, Amenhotep I, Thutmose I, Hatshepsut, and Thutmose III thus formed a continuous arc, from restoration to conquest, from consolidation to empire. Each built upon the foundation of the last, guided by the enduring ideal of Ma'at, balance, order, and rightful rule. Through warfare, diplomacy, and faith, Egypt transformed from a land recovering its unity into one commanding the ancient world's imagination. As the 18th dynasty matured, the stability it achieved created new conditions for cultural introspection and theological speculation. The wealth of empire nourished not only temples, but ideas. The next generation of kings would turn their gaze from conquest to creation, from the outer world to the inner realm of belief. The story of the new kingdom would soon take an unexpected turn, one that questioned the very nature of the gods themselves. The empire that Thutmose III built reached a state of equilibrium under his successors. Military expansion gave way to wealth, diplomacy, and artistic flowering. By the mid-14th century BCE, Egypt had achieved a level of prosperity and stability that allowed it to turn inward, to explore the meaning of kingship, divinity, and beauty within a world it now dominated. The reign of Amenhotep III marked the culmination of this imperial confidence. His time, spanning nearly 4 decades, was one of extraordinary material abundance, administrative refinement, and cultural sophistication. Yet beneath the surface of grandeur, new spiritual questions began to stir, questions that would soon challenge the foundations of Egypt's ancient religion. Amenhotep III ascended the throne as a young man, inheriting the empire at its height. His policies were those of consolidation rather than conquest. The frontiers, while secured by previous rulers, required only occasional displays of military presence. Instead, Amenhotep's focus lay in diplomacy. Through marriage alliances and correspondence, he wove Egypt into the fabric of international politics. Letters discovered at Amarna, written in Akkadian, the diplomatic lingua franca of the time, reveal exchanges between Amenhotep and the kings of Babylon, Mitanni, and Hutti. They addressed the exchange of gifts, requests for gold, and negotiations over royal marriages. These communications depict Egypt not as an aggressor, but as a respected equal among the great powers of the Near East. The wealth of empire flowed steadily into Thebes. Amenhotep's building projects transformed the city into a landscape of monumental architecture. The Temple of Luxor, begun under his reign, stood as a symbol of divine kingship, aligned with the annual Opet festival that linked Ammonius' temple at Karnak with the river and the people. At the same time, Amenhotep commissioned the vast mortuary temple complex west of the Nile, of which only the colossal statues known as the Colossi of Memnon remain standing today. These massive seated figures, once flanking the temple entrance, represent the pharaoh as an eternal presence gazing eastward toward the rising sun, a reminder of the enduring link between ruler and cosmic order. Amenhotep's reign also saw the flourishing of art characterized by grace, naturalism, and refined detail. Statues of the king portray a serene, almost introspective majesty, contrasting the rigid idealism of earlier periods. Jewelry, furniture, and ceramics from this era demonstrate technical mastery and aesthetic harmony. The fusion of wealth and artistry gave Egyptian culture an elegance that reflected confidence rather than conquest, a civilization sure of its permanence. Religiously, Amenhotep III's reign marked the growing prominence of the solar aspect of Ammoniusare. Temples dedicated to the sun's creative power multiplied, and the king increasingly identified himself with the solar disk as a living god on earth. This theological evolution, though gradual, signaled a subtle shift. Divinity was becoming more abstract, more focused on a universal creative principle than on the multiplicity of traditional deities. It was within this intellectual and spiritual climate that the next ruler, Amenhotep IV, would emerge, a king who would transform this tendency into a radical vision of monotheism. Amenhotep IV, known to history as Akhenaten, came to power around 1353 BC. At first, his reign followed familiar patterns, but within a few years, he initiated one of the most dramatic religious revolutions in human history. He abandoned the worship of Ammonius and the gods of Thebes, declaring sole devotion to Aten, the visible sun disk, whose rays symbolized the life-giving power of the universe. This new doctrine redefined the relationship between God, king, and people. Aten was not a hidden deity accessible only through priests. It was a visible, universal presence whose light touched all creation. The pharaoh, as Aten's chosen representative, became the intermediary through whom divine energy flowed into the world. This theological transformation carried profound political implications. By elevating Aten above all other gods, Akhenaten diminished the power of the Ammonius priesthood, which had grown enormously wealthy and influential under previous reigns. The shift of worship undermined Thebes' religious establishment and effectively centralized spiritual authority in the hands of the king. To embody this new faith, Akhenaten founded a new capital city, Akhetaten, the horizon of the Aten, located at modern Amarna. Built rapidly on an untouched stretch of desert, it was conceived as a pure and sacred space dedicated solely to the sun god. The art and architecture of Amarna reflected the new theology with striking originality. Reliefs and sculptures abandoned rigid conventions, portraying the royal family with unprecedented intimacy and naturalism. Akhenaten, Nefertiti, and their daughters are depicted beneath the radiating rays of Aten, their faces expressive, their gestures tender. The humanization of divine figures suggested a new conception of kingship, not distant and formal, but immediate and vital, sharing in the creative warmth of the sun. Yet Akhenaten's revolution, the closure of temples and redirection of resources toward Atenist projects strained traditional institutions and disrupted the economic network that had long linked temples, artisans, and laborers. The centralized control of worship also isolated Akhenaten politically. His preoccupation with religious reform left the empire's foreign affairs largely unattended. The Amarna letters reveal growing anxiety among Egyptian vassals in Syria and Palestine, who pleaded for military assistance against rising regional powers. Their appeals often went unanswered. Egypt's prestige abroad began to wane, even as its capital glittered with new ideals. Within Egypt, daily life adapted to the new order, though uneasily. The Aten temples, open to the sky, replaced the dark sanctuaries of traditional worship. Hymns to Aten, preserved in tomb inscriptions, celebrated the sun's light as the source of all life, a theology of universal dependence and renewal. The language of these hymns, remarkably poetic in form yet direct in meaning, reveals a deep awareness of nature's rhythm. When you rise, all eyes live. When you set, they die. Despite its innovation, Atenism remained tied to the person of the king. Without Akhenaten's presence, its structure lacked permanence. Nefertiti, Akhenaten's queen, played a central role in the new religious imagery. Depicted as nearly equal to the king in size and stature, she embodied the feminine principle of creation and divine harmony. Together, the royal couple represented the earthly reflection of Aten's dual forces, life and order. Their images adorned stele, household shrines, and boundary markers throughout Akhetaten, emphasizing a theology centered on the living family rather than an impersonal pantheon. As the years passed, however, evidence suggests growing strain within the court. Late inscriptions show adjustments in titulary and the emergence of co-regencies, possibly reflecting political factionalism. The last years of Akhenaten's reign remain obscure, but by the time of his death, around 1336 BCE, the empire's unity had frayed. His successors faced the immense challenge of reconciling a divided nation, spiritually and administratively. The immediate aftermath saw short and turbulent reigns. Smenkhare, possibly a relative or co-regent, briefly held power, followed by Tutankhaten, a child king whose very name would soon change to Tutankhamun. Under the guidance of powerful courtiers and priests, the new regime initiated a gradual return to traditional religion. The capital moved back to Thebes, and the temples of Ammonius reopened. The young pharaoh's name was altered to reflect restored piety, the living image of Ammonius. Official decrees declared that the gods' temples had fallen into neglect but were now renewed, their divine statues restored, their festivals revived. Tutankhamun's reign was short, lasting perhaps a decade, but symbolically significant. It represented Egypt's reconciliation with its own traditions after the shock of revolution. Artistic styles began to balance the naturalism of Amarna with the formality of earlier periods. The king's tomb, discovered in 1922 by Howard Carter, remains one of the most remarkable archaeological finds of all time. Though modest compared to older royal monuments, it preserved the splendor of New Kingdom craftsmanship, gilded shrines, chariots, jewelry, and the famous gold funerary mask, which embodies the perfection of Egyptian art at its height. After Tutankhamun's premature death, power passed briefly to I, a former advisor, and then to Horemheb, a career general who became the final ruler of the 18th dynasty. Horemheb's reign was one of restoration and reform. He sought to erase the disruptions of the Amarna period and re-establish legal and moral order. Decrees inscribed on temple walls describe measures against corruption, emphasizing fairness in taxation, justice, and temple administration. His policies revived the bureaucratic discipline that had characterized earlier dynasties, ensuring that Egypt's government once again functioned as a stable, centralized system. Horemheb also initiated the reorganization of the army and the priesthood, laying foundations that would endure into the next dynasty. He appointed capable officials drawn from both military and civil ranks, promoting merit and loyalty over birthright. The restoration of the Ammonius cult continued, but now under tighter royal supervision, preventing any single institution from eclipsing the king's authority as had occurred before Akhenaten's reforms. By the end of Horemheb's reign, Egypt had regained its composure. The empire's borders were secure, the temples flourished, and the memory of the Amarna heresy was being carefully rewritten. Official records omitted Akhenaten's name, referring to him obliquely as the enemy of Akhetaten. Yet the innovations of his time, artistic, linguistic, and spiritual, could not be entirely erased. Elements of Amarna realism persisted in sculpture and painting. The idea of a single, universal creator continued to echo within the evolving theology of Amenisare. Egypt, as always, absorbed disruption into continuity. The 18th dynasty closed with Egypt strong once more, prepared for another century of imperial power under a new line of rulers. The 19th dynasty, beginning with Ramesses I and reaching its zenith under Ramesses II. The transitions of this era, prosperity under Amenhotep III, revolution under Akhenaten, and restoration under Tutankhamun and Horemheb, demonstrated Egypt's extraordinary capacity for renewal. Through change and crisis, it preserved the essential principle that had defined it for millennia, that order, once disturbed, could always be restored. The new kingdom now stood at the height of its global influence. The next chapter would see Egypt reach its grandest scale of ambition, projecting power across the Levant and into Africa, while leaving behind monuments that would define civilization's memory of ancient majesty. When Horemheb died without an heir, the throne passed to one of his trusted military officials, a man named Paramesu, who took the royal name Ramesses I. With his accession in 1292 BCE, Egypt entered a new era, the 19th dynasty, a line that would restore imperial grandeur and define the image of Egypt's enduring might for generations to come. Ramesses I's reign was brief, lasting barely 2 years, but his appointment marked a carefully orchestrated transfer of authority. Horemheb, recognizing the need for stability, had chosen a successor who would continue his reforms and strengthen the institutional backbone of the state. In this choice lay the foundation for Egypt's final great age of empire. Seti I, the son of Ramesses I, inherited not only the throne but a revitalized kingdom. His reign, beginning around 1290 BCE, represented a period of consolidation and renewed ambition. Having recovered from the spiritual and political disruptions of the Amarna period, Egypt was once again a confident power on the international stage. Seti sought to restore the empire's borders to their earlier extents, particularly in Syria and Palestine, where Egyptian influence had receded during Akhenaten's neglect. The campaigns recorded on the walls of the Karnak temple depict Seti advancing northward through Canaan, capturing towns, and confronting the Hittite-controlled regions near Kadesh. These reliefs, carved with precise detail, convey both military strategy and ideological message. Seti appears as the embodiment of Ma'at, the divine order, restoring balance through disciplined warfare. His victories, while partially symbolic, reasserted Egypt's authority and reminded the world that the pharaoh remained the mediator between gods and nations. Yet Seti's conquests were as much about securing trade routes as asserting prestige. Control over the coastal highways and Levantine ports ensured access to valuable goods, cedar from Lebanon, copper from Cyprus, and silver from Anatolia, all vital to Egypt's economy and temples. Internally, Seti I continued the administrative centralization begun under Horemheb. His court maintained an efficient hierarchy of viziers, overseers, and scribes who managed taxation, temple estates, and labor conscription. The army, reorganized into regional divisions, became both a defensive force and a mechanism of state cohesion. Each division bore the name of a major deity, Ammonius, Ra, Ta, or Seth, reflecting the unity of religion and governance that remained at the core of Egyptian civilization. Seti's building projects were vast and deliberate, intended to link his reign with Egypt's ancient lineage. In Thebes, he expanded the Karnak temple complex, adding new halls and sanctuaries dedicated to Ammonius Ra. His most magnificent architectural achievement, however, lay at Abydos, where he constructed a mortuary temple that served as both a place of worship and a dynastic memorial. The Temple of Seti I, with its exquisite reliefs and the celebrated Abydos king list, stood as a visual chronicle of Egyptian kingship from the earliest dynasties. By inscribing the names of his royal predecessors, Seti proclaimed continuity, a reaffirmation that divine order, briefly shaken in the Amarna years, was once again unbroken. Art under Seti I returned to classical balance and refinement. The delicate lines, soft contours, and measured symmetry of reliefs at Abydos reveal an aesthetic revival that blended Amarna's realism with traditional idealism. In these images, the king appears as both mortal ruler and divine figure, performing rituals with serene precision. The visual harmony mirrored the political order he sought to maintain. Religion, statecraft, and art converged into a single expression of cultural renewal. Upon Seti's death, his son Ramesses II ascended the throne, ushering in one of the most celebrated reigns in world history. Known later as Ramesses the Great, his rule lasted for more than 6 decades, from roughly 1279 to 1213 BCE, a span that allowed him to imprint his vision upon every aspect of Egyptian life. Under Ramesses, the kingdom reached the height of its monumental ambition and international prestige. From the outset, Ramesses II sought to emulate and surpass his predecessors. His early years were marked by campaigns designed to reaffirm Egypt's control over its northern territories. Like Seti, he turned his attention to Syria, where the city of Kadesh remained under Hittite influence. The confrontation between these two empires culminated in the Battle of Kadesh, fought around 1274 BC near the Orontes River. It was one of the earliest battles in history for which detailed records survive, offering rare insight into ancient warfare and political propaganda. According to Egyptian accounts inscribed on temple walls, Ramesses led his forces into a complex ambush but rallied his troops through divine inspiration and personal bravery, achieving what he portrayed as a decisive victory. Hittite records, however, suggest a more balanced outcome, with neither side achieving complete dominance. Modern historians interpret the event as a stalemate, yet its consequences were significant. The prolonged conflict demonstrated the logistical limits of imperial expansion and the emerging equilibrium among the great powers of the Late Bronze Age. In the aftermath of Kadesh, both Egypt and the Hittite Empire recognized the futility of continued warfare. After years of intermittent skirmishes, they concluded one of the earliest known international peace treaties, inscribed in hieroglyphs in Egypt and cuneiform in Hutti. This treaty established mutual recognition, extradition agreements, and a defensive alliance, a remarkable achievement in diplomatic history. Copies of the agreement survive today, including one displayed at the United Nations headquarters, symbolizing one of humanity's earliest commitments to negotiated peace. With Egypt's northern frontier stabilized, Ramesses turned his energy toward monumental construction on an unprecedented scale. His projects spanned the entire Nile Valley, from the Delta to Nubia. Each temple, statue, and inscription served not merely as propaganda, but as a tangible reinforcement of divine kingship. The most famous of these, the Ramesseum at Thebes, functioned as both mortuary temple and political statement. Its vast courtyards and colossal statues projected the pharaoh's eternal authority, integrating solar symbolism with dynastic devotion. Even grander was the temple complex of Abu Simbel, carved directly into the cliffs of Nubia. Four seated colossi of Ramesses, each over 20 meters tall, guard the entrance, an image of pharaonic power confronting the southern horizon. The alignment of the temple, engineered so that sunlight illuminated the sanctuary twice a year, demonstrated the fusion of astronomical knowledge and religious architecture. The smaller adjacent temple, dedicated to Queen Nefertari and the goddess Hathor, stands as one of the rare ancient monuments honoring a royal consort with near-equal reverence to the king. These twin sanctuaries express the theological completeness of Ramesses' rule, power balanced by harmony, divinity by devotion. Ramesses' building zeal extended to every major religious center. At Luxor and Karnak, he added new pylons and colossal statues. At Memphis, he commissioned temples to Ptah. In Pyramus, his new capital in the eastern delta, he constructed palaces, administrative complexes, and vast storehouses. The city, strategically positioned near the routes to Canaan and Syria, became the hub of Egypt's military and economic activity. Excavations reveal an organized urban landscape of workshops, granaries, stables, and docks, a reflection of the administrative sophistication that underpinned the grandeur. The resources required for such undertakings were immense. Ramesses II's administration oversaw a vast labor system that drew upon farmers, artisans, and skilled craftsmen. These workers were supported by a network of provisioning settlements such as Deir el-Medina, home to the artisans who built and decorated the royal tombs in the Valley of the Kings. Records from this community, written on ostraca and papyri, provide vivid evidence of daily life. Rations distributed, disputes settled, absences recorded. They reveal an organized, literate workforce functioning within a bureaucratic framework that ensured the steady progress of monumental projects. Culturally, The reign of Ramesses II represented a synthesis of tradition and innovation. Literature flourished, with scribes producing hymns, wisdom texts, and narratives celebrating the king's deeds. The poem of Pentor, recounting the Battle of Kadesh, blended historical record with literary art, shaping the image of Ramesses as both hero and philosopher king. Artistic conventions achieved technical perfection. Temple reliefs displayed depth and dynamism, while statuary combined physical grandeur with spiritual presence. Religion continued to evolve under the dominant cult of Amuniasare, yet Ramesses also encouraged regional diversity. Temples to Ptah at Memphis, Rehorikti at Heliopolis, and Osiris at Abydos thrived alongside Nubian shrines to local deities. The king's piety was expansive rather than exclusive. He presented himself as the servant of all gods, the unifying link between Egypt's many traditions. This inclusive theology reinforced political cohesion across a vast and varied realm. Diplomatically, Ramesses II's later years were marked by increasing cooperation with the Hittites. The peace treaty matured into a genuine alliance, sealed by royal intermarriage. Hittite princesses joined Ramesses' household, symbolizing the merging of two great dynasties in an age of mutual respect. These exchanges strengthened trade networks that connected Egypt with Anatolia, Mesopotamia, and beyond. Gold from Nubia, grain from the Nile Delta, timber from Lebanon, and tin from distant mines flowed through Egypt's ports, feeding an interconnected Bronze Age economy. Despite the grandeur of his reign, Ramesses II's long rule also revealed the limits of imperial centralization. The immense resources devoted to building projects and temple endowments gradually strained the treasury. The priesthood of Ammonius, enriched by royal generosity, once again amassed vast estates, setting the stage for future tensions between temple and throne. Yet while internal complexity grew, Ramesses' personal legend continued to dominate Egypt's self-image. By the time of his death, at nearly 90 years of age, Ramesses had fathered scores of children, established a dynasty, and transformed the landscape of Egypt into a gallery of his presence. His tomb, KV7 in the Valley of the Kings, and the magnificent tombs of his sons reflected the continuation of elite craftsmanship and mortuary theology developed over centuries. His mummified body, preserved with extraordinary care, would survive 3 millennia to become one of the most recognized faces of antiquity. Ramesses II's reign, though monumental, was not an isolated phenomenon. It represented the culmination of forces set in motion since the Middle Kingdom, the fusion of divine kingship, centralized administration, and monumental architecture as instruments of order. Yet the very success of this synthesis contained the seeds of later difficulty. The wealth that sustained Egypt's splendor depended on an international system that, by the late 13th century BCE, was beginning to falter. Trade disruptions, migrations, and the decline of neighboring powers would soon challenge even the most stable empires. For now, however, Egypt stood at the zenith of its imperial age. The 19th dynasty embodied the triumph of endurance, the ability of a civilization to renew itself through structure, belief, and memory. The next phase of its history would test whether these strengths could withstand the coming tides of change. The reign of Ramesses II had been one of monumentality and longevity, but as the century turned, the stability that his presence had ensured began to waver. The transition of power after such a long rule was always delicate, and the aging pharaoh's vast family and bureaucracy had created layers of competing influence. Upon his death around 1213 BCE, his 13th son, Merinta, succeeded to the throne. He was already an experienced statesman and commander, having served as crown prince for decades. Yet he inherited an empire facing subtle but growing pressures, from abroad and within, that would test the endurance of Egypt's imperial system. The geopolitical environment of the late Bronze Age had begun to change dramatically. To the north, the once powerful Hittite Empire was weakening under internal strain and external threat. To the east, the city-states of Canaan and Syria were restless, suffering from economic contraction and regional instability. To the west, Libyan tribal confederations were becoming increasingly aggressive, seeking fertile territory along the Nile Delta. And to the north across the Mediterranean, new migratory groups, later known collectively as the Sea Peoples, were beginning to move southward, disrupting trade routes and established powers alike. Marintua's early years as king were marked by these challenges. His reign, though lasting barely a decade, was defined by decisive military action. In his fifth year, a coalition of Libyan tribes, supported by mercenary contingents from the Aegean and Anatolia, launched a major invasion of Egypt's western delta. The invading forces were numerous, including the Lebu and Meshwesh tribes along with warriors identified in Egyptian records as Ekwesh, Sherdin, Shikalesh, and others, groups whose origins span the wider Mediterranean. The conflict culminated in the Battle of Pereire, one of the last great field engagements of Egypt's imperial age. Inscriptions from Marintua's mortuary temple at Thebes describe how the pharaoh mobilized the northern army divisions and met the invaders in open combat. The accounts, written in the formal idiom of royal triumph, portray a sudden and overwhelming Egyptian victory. Whether the descriptions exaggerate the scale is uncertain, but the outcome was significant enough to repel the threat and preserve Egypt's frontier. The victory stele erected by Marinta at Thebes, often called the Israel stele, records not only this triumph, but also brief references to campaigns in Canaan. It provides the earliest known mention of a people identified as Israel, noted as laid waste, its seed no more. Though brief, the inscription offers historians a rare synchronism linking Egyptian and Levantine history. It demonstrates that even in this period of external turmoil, Egypt still projected power deep into Asia, albeit on a smaller and more defensive scale than during the height of the empire. Marintua's success brought temporary respite, but the geopolitical order around Egypt continued to deteriorate. Across the eastern Mediterranean, networks of trade and diplomacy that had bound together great kingdoms, Egypt, Hutti, Mycenaean Greece, and Assyria, were collapsing. Archaeological evidence from the late 13th and early 12th centuries BC reveals widespread destruction of coastal cities, including Ugarit, a key hub of Bronze Age commerce. The causes were complex. Climate fluctuations, drought, famine, and population displacement all played roles. The Sea Peoples were both agents and symptoms of this systemic unraveling. In the decades following Marintua's reign, Egypt faced mounting waves of incursions. The short and troubled rule of Seti II, followed by the ephemeral reigns of Siptah and Tuzret, reflected a loss of centralized authority. Court intrigues, succession disputes, and regional governors asserting autonomy weakened the coherence of the royal administration. By the end of the 19th dynasty, Egypt's grasp over its Asiatic territories had largely vanished. The empire had become an inward-looking state, fortified but reactive. The transition to the 20th dynasty, beginning around 1186 BCE with Setnakht, restored a measure of order, but the external threats remained constant. Setnakht's brief reign was occupied with re-establishing control in the delta and reclaiming stability after years of civil disorder. His son, Ramesses III, inherited a kingdom that, though diminished, still possessed immense resources and a powerful army. It was under Ramesses III that Egypt would confront the Sea Peoples in their full force and witness one of the most consequential military struggles in ancient history. Ramesses III's early years were marked by renewed vigilance along Egypt's frontiers. The first major challenge came from the west, where Libyan tribes again pushed into the delta. Egyptian records describe two separate invasions, one in the 5th year of his reign, another in the 11th, both repelled with decisive counterattacks. The reliefs at Medinet Habu, his mortuary temple in western Thebes, vividly depict the pharaoh in the act of smiting his enemies, accompanied by detailed hieroglyphic accounts of the campaigns. Beyond their propagandistic tone, these inscriptions convey logistical sophistication. Chariots, archers, and infantry divisions deployed with precision, supported by supply routes and garrison networks along the frontier. However, the greatest crisis came from the north around 1177 BCE, when the Sea Peoples launched a massive assault that reshaped the political landscape of the eastern Mediterranean. These groups, comprising tribes from diverse origins, including the Peleset, Philistines, Jeker, Dinyan, Shikalesh, and Weshish, had already devastated Anatolia, the Levant, and the Aegean world. They moved not merely as raiders, but as migrating populations with families, wagons, and ships, seeking new lands to settle. Their advance swept aside kingdoms and city-states, leaving a trail of destruction from Troy to Ugarit. Egypt stood as the last major power capable of resisting them. Ramesses III anticipated the invasion and prepared Egypt's defenses with methodical care. The reliefs at Medinet Habu, among the most detailed military records of antiquity, depict both land and sea battles with remarkable realism. On land, the Sea Peoples advanced through the coastal plain of Canaan, but Egyptian forces intercepted them before they could penetrate the delta. The accounts describe ambush tactics and coordinated maneuvers that routed the attackers. At sea, Ramesses employed a bold defensive strategy. Knowing that the invaders would attempt to enter the Nile mouths, he positioned his navy in concealed formations along the river estuaries. When the enemy fleet entered, Egyptian archers stationed on ships and fortified riverbanks unleashed a coordinated barrage. The reliefs show foreign ships caught in chaos, their crews leaping overboard as Egyptian marines closed in for combat. This engagement, often described as the Battle of the Delta, effectively annihilated the invading armada. The victory preserved Egypt's independence at a time when nearly every other major power of the Bronze Age had fallen. Hutti was gone. Mycenaean palaces lay in ruins. The cities of Canaan had been destroyed or abandoned. Ramesses III's triumph was thus not merely a military success, but a civilizational survival. Egypt had withstood the storm that extinguished its contemporaries. Yet the cost of this defense was immense. The campaigns consumed vast resources and manpower. Ramesses III's inscriptions claimed tens of thousands of enemy dead and captives, but they also reveal the strain on Egypt's logistical system. The influx of prisoners, many settled as mercenaries and laborers, altered the demographic composition of the delta and military hierarchy. The state's economic apparatus, already stretched by monumental building and temple endowments, began to falter. Despite these pressures, Ramesses III continued the tradition of grand construction. His mortuary temple at Medinet Habu stands as the last great monument of imperial Egypt, its walls inscribed with exhaustive accounts of his victories. The reliefs, while celebratory, also carry undertones of defensive triumph rather than expansion. The iconography had shifted. The pharaoh was now the protector of Egypt, not the conqueror of foreign lands. By the latter half of Ramesses III's reign, signs of decline were unmistakable. Grain shortages, worker strikes, and administrative corruption eroded the stability of the state. Documents from Deir el-Medina record the first known labor strike in history, as artisans demanded overdue rations. The economic system that had supported Egypt's armies and temples for centuries was faltering under cumulative strain. In the geopolitical sphere, Egypt's international reach contracted sharply. The Levantine territories once under Egyptian suzerainty were now occupied by new populations, including remnants of the Sea Peoples who established themselves along the southern coast. Most notably, the Philistines in what is today Gaza and Ashkelon. These groups retained elements of Aegean material culture while adopting aspects of Canaanite life, creating hybrid societies that would shape the early Iron Age. Egypt itself withdrew into a defensive posture. Ramesses III's successors, a succession of later Ramessides bearing the same illustrious name, lacked his vigor and faced growing internal challenges. The 20th dynasty became increasingly dominated by powerful priestly institutions in Thebes and military elites in the north. Foreign policy turned inward. Diplomacy gave way to isolation. Yet even in this diminished phase, Egypt retained a prestige unmatched by its contemporaries, its memory of empire sustained by monuments and texts that proclaimed unbroken divine order. The wars of Marinta and Ramesses III thus marked the final assertion of Egypt's ancient martial identity. The pharaoh remained the guardian of Ma'at, confronting chaos from beyond the borders. But the very scale of the challenges he faced reflected a changing world. The interconnected Bronze Age system, which had enabled Egypt's prosperity through trade and tribute, was gone. In its place emerged a fragmented landscape of smaller states and new cultures, among them Israel, the Philistines, and Aramean kingdoms, that would define the geopolitics of the next millennium. Egypt survived the collapse, but transformed. Its empire was lost, its wealth reduced, and its ideology of invincible power tempered by the recognition of limits. Yet in enduring when others fell, it preserved a continuous thread of civilization that would persist, adapting through foreign rule and internal reorganization. The pharaohs of the 20th dynasty ruled over a narrower domain, but they did so within the long shadow of the age of Ramesses, an age when Egypt's military, architecture, and statecraft had stood at the pinnacle of the ancient world. The next chapter of Egypt's story would unfold not in conquest, but in survival, a gradual redefinition of what it meant to be an empire in a world where the old order had vanished. After the reign of Ramesses III, Egypt entered a phase of quiet contraction. The victories that had preserved its borders during the invasions of the Sea Peoples came at a cost that the state could no longer fully absorb. The empire remained intact in name, but its institutions had grown brittle. The bureaucracy was immense. The temple economy consumed the surplus once directed toward royal administration, and the people who built and maintained the monuments of Thebes, Memphis, and Pyramus began to feel the pressures of scarcity. The foundations of pharaonic power, divine kingship, centralized authority, and abundant agricultural production were all beginning to fray. The long reign of Ramesses III had ended violently. Court documents and the judicial papyri reveal that members of his harem conspired to assassinate him, possibly to elevate a rival heir. The harem conspiracy trials, recorded on surviving papyri, named dozens of officials, women, and guards who were executed or forced to take their own lives. This episode, unique in the surviving record, marks a moment when internal intrigue reached the inner sanctum of divine rule. The pharaoh's death was not followed by upheaval, but it exposed vulnerabilities within a royal system increasingly dependent on military and bureaucratic factions. His successors, Ramesses IV through Ramesses XI, carried royal names that evoked stability, yet each ruled over a state in slow retreat. Ramesses IV attempted to continue large-scale building works, most notably at the Valley of the Kings and at Wadi Hammamat, where quarrying expeditions sought to revive the grandeur of earlier reigns. Administrative records from these projects list thousands of laborers, soldiers, and artisans, but they also reveal the strain of logistics. Rations were short, supplies delayed, and the frequency of requisition orders reflected systemic inefficiency. The pharaoh could still command labor, but the machinery that had once mobilized entire provinces now functioned only intermittently. Ramesses V and VI governed amid further contraction. Tax registers from their reigns describe extensive temple estates controlling vast tracts of arable land. The priesthood of Ammonius at Thebes had grown from a religious institution into a parallel government. Endowments granted during the prosperous 18th and early 19th dynasties continued to expand through royal donations, until by the time of Ramesses IX, nearly two-thirds of Upper Egypt's wealth was administered by temple personnel. The high priest of Ammonius was no longer merely the chief ritual intermediary. He commanded troops, oversaw granaries, and directed trade along the Nile. The title carried real political weight, one that increasingly rivaled the pharaoh's own authority. Archaeological evidence from this late period, particularly from Deir el-Medina, the village of royal tomb builders, reveals social conditions in vivid detail. Ostraca and papyri record not only inventories and work schedules, but also complaints, petitions, and strikes. The workmen of Deir el-Medina, whose labor carved the royal tombs in the Valley of the Kings, went unpaid for weeks at a time. In the 29th year of Ramesses III, they halted work and marched to the local authorities demanding rations. This event, the first recorded labor strike in history, was both a symptom and a precedent. Through the next century, similar grievances appear, indicating chronic shortages and administrative paralysis. The state still maintained the rhetoric of order, yet its daily operations reflected erosion from within. By the reign of Ramesses IX and X, Egypt's foreign influence had vanished. The forts along the Sinai and the Levant had long been abandoned. Trade with Byblos, once a source of cedar and luxury goods, became sporadic. Inscriptions from Byblos mention appeals to Egyptian kings for gold that went unanswered, suggesting that Egypt could no longer sustain the exchange that had underpinned its diplomacy. To the south, Nubia remained nominally under Egyptian control, but local rulers were increasingly autonomous, maintaining Egyptian cultural forms while governing independently. The imperial map that had stretched from the Fourth Cataract to the Euphrates was now reduced to the Nile Valley itself. Amid this contraction, a new duality of power emerged. In Upper Egypt, the high priests of Ammonius effectively governed from Thebes. In Lower Egypt, the pharaoh and his officials continued to rule from Pyramus or Tanis. Both spheres acknowledged each other in inscriptions, but their autonomy was clear. The priests justified their authority through theology. As representatives of Ammonius, they claimed to preserve Ma'at when the throne faltered. The king, in turn, depended on temple rituals to legitimize his rule. The relationship was symbiotic but unstable, a delicate balance between divine and temporal power that often tipped toward rivalry. Under Ramesses XI, the last ruler of the 20th dynasty, this division became explicit. His reign, extending perhaps 27 years, witnessed the formal separation of Egypt into northern and southern domains. Contemporary documents describe a period known as the Weum Mesut, or repetition of births, a kind of political and religious renaissance proclaimed to mark renewed order. In practice, it was an acknowledgement that authority in Thebes had passed to the high priest Herihor, who assumed royal titles and iconography while still professing loyalty to Ramesses XI. Temple reliefs show Herihor depicted as king within Thebes, performing rituals that traditionally only the pharaoh could enact. It was the first time in Egyptian history that a priest publicly adopted royal insignia while a pharaoh still reigned. Herihor's rise represents more than a power grab. It was an institutional adaptation. The traditional monarchy had become too weak to maintain Egypt's vast religious infrastructure, and the priesthood filled the vacuum. The economy of temple estates provided stability when royal taxation faltered, ensuring that local communities received rations and employment. Yet this shift transformed Egypt's political structure from a unified monarchy into a confederation of regional powers. The north remained under nominal royal administration, while the south evolved into a theocratic state centered on Ammonius' cult. The archaeology of this transition underscores its gradual nature. Inscriptions from Thebes continue to invoke the living king, while tombs and stelae in the delta reference the high priests as semi-divine figures. Administrative papyri, such as those from the House of Life, show correspondence between Theban and northern officials, often negotiating supplies and temple donations. These records convey a picture not of civil war, but of decentralized coexistence. Egypt was no longer an empire but a federation of religious and local authorities, held together by the enduring cultural belief that the land of the Nile was sacred and indivisible. During this same period, the royal tombs of earlier pharaohs suffered extensive looting. The tomb robbery papyri, dated to the late 20th dynasty, detailed judicial proceedings against gangs of laborers, guards, and officials who had broken into royal sepulchres to steal gold and precious stones. The testimonies, recorded with bureaucratic precision, reveal economic desperation even among state employees. To preserve the mummies of past kings from further desecration, priests gathered and reburied them in hidden caches, most famously the Deir el-Bahari cache, TT 320, discovered in the 19th century. Within it lay more than 50 royal mummies, including those of Seti I, Ramesses II, and Thutmose III, moved and rewrapped during the time of Herihor and his successors. This act of preservation by the priesthood symbolizes the closing of an era. The kings who had once ruled the known world were now guarded in secrecy by the servants of the god who had replaced them in power. As the 11th century BCE progressed, the division between north and south hardened. In the delta, a new line of rulers established themselves at Tanis, adopting the trappings of the old capital Pyramus, whose branches of the Nile had silted up. These kings, beginning with Smendes, Nesbonebjd, founded the 21st dynasty, marking the formal beginning of the Third Intermediate Period. Smendes appears in contemporary documents as a powerful noble and administrator during the late years of Ramesses XI, suggesting that the transfer of authority in the north was peaceful. His regime maintained diplomatic ties with Thebes, and religious dedications continued in the name of Ammonius, implying a negotiated balance between the two centers of power. The reign of Smins and his successors is often viewed as a time of decline, yet it also reveals adaptation. Egypt no longer pursued imperial conquest. Instead, it turned inward, consolidating resources and preserving traditions. Monumental construction diminished, but temple repairs, stelae, and local shrines attest to continued devotion. The artistic style of the period, characterized by delicate line work and introspective expressions, reflects a society looking to its past for stability. The vast administrative archives of earlier dynasties had shrunk, yet literacy among the priestly class remained high, ensuring that texts, rituals, and hymns were copied and transmitted faithfully. In Upper Egypt, the descendants of Herihor maintained hereditary control as high priests of Ammonius, effectively ruling Thebes as semi-independent monarchs. Their inscriptions blend religious and political authority, referring to themselves as chosen by Ammonius and overseers of both lands. They managed local taxation, trade with Nubia, and temple construction. The integration of Nubian gold routes into Theban administration sustained their economy, while artisans continued to produce high-quality funerary goods and papyri. The great temples of Karnak and Luxor remained centers of pilgrimage, their processional festivals linking the people to the divine order even as the state around them fragmented. The geopolitical landscape of the Eastern Mediterranean during this period was profoundly different from that of the earlier New Kingdom. The great powers of the Late Bronze Age had vanished, replaced by smaller Iron Age states. In the Levant, the Phoenician cities of Tyre and Sidon emerged as maritime traders. The Israelites and Arameans established inland kingdoms, and Philistine cities occupied the southern coast. Egypt's role was now peripheral. Occasional diplomatic or commercial contact persisted, but the era of military intervention was over. The Nile Kingdom, once the axis of empire, had become one among many regional powers. This transformation did not occur abruptly, but through a steady process of decentralization. The temple estates, functioning as economic centers, provided continuity when royal bureaucracy collapsed. Their scribes kept land registers, their granaries fed local populations, and their archives preserved the intellectual traditions of Egypt's past. It was within these temple schools that the language, literature, and ritual knowledge of earlier ages were maintained, ensuring cultural survival even as political unity dissolved. In this sense, the dominance of the priesthood, though politically fragmentary, acted as a bridge between the imperial grandeur of the New Kingdom and the regional complexity of the following centuries. Material culture from the early Third Intermediate period shows both decline and innovation. Bronze became scarcer, replaced by iron tools and weapons imported through trade networks extending into the Mediterranean. Funerary practices shifted toward reusing older tombs and coffins, often with inscriptions repurposed or reinscribed for new owners. This recycling reflects economic constraint, but also a reverence for antiquity. The past had become a resource, materially and spiritually. Egyptian society was reorienting itself toward preservation rather than expansion. By the middle of the 11th century BCE, the line of Ramesses kings was remembered as the last embodiment of unified empire. Their temples still dominated the landscape, but their authority had become historical rather than practical. The new political order was defined by balance rather than hierarchy, a network of religious, military, and local powers maintaining equilibrium along the Nile. The system was fragile, yet it endured for nearly 2 centuries, demonstrating the remarkable resilience of Egyptian civilization. The late New Kingdom and early Third Intermediate period therefore represent not collapse, but transformation. Egypt's power contracted, but its cultural coherence remained intact. The kings of Tanis and the priests of Thebes continued to speak the same language of divine order, to record events in the same hieroglyphic forms, and to conduct rituals whose origins reached back to the dawn of the Old Kingdom. The continuity of tradition, even amid fragmentation, ensured that Egypt never truly disappeared. While foreign lands rose and fell around it, the Nile continued its rhythm, sustaining the communities that still saw themselves as custodians of an eternal heritage. As the 11th century drew to a close, the separate domains of North and South had learned to coexist. Trade routes to Nubia brought gold and ivory. Contacts with Phoenician merchants introduced new goods and artistic influences. Yet beneath this surface of stability, the balance of power was shifting once more. In the distant south, among the old provinces of Kush, new rulers were consolidating their own authority, adopting Egyptian religion and kingship as their model. In time, they would look north toward the land of their ancestors and claim its legacy as their own. Egypt's story, though fragmented, was far from finished. The next chapter would see its revival under foreign yet familiar hands. In the centuries that followed the weakening of Ramesside power, Egypt entered an age of shifting loyalties and layered sovereignties. The priests of Thebes and the kings of Tanis had stabilized the land after the collapse of the 20th dynasty, yet beneath this apparent equilibrium lay the seeds of new divisions. Local governors, often descended from military commanders or foreign mercenaries, began to assert hereditary control over their provinces. Among them were men of Libyan origin, descendants of settlers who had been incorporated into the Egyptian army generations earlier. They spoke Egyptian, married into local families, and worshipped the gods of the Nile, but they retained a clan-based organization distinct from the old bureaucratic order. Over time, their influence spread from the western delta into the heart of the country. Archaeological traces of these early Libyan chieftains appear in funerary stelae and small temple dedications dating to the 10th century BCE. They adopt Egyptian titles, chief of the Ma, great of the house of the gods, yet preserve tribal genealogies alongside them. The inscriptions reveal a gradual merging of two traditions, Egypt's bureaucratic hierarchy and the kin-based networks of the Libyan migrants. This blending of structures helped sustain local administration during a period when the central state was too weak to enforce unity. In effect, Egypt became a mosaic of small, semi-autonomous domains bound together by shared ritual and language rather than by royal command. From this milieu emerged Shoshenq, a Libyan military leader who had risen through the ranks of the Tanite court. Around 945 BCE, he seized power and founded the 22nd dynasty, inaugurating an era often called the Libyan period. His reign marked a conscious attempt to restore national cohesion while acknowledging the realities of regional rule. Shoshenq placed his sons in key priestly and military positions, creating a network of loyalty that extended from Bubastis in the delta to Thebes in the south. In Thebes, his son Iapit served as high priest of Ammonius, a deliberate strategy to reconcile the hereditary priesthood with royal authority. This policy of family appointments ensured short-term stability, but also institutionalized the fragmentation of power. Each prince ruled his district as a semi-independent vassal of the throne. Shoshenq's foreign policy reveals the persistence of Egypt's outward-looking ambitions. Biblical and inscriptional sources record a campaign into the southern Levant, where he sought to reassert control over trade routes once dominated by the new kingdom. The reliefs at Karnak list conquered towns in Palestine, confirming that the old imperial impulse still flickered. Yet these expeditions were less about empire than prestige. The booty and tributes returned to Egypt-financed temple projects, reinforcing the ideological image of a victorious pharaoh even as practical control abroad remained limited. In this sense, Shoshenq functioned as both restorer and realist, evoking past glories to legitimize a kingdom that now existed primarily within its own borders. After his death, the balance he had achieved gradually eroded. Successive kings of the 22nd dynasty ruled from Bubastis and Tanis, while rival branches of the family governed from Heracleopolis, Leontopolis, and Thebes. The high priesthood of Ammonius again became a hereditary office, sometimes occupied by royal daughters, creating a complex web of political religious alliances. Egypt remained prosperous in parts. The delta's trade with the Mediterranean flourished, and artisans continued to produce fine bronzes and faience. Yet the unity of state ideology weakened. Each regional ruler built his own small temples and inscribed his own royal cartouches, suggesting that the concept of divine kingship had become plural. The old notion of one pharaoh for two lands gave way to a patchwork sovereignty shared among many. The archaeological record from this Libyan era offers subtle testimony to continuity beneath apparent change. The hieroglyphic language persisted, though administrative papyri show increasing use of vernacular forms that would later evolve into Demotic. The art of the period often imitates older styles, with statues deliberately carved in the manner of Middle Kingdom prototypes. Such archaism was not mere nostalgia, it expressed a deliberate cultural policy. By visually aligning themselves with the ancient kings, Libyan rulers claimed legitimacy as guardians of tradition. The temples they repaired, at Bubastis, Tanis, and Karnak, were inscribed with hymns emphasizing renewal and cyclical rebirth, themes that resonated with a people seeking permanence amid political flux. While the Libyan dynasties held Egypt's north, the southern regions around Thebes and beyond remained more fluid. The priestly families there maintained connections with Nubia, where Egyptian influence had endured since the New Kingdom occupation. By the 9th century BCE, the once colonial province of Kush had developed into an independent kingdom centered at Napata, near the sacred mountain of Jebel Barkal. Archaeological excavations at El Karu and Gebel Barkal show that the Kushites adopted Egyptian hieroglyphs, architecture, and religious iconography, especially the cult of Ammonius. Temples in Nubia replicated Theban models, with pylons, hypostyle halls, and processional routes aligned to the sun's path. Yet the art also reveals African elements, distinctive pottery forms, local deities, and royal representations with Nubian physiognomy. This fusion produced a hybrid culture that was both Egyptian in ideology and African in identity. As Egypt's Libyan dynasties quarreled among themselves, the kingdom of Kush grew stronger. Its rulers traced their ancestry to the earlier Egyptian pharaohs, viewing themselves as inheritors of the same divine mandate. Trade along the Nile linked the two regions. Gold, ivory, and cattle flowed north, while manufactured goods and religious authority traveled south. The cult of Ammonius at Napata maintained correspondence with Theban priests, reinforcing a sense of shared spiritual community. Over generations, these ties deepened until the boundaries between Egyptian and Kushite belief blurred. When political opportunity arose, the Kushite kings were well prepared to act not as conquerors from abroad, but as restorers of a sacred order that Egypt itself had neglected. By the late 8th century BCE, internal rivalry among the Libyan princes had weakened the delta beyond repair. Inscriptions list multiple contemporaneous kings, Osorkon III at Tanis, Taklot III at Heracleopolis, and local rulers in the western oases. Each minted his own regnal year and dedicated offerings in his own name. To the south, a powerful figure emerged, Pianki, king of Kush. His reign represents one of the most remarkable reversals in ancient history, a reassertion of Egyptian unity from the periphery rather than the center. Pi's inscriptions, especially the great stela from Gebel Barkal, narrate his campaign northward not as conquest, but as purification. He describes himself as the true son of Ammonius, sent to restore Maat where chaos had prevailed. The document's tone is religious rather than martial, reflecting a worldview in which political control and spiritual harmony were indistinguishable. Archaeological evidence corroborates this synthesis of piety and power. When Pi advanced into Upper Egypt around 730 BCE, local governors welcomed him as a legitimate restorer rather than an invader. He performed rituals at Karnak, received the homage of Theban priests, and issued decrees confirming existing temple privileges. Only when he reached the delta did he encounter resistance from the Libyan princes, whose coalition he defeated after a series of sieges recorded with meticulous detail on his stela. Yet even in victory, Pi avoided the trappings of foreign domination. He ordered the defeated rulers to swear loyalty to Ammonius and to maintain their offices under his suzerainty. Then he returned to Napata, declaring that he had achieved what the gods desired, the reunification of the two lands. This moment marks the beginning of the 25th dynasty, often called the Kushite or Nubian dynasty. It represents both continuity and renewal. Egypt once again ruled by kings who revered its ancient traditions, but whose political base lay far to the south. The Kushite rulers adopted full Egyptian titulary, commissioned temples in both Napata and Thebes, and restored monuments neglected for centuries. Their art, characterized by powerful forms and idealized features, drew consciously on Old and Middle Kingdom prototypes. They viewed themselves as heirs to a sacred heritage rather than as founders of something new. Through their patronage, hieroglyphic inscriptions regained precision, and architectural projects resumed on a scale unseen since the Ramessides. The unification achieved by Pi was further consolidated under his successors, particularly Shabaka, Shabitku, and Taharqa. Each of these kings continued to rule from the Nubian capital of Napata while maintaining close oversight of Egypt through a network of governors, priests, and loyal administrators. Their reigns, spanning most of the 8th and early 7th centuries BCE, brought an unmistakable sense of revival. Across the Nile Valley, temples once neglected were re-cleansed and re-endowed, statues of gods restored, and ancient festivals revived with renewed grandeur. Inscriptions from this era consciously echo the language of Egypt's distant golden ages, invoking the pyramid builders and the divine rulers of the past as spiritual ancestors. Shabaka, the brother and successor of Pi, made a decisive effort to institutionalize this sense of restoration. Upon ascending the throne, he moved his royal residence to Memphis, the ancient capital of the Old Kingdom, thereby symbolically linking his dynasty to the earliest pharaohs. One of the most significant artifacts from his reign is the Shabaka stone, an inscription carved on basalt that preserves a theological treatise from Memphis known as the Memphite theology. It presents the god Ptah as creator of the world through thought and speech, offering an intellectual synthesis of theology and kingship. By commissioning this text, Shabaka sought to revive Egypt's philosophical and religious heritage, integrating it with the Kushite ideology of divine legitimacy. The stone, though later damaged, demonstrates how deliberately these rulers framed themselves as custodians of timeless wisdom rather than innovators of a new order. Shabaka's reign also saw attempts to strengthen Egypt's borders and re-establish influence abroad. While his predecessors had been cautious, he initiated limited campaigns in the Levant to reaffirm Egypt's role as a regional power. Yet the geopolitical landscape had changed. In the Near East, the Neo-Assyrian Empire had emerged as a formidable force, rapidly expanding under kings such as Tiglath-Pileser III and Sargon II. The Assyrians viewed the eastern Mediterranean not as a distant frontier, but as an essential corridor of trade and tribute. Egypt's reappearance under the Kushites brought these two civilizations into inevitable contact. The successor Shabitku maintained the delicate balance between diplomatic restraint and military preparedness. His reign is less documented, but surviving inscriptions indicate continued temple building and religious patronage. He also confronted growing tensions in the Delta, where local princes remained semi-independent. The power of the Kushite dynasty was strongest in Upper Egypt, anchored by Thebes and the enduring prestige of Ammonius priesthood, while in the north, the memory of Libyan rule persisted. The coexistence of multiple centers of authority mirrored Egypt's geography. The narrow valley fostered cohesion. The wide delta encouraged dispersion. Shabitku's policies sought to reconcile these realities by emphasizing spiritual unity through shared ritual rather than administrative uniformity through force. Under Taharqa, who reigned from roughly 690 to 664 BCE, the Kushite Renaissance reached its zenith. His inscriptions portray a ruler of immense ambition and religious devotion. Born in Nubia, Taharqa had spent his youth in Egypt and was steeped in both cultures. Once enthroned, he embarked on a vast program of construction rivaling the achievements of earlier dynasties. At Karnak and Luxor, he erected colossal columns and decorated reliefs celebrating Ammonius' favor. At Kawa and Gebel Barkal in Nubia, he built temples that mirrored their Egyptian counterparts, complete with hieroglyphic inscriptions and ritual architecture. His works reflect not only wealth, but also an ideological goal, to bind Upper Egypt and Kush into a single, sacred dominion. Archaeological surveys of Taharqa's monuments reveal consistent themes of renewal and divine legitimacy. He frequently invoked Ammonius as the universal deity who had chosen him to maintain Ma'at across both lands. The iconography of his temples often includes images of the pharaoh being suckled by goddesses or embraced by Ammonius, visual metaphors for the continuity of divine order. His queen, known as the god's wife of Ammonius, played an influential role in Theban ritual, emphasizing the matrilineal aspect of royal power characteristic of both Egyptian and Nubian traditions. Through these measures, Taharqa attempted to recreate a unified vision of kingship rooted in ancient faith, but responsive to his own era's challenges. Those challenges soon multiplied. To the northeast, Assyria under Esarhaddon and Ashurbanipal had expanded deep into the Levant and turned its attention toward Egypt. The Assyrian kings, masters of siege warfare and logistics, regarded the Nile Delta as both a prize and a potential threat. Egypt's influence over small Levantine states was viewed as interference in Assyrian imperial interests. Taharqa's alliances with anti-Assyrian coalitions, particularly with the cities of Judah and Tyre, provoked direct confrontation. In 671 BCE, Esarhaddon launched a massive invasion, advancing through Sinai with a disciplined army equipped with iron weapons and mobile siege engines. Despite Taharqa's resistance, the Assyrians captured Memphis, briefly occupying Lower Egypt. Taharqa retreated south, but did not relinquish his cause. Within a few years, he re-emerged, reorganized his forces, and reclaimed the delta. The struggle between Assyria and Egypt became a contest of endurance, with the Nile serving alternately as barrier and conduit. Assyrian records describe their campaigns in detail, listing Egyptian cities subdued and rulers installed as vassals. Yet, even in defeat, Taharqa retained a sense of spiritual victory. His inscriptions at Kawa portray these events not as loss, but as divine testing, a reaffirmation that kingship was measured by piety as much as by conquest. Ultimately, in 667 BCE, Ashurbanipal mounted a final invasion that forced Taharqa to withdraw permanently to Nubia. His successor, Tanatamani, attempted one last reconquest but was defeated near Memphis. By 664 BCE, the Assyrians had established control over the delta and installed Psammetichus Asai, a native Egyptian prince from Sais, as their ally. Thus began the 26th dynasty, or Sate period, which would later achieve a remarkable cultural revival under indigenous rule. For the Kushite kings, Egypt was lost, but their influence endured. They continued to reign from Napata, later moving their capital to Meroe, where their civilization flourished for nearly a millennium more. The legacy of the Kushite interlude in Egyptian history is complex and enduring. Politically, it demonstrated that the idea of Egypt transcended geography. A dynasty originating far beyond the First Cataract could credibly claim and exercise pharaonic authority because it embodied the spiritual and cultural tenets of Egyptian civilization. The Kushite rulers were not foreign usurpers, but participants in a trans-Nile continuum of belief and governance that had evolved over centuries. Their reigns revitalized temple architecture, revived theological scholarship, and reaffirmed the central role of Ammonius in state ideology. Archaeological evidence from Nubia shows that the Kushite pharaohs maintained pyramid building long after Egypt itself had abandoned the practice. The cemeteries of El Kuru and Nuri, with their steep-sided pyramids and chapel facades, bear witness to this synthesis of Egyptian form and African adaptation. The tombs contain hieroglyphic texts, canopic equipment, and ritual scenes directly inspired by New Kingdom prototypes, yet rendered in distinctly Nubian style. This cultural dialogue across the Nile corridor created one of the most sustained legacies of ancient African statecraft, extending Egypt's intellectual and artistic influence deep into the continent. Historians and archaeologists now view this era as a moment of redefinition rather than decline. The Kushite pharaohs preserved Egypt's literary and ritual traditions at a time when many could have been lost. By the 7th century BCE, they had reasserted the relevance of ancient values in a changing world. Their fusion of Nubian and Egyptian elements anticipated later cultural syntheses under Persian and Hellenistic rule, demonstrating that Egypt's resilience lay in its capacity to absorb and transform external influences without losing its core identity. The close of Taharqa's reign therefore represents both an end and a continuity. Assyrian domination introduced new political realities, but the idea of a unified Nile Valley shaped by shared religious vision persisted. When later Sate kings rebuilt Egypt's fortunes, They did so upon foundations strengthened by the Kushite revival of learning and piety. The enduring image of the pharaoh as a moral and cosmic intermediary, an image consciously revived by Pi and his successors, would outlive empires and serve as a model for centuries of rulers to come. In the broader arc of Egyptian civilization, the Libyan and Kushite centuries mark the transition from imperial grandeur to cultural resilience. They reveal a society no longer defined by conquest, but by continuity, no longer sustained by vast territories, but by memory, language, and ritual. The political fragmentation of the Libyan period and the subsequent reunification under the Kushites illustrate the cyclical rhythm that had always governed the Nile world. Dissolution followed by renewal, division followed by restoration. The monuments of Bubastis, Thebes, and Napata alike attest to a civilization that adapted its forms without surrendering its essence. As the 7th century BCE unfolded, Egypt would face new conquerors and new transformations, the Assyrians, Persians, Greeks, and Romans, but the intellectual and spiritual revival initiated by the Kushite kings ensured that the voice of the ancient pharaohs did not fall silent. Theirs was not merely a political chapter, but a reaffirmation of the cultural unity of the Nile Valley. Through the temples they restored and the doctrines they revived, the idea of Egypt remained alive, a land whose continuity depended less on its rulers than on its enduring conversation between past and present. Over the following generations, that conversation would find new expression in the Sate Renaissance, as Egypt reasserted itself under Psammetichus and his successors. Yet the Sate kings built upon the foundations laid by Pi, Shabaka, and Taharka, rulers who, from their distant homeland in Kush, had reminded the world that Egypt's history was not a straight line of decline, but a cycle of renewal. Their legacy, inscribed in stone and memory alike, stands as testimony to the capacity of tradition to regenerate itself in the face of change. Thus, as the Libyan and Kushite centuries gave way to new dynasties, Egypt's story continued, an unbroken thread of civilization stretching from the deserts of Nubia to the shores of the Mediterranean, from the first unifiers of the Nile to those who would, time and again, restore the balance of Ma'at in a world forever in flux. When the Kushite kings withdrew from Egypt in the mid-7th century BCE, the landscape they left behind was both fractured and resilient. Centuries of division, foreign influence, and periodic revival had not extinguished the structures of Egyptian civilization. The temples of Ammonius still functioned, scribes continued to copy sacred texts, and the Nile's rhythms dictated life, much as they always had. Into this environment emerged a new dynasty, one that would seek to restore Egyptian sovereignty while embracing the wider Mediterranean world that had begun to press against its borders. This was the Sate Renaissance, an era of deliberate restoration and pragmatic adaptation that redefined Egypt's identity in an age of empires. The founder of this new era was Psammetichus I, Psamtik, a prince from the delta city of Sais, who rose to prominence under the shadow of Assyrian power. Around 664 BCE, following the withdrawal of the Assyrian armies that had defeated the last Kushite pharaohs, Egypt was divided among a network of local rulers. The Assyrians, concerned primarily with maintaining regional stability, supported Psammetichus as a loyal vassal. Yet he quickly transformed this limited mandate into a program of unification. By consolidating alliances with neighboring Delta rulers and by securing the loyalty of military contingents, including foreign mercenaries, he gradually extended his authority southward along the Nile. Within a decade, Psammetichus had achieved what had eluded Egypt for centuries, a reunified kingdom under indigenous rule. Psammetichus's strategy for rebuilding Egypt rested on both traditional legitimacy and pragmatic modernization. He restored temples, reinstated priesthoods, and revived ancient festivals, thereby presenting himself as the natural heir to Egypt's enduring spiritual order. At the same time, he opened Egypt to new commercial and cultural connections, particularly with the Greek world, which had begun to expand its maritime reach. Archaeological evidence from Naucratis, a trading port founded in the western delta, reveals how this policy transformed the Egyptian economy. Greek merchants from cities such as Miletus and Rhodes established permanent enclaves there, exchanging wine, olive oil, and silver for Egyptian grain, papyrus, and luxury goods. The arrangement was closely regulated. The port functioned under Egyptian supervision, and Greek settlers were required to respect local customs and religious boundaries. Yet the result was a dynamic cross-cultural exchange that introduced Egypt to the currents of Mediterranean trade while preserving its institutional autonomy. The State rulers understood that Egypt's survival depended on maintaining equilibrium between isolation and engagement. The army of Psammetichus reflected this balance. Alongside native troops, he employed contingents of Ionian and Carian mercenaries, whose presence is recorded in inscriptions and in Herodotus's later accounts. These soldiers were stationed at key fortresses, including Daphne, modern Tel Defina, serving both as border guards and as symbols of Egypt's new cosmopolitanism. Their loyalty was secured through payment and privilege rather than assimilation, ensuring that military modernization did not threaten the social order. Egyptian officers retained ultimate command, and foreign troops were integrated into a system that prioritized stability above conquest. Religious policy during the State period demonstrated a similar blend of reverence and reform. Temples across the land underwent restoration, their walls repaired, and their cults endowed with new resources. Psammetichus and his successors emphasized continuity with Egypt's deep past by reviving old kingdom artistic styles and adopting ancient royal titles. In Thebes, the office of the god's wife of Ammonius, traditionally held by a royal woman who symbolically married the deity, was revitalized as a means of consolidating religious unity between Upper and Lower Egypt. This position, now filled by princesses loyal to the State house, provided the pharaoh with indirect influence over the powerful Theban clergy. The arrangement demonstrated a political sophistication that relied more on ceremonial integration than on military coercion. Economically, the State dynasty benefited from Egypt's unparalleled agricultural productivity. The Nile Valley, rejuvenated by the steady floods of the 7th and 6th centuries BCE, yielded abundant grain harvests that sustained both domestic consumption and export. Egyptian grain became a sought-after commodity across the eastern Mediterranean, especially in Greek markets suffering from limited arable land. This exchange introduced Egypt to a form of monetary economy previously unfamiliar. Greek coinage began to circulate alongside traditional barter systems, subtly reshaping trade practices. Yet the government maintained tight control over foreign merchants, ensuring that Egypt remained the senior partner in all transactions. The State's centralization under Sais allowed for effective taxation, canal maintenance, and internal policing, elements that had been weakened during prior centuries of decentralization. The reign of Necho II, son of Psammetichus, continued and expanded these policies. Ascending the throne around 610 BCE, Necho inherited a secure and prosperous kingdom, but faced the challenge of preserving its independence amid the shifting balance of power in the Near East. To the northeast, the Assyrian Empire had collapsed under pressure from the Babylonians and Medes, leaving a power vacuum in Syria and Palestine. Necho, recognizing both the danger and the opportunity, launched military campaigns to assert Egyptian influence over the region. His forces advanced as far as the Euphrates, attempting to check the rise of Babylonian dominance. Though ultimately defeated at Carchemish in 605 BCE by the Babylonian crown prince Nebuchadnezzar II, Necho's campaigns reflected Egypt's reemergence as a regional actor after centuries of retreat. One of Necho's most remarkable undertakings was his attempt to construct a canal linking the Nile to the Red Sea, a precursor to the modern Suez Canal. Herodotus attributes this project to Necho, describing how tens of thousands of laborers were employed in the effort. The canal would have facilitated trade between the Mediterranean and the Indian Ocean, reinforcing Egypt's position at the intersection of continents. Though the project was eventually abandoned, possibly due to high mortality among workers or political instability, it testifies to the State ruler's ambition to harness Egypt's geography for economic advantage. Later Persian kings would complete similar works, drawing inspiration from these early State experiments in engineering and maritime logistics. Under Necho, Egypt also expanded its naval capabilities. He is credited with establishing a fleet on the Mediterranean, possibly crewed by Greek sailors, to secure coastal routes and protect commerce. There are even accounts of a circumnavigation of Africa conducted under his orders, undertaken by Phoenician sailors who, according to Herodotus, returned after 3 years of voyage, reporting that they had seen the sun on their right-hand side, a detail consistent with modern geography. Whether this expedition occurred exactly as described is uncertain, but the very existence of such reports indicates Egypt's revived engagement with global exploration and seaborne trade. The cultural life of the Sate period reflected both nostalgia and innovation. Artists consciously emulated earlier styles, producing statues and reliefs that echoed the grace and proportion of Old Kingdom masterpieces. Yet these were not mere imitations. Subtle refinements in carving technique and realism reveal a society that revered its heritage while reinterpreting it through contemporary sensibilities. The reuse of ancient motifs, such as the idealized pose of a striding figure or the canonical proportions of divine imagery, was an assertion of continuity rather than stagnation. To the Egyptians of Sais, the past was not a distant memory, but a living source of legitimacy and meaning. In literature and scholarship, similar patterns of revival are evident. The House of Life, an institution attached to major temples where scribes copied and studied sacred texts, flourished once more. Copies of religious and medical papyri were produced with remarkable accuracy, preserving traditions that reached back 2 millennia. The Sate scribes regarded themselves as guardians of eternal wisdom. They standardized grammatical forms and orthography, effectively creating a classical version of the Egyptian language that later generations would use as a model. This conscious archaism lent the Sate period an aura of deliberate permanence, a civilization reaffirming its identity through the codification of its intellectual past. Socially, the Sate age was one of stability and structured hierarchy. The agricultural economy supported a complex bureaucracy that ensured the smooth collection of taxes and the maintenance of public works. The class of administrators and scribes grew in prestige, their education emphasizing moral instruction as much as technical skill. In villages along the Nile, everyday life continued with little disruption. Farmers sowed and harvested according to the flood cycles. Artisans worked in bronze and faience, and families participated in communal festivals dedicated to local deities. The contrast between the tranquil rhythm of daily existence and the grand politics of empire underscored the durability of Egypt's social fabric, a system sustained by custom as much as by royal decree. Yet beneath this surface of order, the external pressures on Egypt were intensifying. The Babylonian Empire, having succeeded the Assyrians as the dominant power of Mesopotamia, sought control over the Levantine trade routes that Egypt also coveted. In 601 BCE, Necho II faced renewed conflict when Babylonian forces advanced westward. Although neither side achieved decisive victory, Egypt's capacity for sustained foreign campaigns diminished. The economic strain of maintaining mercenary armies and naval operations began to weigh heavily on the treasury. Still, Egypt remained prosperous compared to its neighbors, and the prestige of its ancient civilization commanded respect across the Mediterranean. The reign of Psammetichus II, who succeeded Necho around 595 BCE, continued Egypt's diplomatic balancing act. He led expeditions into Nubia, reasserting symbolic control over the southern frontier, and maintained relations with Greek city-states, which continued to supply mercenaries and trade goods. Greek inscriptions discovered on monuments at Abu Simbel attest to these interactions. One graffito, carved by Greek soldiers, records their participation in Psammetichus's campaign. Such traces of cross-cultural presence mark the Sate period as a time of unprecedented international contact. Egypt had become not only a receiver of foreign influences, but a participant in a wider network of exchange that spanned from the Aegean to the Red Sea. By the mid-6th century BCE, under Apries, Wahiber, and later Amasis, almost II, Egypt stood at a crossroads between tradition and transformation. Apries pursued ambitious foreign policies, intervening in the affairs of Phoenicia and Judah, but internal dissent grew as military failures and economic burdens mounted. His reliance on Greek mercenaries alienated parts of the native army, leading to rebellion. The general Amasis, seizing the moment, rose to power with broad support, inaugurating what would become the final flourishing of independent Egyptian rule. His reign, which would span 4 decades, marked both the zenith and the twilight of Egypt's autonomy, a civilization drawing upon its ancient depth to face a world that was becoming irreversibly interconnected. When Amasis II ascended the throne around 570 BCE, Egypt found itself both vulnerable and full of potential. The internal upheavals that had brought him to power had demonstrated how fragile unity could be when foreign alliances and domestic loyalties diverged. Yet Amasis possessed the political acumen to turn that uncertainty into opportunity. His reign would become a masterclass in balancing diplomacy, commerce, and cultural revival, a final moment of brilliance before the Persian conquest altered Egypt's trajectory forever. Amasis began by consolidating his legitimacy. Although he was not of royal blood, he understood the symbolic importance of continuity. He reaffirmed his devotion to the traditional gods, funded massive restoration works at temples across the land, and commissioned statues of himself in the timeless pose of the ideal pharaoh, serene and eternal. In doing so, he grounded his rule within Egypt's oldest iconography while presenting himself as a reformer who could reconcile the country's dual character, deeply traditional yet increasingly globalized. His most significant political challenge lay in managing Egypt's relationship with the Greek world. By the 6th century BCE, Greek colonization and trade had reached new heights. The port of Naucratis, first established under Psammeticus I, had grown into a bustling hub of commerce and cultural exchange. Greek communities there, organized around sanctuaries dedicated to both Egyptian and Greek deities, enjoyed a unique legal and religious autonomy. Rather than suppressing their presence, Amasis cultivated it. He signed formal treaties with Greek city-states such as Miletus and Samos, granting their merchants special privileges in exchange for military support and access to maritime trade routes. This policy yielded immediate benefits. Egyptian exports of grain, flax, and papyrus increased dramatically, while imports of luxury goods, fine pottery, and art brought new aesthetic influences into the country. Amasis also encouraged intermarriage and personal diplomacy. According to later Greek sources, he even married Laodice, a Greek woman from Cyrene, symbolizing Egypt's new alignment with the Hellenic world. While the accuracy of this account is uncertain, it reflects how contemporaries perceived his rule as one that bridged two civilizations. The Greeks, in turn, regarded Amasis as a wise and benevolent monarch. Herodotus, writing a century later, described him as practical, humorous, and just, a ruler who understood both the grandeur of kingship and the realities of everyday governance. Culturally, Amasis's reign saw the Sate aesthetic reach its maturity. Artists perfected the revivalist style that had begun under Psammeticus, creating works that combined the precision of earlier dynasties with the refinement of new techniques. Stone statues from Sais and Memphis exhibit a remarkable polish and anatomical realism. The serene faces of these figures, with their faint smiles and symmetrical proportions, convey the confidence of a civilization at peace with its heritage. Relief carvings once again depicted royal rituals, offerings to the gods, and scenes of daily life, an assertion that Egypt remained the eternal order in a world of shifting powers. Amasis invested heavily in temple construction, particularly at Sais, his capital. Excavations have revealed traces of vast enclosures and sanctuaries dedicated to the goddess Neith, whom the Sates revered as a primordial creator. Inscriptions celebrate her as Mother of the Gods, aligning her with both ancient Egyptian and emerging Hellenic cosmologies. The king's devotion to Neith symbolized his role as guardian of the divine feminine principle central to Egyptian theology. At the same time, temples in Thebes, Memphis, and Philae received renewed attention, creating a network of sacred centers that reinforced unity across the two lands. Economically, Egypt thrived under Amasis's policies. The royal administration streamlined taxation and standardized measures of weight and volume, improving accountability across provinces. The delta's fertile fields, combined with irrigation improvements, produced surpluses that sustained both the population and the export economy. Egypt became a key supplier of grain to Mediterranean markets, earning the admiration of foreign traders who depended on the reliability of its harvests. Amesis's government also encouraged crafts and industries. Linen weaving, glassmaking, and faience production reached high levels of sophistication. Egyptian artisans exported luxury goods that were prized across the Greek world, including elaborately decorated amulets and ritual vessels. Yet prosperity also brought new dependencies. As Greek influence grew, so too did Egypt's reliance on foreign expertise and trade intermediaries. Greek soldiers served as mercenaries in the Egyptian army. Greek merchants controlled much of the seaborne commerce. The old isolation that had once protected Egypt from external manipulation was now gone. While Amesis managed this integration skillfully, the balance was precarious. Beyond Egypt's borders, a new imperial force was rising, the Persian Empire, forged by Cyrus the Great. In a few decades, it would sweep across Asia, incorporating Babylon, Lydia, and eventually turning its gaze toward the Nile. Diplomatically, Amesis sought to build alliances to counter the Persian threat. He maintained close relations with Polycrates of Samos, one of the most powerful Greek rulers of the era, and cultivated ties with the city-state of Cyrene in North Africa. These partnerships aimed to secure Egypt's western and maritime flanks, allowing it to focus military strength along the northeastern frontier. Amesis also entered into treaties with Croesus of Lydia, another wealthy and expansionist power of the time. But the rapid conquests of Cyrus rendered many of these alliances obsolete before they could bear fruit. By 546 BCE, Persia had absorbed Lydia. Within a decade, it dominated the entire Near East. Egypt suddenly stood as the last independent kingdom between Persia and the Mediterranean. Internally, Amesis faced growing challenges from the priesthood and provincial elites. The wealth generated by trade and temple endowments had concentrated in powerful institutions that sometimes operated beyond royal oversight. While the king maintained public harmony through ritual and diplomacy, the underlying tension between central authority and local privilege persisted. His administration responded with reforms that strengthened provincial governance, ensuring that taxes and grain deliveries reached the capital efficiently. These bureaucratic refinements reflected Egypt's deep administrative tradition, a system that, despite millennia of change, remained astonishingly effective. Amesis's later years were marked by careful stewardship rather than expansion. He seemed to understand that Egypt's greatest strength lay not in conquest, but in endurance. By cultivating learning, art, and commerce, he ensured that the intellectual legacy of Egypt remained intact even as the political landscape darkened. Temples continued to serve as centers of education and science. Astronomers refined the solar calendar. Physicians compiled medical papyri that combined empirical observation with spiritual understanding. In the scribal schools, the wisdom literature of earlier ages was recopied, reinforcing the ethical ideals that had guided Egyptian civilization since the pyramid texts: moderation, truth, and the maintenance of Ma'at, the cosmic order. When Amesis died in 526 BCE, he left his son Psammetichus III a kingdom still prosperous but dangerously exposed. Within a year, the Persian king Cambyses II launched an invasion. Persian armies, battle-hardened and supported by naval contingents from Phoenicia and Cyprus, advanced through the Sinai with little resistance. Egyptian defenses, weakened by internal rivalries and the sheer scale of the Persian force, collapsed after the Battle of Pelusium in 525 BCE. Psammetichus III was captured, and Egypt was incorporated into the vast Achaemenid Empire as a satrapy. For the first time in nearly 3 millennia, the land of the pharaohs came under foreign imperial rule that sought not merely influence, but direct governance. Yet even under Persian domination, the legacy of the Sate Renaissance endured. The temples Amesis restored continued to function. The scribal traditions he fostered preserved Egypt's intellectual continuity. Persian kings, recognizing the prestige of Egypt's priesthood, adopted elements of its ceremonial language and iconography. They portrayed themselves in traditional pharaonic poses and funded temple projects to legitimize their rule. The idea of Egypt, its gods, its rituals, its hieroglyphs, remained potent enough to transcend conquest. The Sate period thus represents the last great flowering of native Egyptian civilization before the sequence of foreign empires that would follow: Persian, Greek, Roman, and Byzantine. It was a moment when the ancient and the modern briefly coexisted, when the temples of Neith and the ships of Greek merchants shared the same horizon, when Egyptian kings could still claim descent from gods even as they negotiated treaties with distant nations. It demonstrated that Egypt's strength lay not in isolation, but in its ability to absorb and reinterpret the world around it without losing its essence. The end of the Sate dynasty was not the end of Egypt's story. Instead, it marked the beginning of its transformation into a participant in the interconnected empires of the classical age. Through its scholars, artisans, and religious traditions, Egypt would continue to influence the cultures that succeeded it, from Persia and Greece to Rome and beyond. The world that followed would remember the Sate kings as the last custodians of the old order, those who, in an age of change, had reaffirmed the enduring principle of Ma'at, the harmony between humanity, nature, and the divine. Over the coming centuries, this principle would adapt to new languages and new rulers, but its essence would persist. In that persistence lay the true triumph of Egypt's civilization, not its armies or its monuments alone, but its capacity to maintain continuity through transformation, a lesson that would echo long after the last Sate pharaoh had passed into history. The Persian conquest of Egypt in 525 BCE marked a profound transformation in the political and cultural life of the Nile Valley. For the first time in recorded history, Egypt was not merely influenced by a foreign power, but formally incorporated into an imperial system whose reach extended from the Indus to the Aegean. Under the Achaemenid Empire, Egypt became one of the empire's most prized satrapies, a land of wealth, agriculture, and sacred prestige. Yet the new rulers quickly realized that controlling such an ancient and complex society required more than military strength. It demanded an understanding of Egypt's traditions, its priesthood, and its concept of divine kingship. When Cambyses II defeated Psammetichus III at the Battle of Pelusium, he entered Memphis not only as a conqueror, but also as a cautious inheritor of a civilization older than his own. Historical sources, particularly Herodotus, portray him as harsh and impious, allegedly mocking the Egyptian gods and violating temple customs. However, archaeological evidence and administrative records suggest a more nuanced reality. Inscriptions from this early Persian period reveal attempts to integrate Egyptian officials into the imperial bureaucracy and to maintain traditional temple economies. The Persians adopted the title of pharaoh in their royal titulary, appearing in reliefs offering to Egyptian deities, a gesture aimed at legitimizing their rule through continuity rather than suppression. The Persian administration recognized the value of Egypt's long-established systems of governance. The satrapy of Egypt, known as Madraya in Old Persian inscriptions, was organized under a dual structure. A Persian military governor ensured loyalty to the great king, while Egyptian officials managed internal affairs, tax collection, and temple maintenance. This duality reflected the pragmatic nature of Achaemenid imperial policy, which often favored indirect control through local elites. In return for loyalty and tribute, Egypt retained a measure of autonomy in religious and cultural matters. Economically, the Persian period brought significant changes. Tribute demands were heavy, reflecting Egypt's status as a wealthy province. Grain shipments from the Nile Delta supplied imperial armies and supported major construction projects in Persia. Administrative tablets record the movement of commodities, livestock, and textiles as part of a sophisticated network connecting Egypt to Mesopotamia and beyond. To facilitate this integration, the Persians improved infrastructure. Canals were dredged, trade routes secured, and taxation standardized. Some projects, such as the reactivation of the canal linking the Nile to the Red Sea, echoed earlier Egyptian undertakings but were now executed within a broader imperial framework. Despite the material prosperity that some regions experienced, Persian rule also provoked resentment among the priesthood and local nobility. The temples, repositories of wealth and guardians of religious orthodoxy, resented imperial interference in their economic privileges. The annual tribute extracted from temple lands reduced their independence, while Persian officials sometimes appointed inspectors to monitor temple finances. Although the Persians often presented themselves as protectors of Egyptian religion, the tension between imperial pragmatism and local sanctity was constant. This discontent occasionally erupted into open rebellion, as the memory of native kingship remained strong among the Egyptian elite. The most notable early revolt occurred around 486 BC during the reign of Xerxes I, who had succeeded his father Darius the Great. Xerxes, preoccupied with campaigns in Greece, faced resistance in Egypt when local leaders attempted to restore a native dynasty. The uprising was suppressed with considerable force, and Xerxes responded by reorganizing the administration. He curtailed some of the autonomy previously enjoyed by Egyptian priests and replaced local officials with Persians or loyal foreigners. This marked a shift toward a more centralized imperial control, reducing Egypt's privileged status within the empire. Nevertheless, even under these constraints, Egyptian culture continued to flourish. The persistence of temple construction during the first Persian occupation testifies to a remarkable degree of continuity. At sites such as Hybes in the Kurgah Oasis, reliefs depict Darius I in full pharaonic regalia performing traditional rituals, accompanied by hieroglyphic inscriptions composed by Egyptian scribes. These temples demonstrate that the visual and theological language of Egyptian kingship remained intact, even when the throne was occupied by foreign rulers. The priests of Ammonius, Ta, and Neith continued their rituals, and festivals honoring Osiris and Hathor were still celebrated along the Nile. The interaction between Persian and Egyptian traditions also produced subtle cultural exchanges. Administrative practices influenced by Imperial Aramaic appeared alongside hieratic and demotic scripts, reflecting Egypt's incorporation into a multilingual bureaucracy. Persian loanwords entered Egyptian vocabulary, particularly in the realms of administration and taxation. Conversely, Egyptian religious ideas circulated within the wider empire through the presence of Egyptian craftsmen, scribes, and soldiers who served abroad. This diffusion illustrates how Egypt, even as a conquered land, remained a center of intellectual and spiritual influence. The Persian kings understood the symbolic power of Egyptian religion. Darius I, in particular, invested considerable effort in presenting himself as a legitimate pharaoh. He commissioned building works at key sites, most famously the temple at Hybes and additions at Saqqara and Memphis. His cartouches appear in traditional form, and his inscriptions emphasize his adherence to Ma'at, the principle of divine order. This was not mere propaganda. It reflected the empire's broader ideology of harmony among diverse peoples under a single, just ruler. By portraying himself as protector of Egypt's gods, Darius sought to align Achaemenid universalism with Egyptian cosmology. Yet beneath these gestures of respect, the realities of imperial rule persisted. The Persian administration viewed Egypt as a strategic and economic asset, a vital link between the Mediterranean and the Red Sea, between Africa and Asia. Military garrisons stationed at key points ensured control of trade routes and guarded against Libyan incursions and internal uprisings. The presence of Persian troops, Greek mercenaries, and foreign administrators subtly altered the social fabric of Egypt's cities. In the Delta, new communities arose where Persian, Greek, and Egyptian customs intersected, a preview of the cosmopolitanism that would later define the Hellenistic world. Over time, however, resentment simmered. The combination of heavy taxation, reduced local authority, and cultural friction eroded the legitimacy the Persians had sought to build. The reign of Artaxerxes I witnessed renewed unrest, and by the mid-5th century BCE, a powerful revolt emerged under Inaros II, a descendant of the Old Sate line. Supported by Greek forces from Athens, Inaros managed to gain control of much of the Delta for several years. His rebellion, though ultimately crushed, demonstrated that the memory of Egyptian sovereignty remained potent and that the empire's hold was far from absolute. The suppression of Inaros's revolt was followed by alternating cycles of repression and conciliation. Later Persian rulers, aware of Egypt's strategic importance, oscillated between punitive measures and efforts to restore favor with the priesthood. Inscriptions from this period show renewed donations to temples and references to traditional piety, suggesting attempts to heal the rift between imperial authority and religious legitimacy. Still, the underlying contradiction remained. Egypt's identity as an ancient sacred kingdom could not easily be reconciled with its subordination to an empire centered thousands of kilometers away. In the decades that followed, Egyptian society adapted pragmatically to this new reality. The scribal class continued to serve as the backbone of administration, maintaining hieroglyphic and demotic literacy, even as Aramaic spread as the language of empire. The priesthood remained the chief custodian of cultural memory, ensuring that rituals, hymns, and theological texts were copied and preserved. The economic system, though burdened by tribute, retained its productivity through the unbroken rhythm of the Nile's inundation. For the common people, daily life likely changed little. The cycle of sowing and harvest, the observance of local festivals, and the reverence for the gods continued as they had for centuries. The Persian rulers, for their part, seem to have recognized the futility of direct cultural assimilation. Instead, they allowed Egypt to persist as a distinct entity within the empire, bound by tribute and garrisons, but governed according to its own ancient rhythms. This equilibrium would endure for nearly a century, punctuated by occasional rebellions and brief restorations of independence. Egypt's role within the Achaemenid system thus exemplifies the delicate balance of empire, domination sustained not by uniformity, but by the calculated tolerance of diversity. As the 5th century drew to a close, the geopolitical landscape once again began to shift. Greece's victory over Persia at the battles of Salamis and Plataea had weakened imperial prestige. Across the empire, local powers tested the limits of Achaemenid control. Egypt, with its wealth and its long memory of kingship, was among the first to sense opportunity. The stage was set for another chapter of resistance and renewal, as Egyptian leaders, supported by foreign allies, prepared to reclaim their independence and reassert the timeless principle that the land of the Nile should be ruled by its own sons. The weakening of Persian authority after the mid-5th century BCE opened a rare window for Egyptian resurgence. The memory of the Sate pharaohs still lingered in the minds of the priesthood and provincial elites, and their descendants maintained networks of loyalty that transcended foreign rule. Around 404 BCE, as the Achaemenid Empire faced internal strife and revolts across its vast territories, Egypt once again seized the chance to reassert its sovereignty. The result was the brief but vibrant revival known as the 28th through 30th dynasties, a final sequence of native kings who ruled with determination, seeking to restore the dignity and autonomy of the ancient land. The first of these rulers, Amartius of Sais, led a successful rebellion against the Persians during the reign of Darius II. Though little is known about his origins, his name and political base suggest continuity with the old Sate nobility. Amartius's victory marked the end of nearly 120 years of foreign domination. Yet his reign, lasting only a few years, was consumed by efforts to consolidate power and fend off Persian counterattacks. Nevertheless, his success reignited a sense of national identity. The temples of Neith and Ammonius resumed their full ritual calendars, and inscriptions began once again to invoke the authority of the king of Upper and Lower Egypt, a title absent from Persian administrative documents. After Amartius's overthrow, Egypt entered a period of renewed strength under the 29th dynasty, established by Nepherites I around 398 BCE. Centered at Mendes in the Delta, this regime sought to balance continuity with innovation. Nepherites revived diplomatic ties with Greek city-states, notably Sparta, which at that time was engaged in conflict with Persia. Egyptian grain and funding flowed to Spartan campaigns, while Greek military advisors and mercenaries returned the favor by strengthening Egypt's defenses. This exchange reflected the enduring interdependence between Egypt and the Greek world, a relationship that had begun in the Sate age and now deepened through shared strategic interests. Nepherites and his successors also invested in religious and cultural restoration. Temples across the country benefited from royal endowments, while building inscriptions proudly proclaimed the return of divine favor to Egypt. At Memphis, the cult of Ptah regained prominence. At Thebes, the priesthood of Ammonius reemerged as a central political force. Reliefs from this era show the pharaoh once again smiting Egypt's enemies, a traditional motif reinterpreted as a declaration of independence from imperial rule. These artistic revivals were not merely nostalgic. They served as deliberate affirmations of Egypt's enduring identity, reasserting the bond between the divine order of Ma'at and native kingship. Despite their successes, the rulers of the 29th dynasty faced ongoing threats. Persia, though weakened, remained a formidable power determined to reclaim its lost province. Constant vigilance was required to secure Egypt's northeastern frontier. Military garrisons were reinforced at Pelusium and along the Sinai routes, and fleets patrolled the Mediterranean coast. Diplomacy, too, became a weapon of survival. Egyptian envoys courted alliances with Cyprus and Athens, ensuring that any renewed Persian invasion would face a network of opposition across the eastern Mediterranean. The 30th dynasty, founded by Nectanebo I in 380 BCE, represented the culmination of this late Renaissance. Nectanebo, a general of proven skill, came to power amid civil strife and external pressure, but quickly established stability. His reign inaugurated a final period of prosperity and artistic brilliance. Building projects flourished throughout the land. At Philae, Esna, and Edfu, temples rose that would later be expanded by Ptolemaic kings, preserving architectural traditions that stretched back 2 millennia. Inscriptions celebrated Nectanebo as a restorer of Egypt, beloved of the gods and victorious over the foreigners. Under Nectanebo, Egypt's artistic style achieved a synthesis of revival and innovation. Sculptors produced statues of remarkable delicacy, blending the idealized forms of earlier dynasties with subtle realism. Reliefs exhibited exquisite craftsmanship, their hieroglyphs deeply incised and meticulously arranged. Even as Greek influence grew, Egyptian art remained profoundly itself, anchored in symbols that communicated order, divinity, and permanence. The king's image, carved in timeless poses, was both a political statement and a theological affirmation that Ma'at endured despite centuries of foreign intrusion. Economically, Egypt under Nectanebo I benefited from renewed stability. Agricultural productivity increased, trade routes were secured, and the temples once again functioned as economic engines, employing vast numbers of artisans, scribes, and laborers. The royal administration collected taxes efficiently, channeling revenues into public works and defense. Records indicate the presence of a professional army supported by Greek mercenaries, a reflection of Egypt's pragmatic adaptation to the realities of the classical world. Rather than resisting external influences entirely, the 30th dynasty skillfully integrated them in service of Egyptian sovereignty. Religion remained central to this revival. The cult of Isis gained particular prominence, appealing to both Egyptians and foreigners through its message of divine compassion and renewal. The temples of Isis at Philae and Bab el-Hagar became major pilgrimage centers, their rituals attracting worshippers from across the Mediterranean. This growing universality of Egyptian religion foreshadowed the later diffusion of Isis worship under Greek and Roman rule. The late pharaohs, consciously or not, were shaping a legacy that would outlive their political independence. The reign of Nectanebo II, who ascended the throne in 360 BCE, marked both the zenith and the end of native Egyptian kingship. A skilled general and patron of the arts, he continued his predecessors' building programs, leaving monuments at Hermopolis, Karnak, and Sebennytos. His foreign policy relied heavily on Greek alliances, particularly with Athens, whose naval power he hoped would deter Persian aggression. For several years, this strategy succeeded. Egypt remained autonomous, and its cultural life flourished. Yet the balance of power was shifting once again. The Persian Empire, revitalized under Artaxerxes III, began to reassert control over its rebellious provinces. In 343 BCE, Artaxerxes launched a determined campaign to reconquer Egypt. His army, supported by Greek contingents and vast resources, advanced through the delta with overwhelming force. Despite brave resistance, Nectanebo's forces were outmatched. The capital cities fell one by one, and the pharaoh retreated southward to Nubia, where he vanished from the historical record. His defeat marked the end of the 30th dynasty and the last native Egyptian rule before Alexander the Great. Egypt once again became a Persian satrapy, this time under firmer imperial control. The Second Persian period, 343 to 332 BCE, was brief but decisive. Artaxerxes III sought to prevent further revolts by imposing stricter oversight on temples and local administration. Heavy taxation resumed, and temple treasuries were placed under close scrutiny. Yet even as imperial discipline tightened, Persian rulers continued to adopt Egyptian religious forms in their public image. Inscriptions at temples still depicted the great king offering to the gods, preserving the ceremonial continuity that had always underpinned legitimate authority along the Nile. The Persians also undertook administrative reforms to strengthen their hold on Egypt. They restructured provincial divisions, improved the canal systems, and maintained garrisons at strategic points. These efforts, though aimed at control, inadvertently preserved much of Egypt's infrastructure, allowing its agricultural and commercial life to continue relatively undisturbed. For the rural population, the rhythm of life, sowing, harvest, and the annual rise of the Nile, remained constant, sustained by traditions far older than empire. Despite the reimposed foreign rule, Egyptian identity remained remarkably resilient. The priesthood continued to perform ancient rituals, scribes copied sacred texts, artisans carved images of the gods as they had for centuries. Even in subjugation, Egypt's culture endured as an unbroken thread of memory. When Alexander of Macedon defeated the Persians and entered Egypt in 332 BC, he was welcomed not merely as a conqueror, but as a liberator who, like the pharaohs before him, paid homage to the gods of the two lands. The Persian interlude thus forms a paradoxical chapter in Egypt's history. It was an era of domination, yet also of preservation. The empire's administrators, though foreign, maintained the bureaucratic machinery that had defined Egyptian governance for millennia. Temples continued to function as centers of learning, ensuring that the intellectual and spiritual heritage of the land survived to inspire later ages. Egypt's identity, forged through thousands of years of continuity, proved impervious to conquest. As the 4th century BCE drew to a close, the ancient kingdom stood once again at the threshold of transformation. The arrival of Alexander would inaugurate a new epoch, the Ptolemaic Age, in which Egypt's traditions would merge with Greek philosophy and science, producing one of the most dynamic cultural syntheses in antiquity. Yet even as new rulers rose and new languages filled its streets, the essence of Egypt remained what it had always been, a civilization sustained by its river, its gods, and its unyielding belief in order over chaos. The Persian occupation, with all its complexities, thus served as both an end and a beginning. It closed the chapter of native rule, but preserved the framework through which Egyptian civilization could adapt to the classical world. In doing so, it demonstrated the enduring truth of Egypt's historical rhythm, a capacity to absorb, to endure, and to transform without ever losing sight of its origins. By the middle of the 4th century BCE, the ancient order of the Near East had entered its final phase of transformation. The Achaemenid Empire, stretched across continents and weakened by internal rivalries, stood as a vast but fragile dominion. Egypt, after decades of alternating independence and Persian subjugation, retained its wealth and spirit, but lacked the power to defend itself against the imperial forces surrounding it. In this world of declining empires and rising ambitions, a new figure emerged from the West, Alexander of Macedon, whose campaigns would redraw the map of the known world and permanently alter the course of Egyptian history. When Alexander began his march toward Egypt in 332 BCE, he had already dismantled the Persian hold on the eastern Mediterranean. His victories at Granicus, Issus, and Tyre had broken the logistical backbone of the Achaemenid defense. As he advanced southward through Palestine and into the Sinai, the Persian garrisons in Egypt offered little resistance. The Egyptian population, weary of foreign satraps and heavy tribute, viewed the Macedonian conqueror with cautious hope. Word of his approach spread along the Nile even before his troops reached Pelusium, the northeastern gateway to the delta. Unlike previous invaders, Alexander presented himself not as a despoiler, but as a restorer. His army entered Egypt without battle. The Persian satrap Mazax surrendered Memphis, handing over the treasury and the regalia of the pharaohs. In return, Alexander guaranteed the safety of the inhabitants and proclaimed respect for Egypt's religion and traditions. This gesture, rooted in both strategy and insight, immediately distinguished his rule from that of the Persians. The priests, long the arbiters of legitimacy, recognized in Alexander's actions an understanding of Egypt's sacred order that transcended conquest. At Memphis, Alexander performed the rituals of kingship before the god Ptah, participating in ceremonies that had legitimized pharaohs for millennia. In reliefs carved later in his reign, he appears offering to Egyptian deities, his name enclosed within a royal cartouche, a mark of pharaonic identity. These acts were not empty symbols. They communicated to Egyptians that their gods still ruled, and that Alexander's authority derived from the same cosmic order that had governed since the age of the pyramids. In return, the priesthood declared him the son of Ammonius, the supreme god of Thebes, whose divine paternity had legitimized rulers since the Middle Kingdom. This recognition was reinforced by Alexander's famous pilgrimage to the Oracle of Siwa, deep in the Libyan desert. The journey itself was arduous, crossing desolate sands between the Nile Valley and the oasis of Ammonius at Siwa. Ancient accounts describe the expedition as guided by omens, a sudden rainfall, birds leading the way, and favorable winds that carried the army safely across the dunes. At the temple, Alexander was greeted by the priests of Ammonius and received a private consultation within the sanctuary. Though the exact words of the oracle are lost to history, later sources report that the god addressed him as his son. Whether this proclamation reflected political accommodation or genuine belief, its effect was immediate and lasting. It confirmed Alexander's role not only as conqueror, but as legitimate pharaoh, linking his destiny to the divine lineage of Egypt itself. The symbolic power of this moment cannot be overstated. For the Egyptians, it reaffirmed the continuity of sacred kingship despite foreign conquest. For Alexander, it provided theological legitimacy that transcended cultural boundaries. In later Greek interpretation, the identification with Ammonius merged with Zeus, creating the hybrid figure Zeus Ammon, a deity who embodied both Greek and Egyptian conceptions of divine authority. This synthesis would become a cornerstone of Hellenistic ideology, reflecting the new world order that Alexander's conquests had begun to shape. After securing religious recognition and administrative stability, Alexander turned to the most lasting legacy of his Egyptian campaign, the foundation of Alexandria. Standing on the Mediterranean coast between the western edge of the Nile Delta and the island of Pharos, the site was chosen for its strategic and symbolic importance. The location offered a natural harbor, proximity to the Nile's commerce, and access to the Mediterranean trade routes that connected Egypt to Greece and beyond. According to later accounts, Alexander himself drew the outline of the city in flour upon the sand, tracing the plan that his engineers would follow. The design of Alexandria embodied the principles of Greek urban planning, a grid of broad avenues intersecting at right angles, public spaces for administration and worship, and quarters designated for different communities. Yet its conception also reflected Alexander's broader vision, to create a city that would serve as a meeting point between cultures, a capital that united the wisdom of Egypt with the dynamism of Greece. The founding ceremonies included offerings to Egyptian and Greek deities alike, symbolizing the fusion of two civilizations. The early years of Alexandria's construction were overseen by Cleomenes of Naucratis, a Greek from an already Hellenized Egyptian city. His appointment reflected the pragmatic blending of administrative traditions that would define the Ptolemaic age. While the technical planning followed Hellenic models, the workforce included Egyptian laborers and craftsmen who infused the new city with the architectural and artistic vocabulary of their own heritage. The temple foundations combined Greek stonework with Egyptian iconography, and the use of local materials tied the city physically to its land. Alexander's time in Egypt was brief, scarcely more than a few months, yet its consequences were immense. By recognizing the sanctity of Egypt's religion, he established a precedent of cultural respect that ensured lasting cooperation between Greek rulers and Egyptian subjects. By founding Alexandria, he created the nucleus of what would become the most influential intellectual center of the ancient world. Through both acts, he set the stage for a synthesis that would define the Hellenistic era, the coexistence of Greek rationalism and Egyptian spirituality under a single cosmopolitan order. Before departing Egypt in 331 BCE to pursue his campaigns in Asia, Alexander made further administrative arrangements. He confirmed the autonomy of the priesthood, preserved local governance in the nomes, and installed a small but effective military presence to secure the delta. His policy, as in other parts of his empire, was one of continuity through adaptation. Egyptian institutions remained largely intact, but their highest offices were now supervised by Macedonian officials. This balance allowed the system to function without disruption, ensuring that the new regime was perceived not as occupation, but as renewal. In the eyes of Egyptians, Alexander's reign represented a return of divine favor after years of foreign domination. He had restored temples, honored the gods, and maintained the rhythm of administration. His image, later carved on temple walls, depicted him in full pharaonic regalia, a fusion of Macedonian and Egyptian iconography. In the eyes of his Greek followers, however, Egypt was a conquest and a resource, a province that would support the grander ambitions of empire. This duality, reverence and pragmatism, defined Alexander's approach to governance and became a hallmark of Hellenistic kingship. When Alexander departed, he left behind a land both ancient and renewed. The Persians had ruled through oversight. He ruled through integration. The difference lay not in administration, but in understanding. By allowing Egypt to remain itself, Alexander ensured that its loyalty would endure beyond his lifetime. His successors would build upon this foundation, transforming Egypt into the cultural and intellectual heart of the Hellenistic world. As his army marched eastward toward Mesopotamia and Persia, Egypt faded temporarily from the center of his campaigns. Yet its influence lingered. The wealth of its granaries supplied his forces. Its priests invoked his divine parentage. Its new city stood as a symbol of his universal vision. The empire he forged was destined to fracture after his death, but the legacy of his Egyptian policy, respect for tradition combined with openness to exchange, would survive in the dynasty that followed. After Alexander left Egypt in 331 BCE, his attention turned toward Mesopotamia and the heartlands of the Persian Empire. There, the climactic confrontations of his campaign unfolded: Gaugamela, Babylon, Persepolis, as he advanced deeper into Asia, pursuing both conquest and the elusive ideal of universal kingship. Egypt, secure and loyal, remained a quiet but vital province, supplying grain and resources to his armies. Its priests continued to honor him as pharaoh, ensuring that his legitimacy endured even in absence. In the following years, as Alexander's empire expanded toward India, Egypt remained under the supervision of his appointed officials. Cleomenes of Naucratis, entrusted with financial oversight, managed the delicate balance between Macedonian authority and Egyptian custom. His administration maintained the prosperity of the Delta and continued construction at Alexandria, which now began to rise from its foundations as a true metropolis. Ships arrived bearing materials from the Aegean and timber from Lebanon. Artisans from both Greece and Egypt collaborated to realize the ambitious urban plan. The death of Alexander in Babylon in 323 BC marked one of the most consequential turning points in world history. At the moment of his passing, no single heir was ready to inherit his vast and diverse dominion. His half-brother, Philip III Aridius, suffered from mental incapacity, and his infant son, Alexander IV, was too young to rule. The empire that had stretched from Macedonia to the Indus could not be sustained by unity of vision alone. What followed was not restoration but fragmentation. The Wars of the Diadochi, in which Alexander's generals, the successors, vied for control over territories they had once governed in his name. Among these commanders was Ptolemy son of Lagus, a Macedonian noble and one of Alexander's trusted companions. Ptolemy had served as a general throughout the campaigns and distinguished himself by both prudence and political acumen. When the empire began to divide, he moved decisively to secure Egypt, a land rich in resources, geographically defensible, and imbued with an ancient prestige that could lend legitimacy to new rule. His decision, more than any other, determined the future shape of Egyptian history. In 323 BCE, under the pretense of carrying Alexander's body to Macedonia for burial, Ptolemy intercepted the funeral cortege near Syria and redirected it to Egypt. This act, though bold, was profoundly symbolic. In bringing the conqueror's remains to Egyptian soil, Ptolemy appropriated not only his memory, but his divine aura. The mummified body was enshrined first at Memphis, then later transferred to Alexandria, where it would rest in a golden sarcophagus within the Soma, the royal mausoleum. For centuries thereafter, Alexander's tomb stood as a place of pilgrimage for kings and philosophers alike, a physical link between the Macedonian founder and the Egyptian kingdom that bore his legacy. By 305 BCE, after years of conflict with rival generals, Ptolemy consolidated his rule and formally assumed the title King of Egypt, founding the Ptolemaic dynasty. His reign inaugurated a new era, one that blended Greek governance with Egyptian tradition, creating a hybrid civilization unique in the ancient world. Unlike Alexander, who had been transient, Ptolemy and his descendants would make Egypt their home. They did not merely occupy it, they ruled from within it, adopting its symbols while reshaping its institutions to align with Hellenistic ideals. Ptolemy I Soter, the savior, recognized that legitimacy in Egypt required more than military control. It required acknowledgement by the priesthood and continuity of religious life. He restored temples neglected under Persian administration and sponsored new constructions honoring both Egyptian gods and Greek deities identified with them. At Memphis and Thebes, inscriptions refer to him as beloved of Ammonius and chosen of Ra, traditional epithets of pharaohs. Yet at Alexandria, his coins bore the imagery of Zeus and Athena, signaling his dual role as Greek monarch and Egyptian king. The administrative framework he established preserved much of the pharaonic model while overlaying it with Macedonian efficiency. The country was divided into nomes, each governed by a local official responsible for taxation and order, but ultimate authority rested with Greek supervisors. The army remained largely Macedonian in composition, but the civil service employed many native scribes, ensuring continuity in record-keeping and economic management. Greek became the language of government, yet Egyptian continued to thrive in religious and rural life. This bilingual coexistence mirrored the social duality of the kingdom, two civilizations operating in parallel, occasionally intersecting, always influencing one another. The capital city, Alexandria, now assumed its destined role as the intellectual and administrative heart of the new kingdom. Under Ptolemy I, it became both a seat of power and a symbol of cultural synthesis. The royal palace, situated near the harbor, overlooked the Mediterranean, while the Mouseion, precursor to the modern museum, and its great library were founded as centers of study and preservation. Here, scholars from across the Greek world gathered to collect, translate, and analyze the accumulated knowledge of centuries. The city's layout reflected this dual identity. Greek colonnades lined its streets, but Egyptian motifs adorned its temples. Trade flourished under Ptolemaic governance. The Nile remained the kingdom's vital artery, channeling grain from the fertile valley to Alexandria's ports. From there, ships carried Egyptian produce to Greece, the Aegean Islands, and the broader Mediterranean. In return came olive oil, wine, and manufactured goods. This economic integration transformed Egypt into the granary of the Hellenistic world, a status it would maintain for centuries. The introduction of coinage facilitated commerce and taxation, further binding the old agricultural economy to the new monetary systems of the Mediterranean. Ptolemy also pursued diplomacy with remarkable foresight. Rather than seeking vast conquests, he concentrated on stability. His foreign policy aimed to secure Egypt's borders and maintain influence through alliances rather than endless wars. He held control over Cyprus, parts of the Levantine coast, and certain Aegean islands, ensuring that Egypt remained a maritime power. His successors would expand and sometimes overreach, but Ptolemy himself understood that Egypt's strength lay in its wealth and order, not in territorial expansion. Culturally, the early Ptolemaic period witnessed the deliberate cultivation of syncretism, the blending of Greek and Egyptian religious traditions. The creation of the god Serapis, for example, represented this fusion. Serapis combined aspects of the Egyptian Osiris and Apis with characteristics of Greek Zeus and Dionysus, offering a universal deity that could be worshipped by both Greeks and Egyptians. Temples dedicated to Serapis, known as Serapia, appeared throughout Egypt and later across the Mediterranean, symbolizing the spiritual unity of the Hellenistic world. At the same time, Ptolemy's patronage of learning reached beyond religion. The Library of Alexandria, though often idealized in later memory, was a genuine institution of scholarship. It collected manuscripts from across the known world, works of philosophy, science, mathematics, and literature. Scholars such as Demetrius of Phalerum, Euclid, and later Eratosthenes found patronage there. The kingdom's bureaucracy ensured that every ship entering Alexandria's harbor was searched for scrolls, which were copied or acquired to enrich the library's holdings. This state-supported pursuit of knowledge reflected the Ptolemaic conviction that learning was both a political and cultural instrument, a means to secure prestige and continuity in an age defined by change. The coexistence of Egyptian tradition and Greek innovation was not without tension. Greek settlers occupied privileged positions in the cities, while native Egyptians remained dominant in the countryside. The priesthood retained influence but operated under royal supervision. Yet despite these divisions, the system functioned. The Nile cycles continued, temples remained active, and economic productivity reached new heights. The stability that Ptolemy created would endure for nearly 3 centuries, enabling Egypt to outlast all other Hellenistic states until its eventual absorption into the Roman Empire. By the time of Ptolemy's death around 282 BCE, Egypt had fully entered the Hellenistic age, no longer the isolated kingdom of the pharaohs, but a cosmopolitan realm where Greek thought and Egyptian tradition coexisted in mutual adaptation. His son, Ptolemy II Philadelphus, would expand this legacy, transforming Alexandria into the most radiant city of its time, a beacon of learning and commerce whose influence stretched from Athens to India. Under Ptolemy I Soter, the essence of Egypt was neither erased nor diminished. Instead, it evolved. The temples of the old gods still echoed with chants in the ancient language, while philosophers debated geometry and metaphysics in Greek across the harbor. This coexistence, imperfect but enduring, reflected the deeper continuity of Egyptian civilization, its ability to absorb and transform foreign influence without losing its identity. Thus, from Alexander's brief visit emerged not merely another conquest, but a new chapter in the long story of the Nile. The Macedonian pharaoh had opened the door. His general, now king, had built the structure that would stand for generations. And as the Ptolemies consolidated their power, Egypt entered an age of unprecedented prosperity, an age in which the wisdom of the old world and the curiosity of the new converged beneath the same eternal sun. When Ptolemy II Philadelphus succeeded his father in 283 BCE, Egypt stood secure, prosperous, and unified under the framework established by its founder. Yet the new king's vision extended beyond stability. He sought to transform Egypt from a kingdom of wealth into a civilization of influence, a realm that would not only dominate trade, but also lead the ancient world in learning, science, and art. Under his guidance, Alexandria became the cultural capital of the Mediterranean, and Egypt reached the zenith of its Hellenistic power. Ptolemy II inherited from his father an efficient administration and a loyal military, but he understood that true greatness lay in organization and patronage. His reign exemplified the systematic governance that characterized the High Hellenistic period. He expanded the bureaucracy, codified tax regulations, and enhanced irrigation and canal systems throughout the Nile Valley. The productivity of Egypt's farmland, already legendary, increased further as new methods of water management were introduced. The Fayum region, in particular, underwent significant transformation. Massive reclamation projects drained marshlands and converted them into fertile estates. These estates, often managed by Greek settlers, supplied grain not only for domestic consumption, but for export across the Mediterranean. At the same time, Ptolemy too pursued maritime expansion. He established naval bases along the Red Sea and sent expeditions to explore the coasts of East Africa and Arabia. Ports such as Berenike and Myos Hormuz became gateways for trade with Nubia, India, and beyond. Ivory, spices, and exotic animals flowed into Egypt, while ships carried Egyptian grain, papyrus, and glassware outward. The resulting trade networks connected the Nile to the Indian Ocean, transforming Egypt into a hub of global commerce centuries before the rise of Roman sea power. This commercial prosperity funded the most ambitious cultural enterprise of the ancient world, the creation of Alexandria as a living monument to knowledge. The Mouseion, or Temple of the Muses, stood at the heart of this vision. It functioned not merely as a library, but as an academic community, supported by royal endowments. Scholars received stipends, lodging, and food, freeing them to devote themselves entirely to study. Within the Mouseion, disciplines as diverse as astronomy, medicine, geography, literature, and philosophy flourished. At the center of this institution stood the Library of Alexandria, a collection that aimed to encompass all human knowledge. Under royal patronage, agents were dispatched across the Mediterranean to acquire manuscripts. Ships docking in Alexandria were routinely searched for scrolls, which were copied by scribes. The originals were often kept for the library, while the copies were returned to their owners. This systematic accumulation of texts, combined with Egypt's wealth and organization, gave rise to a repository unparalleled in history. Estimates of its holdings vary widely, but ancient sources speak of hundreds of thousands of scrolls, works of Greek poets, Egyptian priestly records, Babylonian astronomy, and Indian mathematics. Within its halls worked figures whose names remain foundational to modern disciplines. Callimachus, the poet and scholar, created the first known library catalog, the Pinox, which classified texts by author, subject, and genre, an intellectual system that foreshadowed modern bibliography. Euclid, the mathematician, codified geometric principles in his Elements, a work studied across millennia. Eratosthenes calculated the circumference of the Earth with remarkable accuracy by comparing shadow angles at Syene and Alexandria. Herophilus and Erasistratus, pioneering physicians, conducted anatomical studies that advanced the understanding of the human body beyond anything known in earlier traditions. The convergence of Greek inquiry and Egyptian empirical observation made Alexandria the crucible of ancient science. Ptolemy II's support of scholarship was not merely intellectual vanity, it was statecraft. Knowledge served governance. Astronomical observations aided in regulating the Nile's calendar and agricultural cycles. Medical research benefited both army and population, and cartography improved trade and administration. By centralizing intellect as well as authority, Ptolemy II strengthened the ideological foundation of his dynasty. Egypt was no longer only a kingdom of temples and fields. It had become the mind of the Mediterranean world. Alongside intellectual grandeur rose architectural achievement. Among the 7 wonders of the ancient world, one stood as the physical emblem of Ptolemaic ambition, the Pharos Lighthouse. Constructed on the island of Pharos near Alexandria's harbor, it rose to an estimated height of over 100 meters, making it the tallest structure of its age. Built under the reigns of Ptolemy I and II, it was designed by the architect Sostratus of Cnidus. Its 3-tiered form, square base, octagonal midsection, and cylindrical top crowned with a statue, possibly of Zeus or Poseidon, embodied both engineering mastery and symbolic intent. The Pharos guided ships safely into the harbor and proclaimed Alexandria's role as the beacon of civilization. For centuries, its light, magnified by mirrors and fueled by constant flame, could be seen far across the sea. Religious policy under Ptolemy II continued the pragmatic inclusiveness established by his father. The cult of Serapis expanded, offering a shared form of worship for Greeks and Egyptians. Temples dedicated to Serapis combined Greek architectural style with Egyptian ritual practice. Meanwhile, the priesthoods of traditional deities such as Isis, Osiris, and Ammonius retained their privileges and state support. This coexistence was not purely spiritual, it was political integration. By respecting Egypt's sacred institutions, the Ptolemies maintained social harmony and legitimized their rule in the eyes of the native population. Family politics, however, revealed the complexities of dynastic power. Ptolemy II's marriage to his sister Arsinoe II followed Egyptian royal custom, intended to emphasize divine descent. To Greek observers, such unions seemed controversial, but within Egypt, they symbolized continuity with the pharaonic ideal, where the king and queen embodied male and female cosmic principles. Arsinoe II herself wielded substantial influence, appearing alongside her brother on coins and in temple reliefs. After her death, she was deified, and her cult spread throughout the Hellenistic world, another example of how Egyptian theology shaped Greek monarchic ideology. The later years of Ptolemy II's reign were marked by both grandeur and strain. His lavish building projects, military expeditions, and extensive patronage required enormous expenditure. Yet Egypt's economic base, sustained by the Nile's fertility and state monopolies on key goods like papyrus and grain, continued to support the crown. The kingdom's centralized administration ensured efficient collection of revenue and redistribution of wealth. Foreign observers, such as travelers from the Greek mainland, marveled at the abundance of food, the orderliness of governance, and the splendor of Alexandria's institutions. Upon his death in 246 BCE, the throne passed to Ptolemy III Euergetes, whose epithet, benefactor, reflected the prosperity and confidence of the era. His reign preserved the system built by his predecessors while extending Egypt's influence abroad. Almost immediately, he was drawn into the Third Syrian War, a conflict with the Seleucid Empire that demonstrated the military reach of Hellenistic Egypt. Ptolemy III's armies advanced as far as Babylon, capturing immense spoils and returning sacred statues that the Persians had once carried off from Egyptian temples centuries earlier. This act of restitution resonated deeply with Egyptian religious sentiment and reinforced the king's image as a restorer of divine order. The campaigns of Ptolemy III also had a stabilizing effect at home. Victorious abroad, he invested heavily in temple construction and repair, strengthening ties with the priesthood and consolidating the dynasty's religious legitimacy. Inscriptions such as the Canopus Decree of 238 BCE illustrate this policy. Issued by the priesthood in honor of the king and queen, it records the calendar reform that introduced a leap year, aligning civil and solar cycles, a scientific correction rooted in astronomical precision. The decree also testifies to the mutual reinforcement between royal authority and priestly endorsement, a partnership that remained essential to the functioning of Ptolemaic governance. During the reigns of Ptolemy II and III, Egypt reached the height of its territorial and cultural power. Its borders extended beyond the traditional frontiers of the Nile Valley into Cyrenaica and parts of Syria. Its economy integrated Africa, Arabia, and the Mediterranean into a single network of exchange. Its intellectual institutions attracted scholars from Athens, Rhodes, and even further east. The Greek world regarded Alexandria as the new Athens, a center not of political debate, but of scientific and literary mastery. Yet beneath this brilliance, subtle changes were taking place. The concentration of wealth in royal hands, the expansion of bureaucracy, and the growing divide between Greek elites and Egyptian laborers began to shape new social dynamics. While the countryside remained productive, the burden of taxation grew heavier, and discontent occasionally surfaced in localized revolts. Still, the overall structure held firm, sustained by the efficiency of administration and the symbolic cohesion of religion and monarchy. The achievements of these two reigns, the creation of Alexandria as the world's intellectual capital, the perfection of statecraft, and the integration of knowledge with governance, defined the classical phase of the Ptolemaic dynasty. Over the next century, this balance would gradually erode under the pressures of internal rivalry and external challenge. But for a time, Egypt stood at the intersection of past and future, the heir of the pharaohs, the patron of scholars, and the guardian of wisdom inherited from every corner of the ancient world. The reign of Ptolemy III Euergetes represented the high point of Ptolemaic achievement, but it also marked the threshold beyond which stability began to wane. The wealth of Egypt, the intricacy of its administration, and the cosmopolitan splendor of Alexandria concealed internal pressures that would, over time, erode the balance so carefully maintained by the dynasty's founders. The centuries that followed would see the slow transformation of Egypt from the confident center of Hellenistic civilization into a kingdom increasingly entangled in the politics of the Mediterranean world. After the death of Ptolemy III in 222 BCE, his successor Ptolemy IV Philopator inherited both a powerful state and the burdens of maintaining it. His reign illustrates how prosperity, when concentrated in the hands of a distant elite, can foster decadence and division. Contemporary accounts, though often colored by moralizing Greek historians, describe a court dominated by intrigue and luxury. The machinery of government, however, continued to function with precision. Egypt remained rich and well organized, but its leadership grew detached from the realities of rural life. The Battle of Raphia in 217 BCE, fought against the Seleucid king Antiochus III, was the last major victory of Ptolemaic arms. Ptolemy IV's army, composed of Macedonian veterans and a substantial contingent of native Egyptians, successfully defended the southern frontier of Palestine. The inclusion of Egyptians in the ranks of the royal army was both a practical and symbolic decision. It demonstrated the enduring capacity of the kingdom to mobilize its people across cultural lines. Yet it also sowed seeds of change. Many of these soldiers, once demobilized, carried with them new awareness of their strength and status. Within a generation, Egypt would face its first major internal revolts since the early dynastic era. By the early 2nd century BCE, during the reign of Ptolemy V Epiphanes, those tensions surfaced in a series of uprisings that spread through Upper Egypt. The long distance between Alexandria's Hellenistic court and the agrarian heartland of the south allowed local leaders to assert autonomy. Temples became centers of resistance as priests sought to protect their privileges from the increasing fiscal demands of the crown. The administration's response combined conciliation with repression. The Rosetta Stone, inscribed in 196 BCE, belongs to this context. Issued by the priesthood in honor of Ptolemy V, it records the king's confirmation of temple rights and his generosity toward the gods, gestures intended to restore harmony after years of unrest. Its trilingual inscription, hieroglyphic, Demotic, and Greek, remains a symbol of Egypt's linguistic and cultural duality. Despite these measures, royal authority weakened. The vast bureaucracy, once an instrument of integration, became rigid and self-serving. Greek officials often lived apart from the Egyptian populace, and the two communities, while intertwined economically, grew increasingly distinct. Greek remained the language of administration and urban life. Egyptian continued to dominate in the countryside and the temples. Over time, this division solidified into social hierarchy, with citizenship and privilege concentrated in the Greek population of Alexandria and other cities. Under Ptolemy VI Philometor and Ptolemy VIII Euergetes II, the dynasty turned inward. Rival branches of the royal family engaged in prolonged conflicts, and civil war erupted intermittently between 170 and 145 BCE. The great powers of the Mediterranean, now including a rapidly expanding Rome, took increasing interest in Egyptian affairs. Rome's intervention in 168 BCE, when a single envoy compelled Antiochus IV to withdraw from Egypt, demonstrated the shifting balance of power. The age of independent Hellenistic kingdoms was drawing to a close. Egypt remained nominally sovereign, but Roman diplomacy now determined its fate. In this period, Alexandria continued to shine as an intellectual center, though its character evolved. The early spirit of state-sponsored scholarship gave way to more specialized and fragmented study. The library remained active, but its holdings were diminished by the vagaries of war and fire. Scholars such as Aristarchus of Samothrace and later Apollonius Rhodius refined philological and literary criticism, while mathematicians and astronomers built upon the legacy of their predecessors. The city's diverse population, Greeks, Jews, Egyptians, and others, produced a unique cultural synthesis that would later influence the philosophical and religious developments of the Roman era. Economically, Egypt adapted to new circumstances. The state's monopolies on grain, papyrus, and glass continued, but trade increasingly depended on Roman markets. Wealth flowed through Alexandria's harbors, yet much of it was consumed by court expenditure and military upkeep. The Great Canal projects of earlier reigns declined in maintenance, and rural taxation grew heavier. Archaeological papyri from the Fayum record complaints of overassessment and local corruption. Nevertheless, the fundamental rhythm of the Nile endured, and Egypt's agricultural abundance remained the foundation of its resilience. By the late 2nd century BCE, the Ptolemaic dynasty survived through pragmatism rather than prestige. Successive rulers relied more heavily on Roman mediation to resolve internal disputes. Treaties, loans, and appeals for military aid tied Egypt ever closer to the Republic. In exchange for protection, Rome demanded economic concessions and influence over succession. The transformation from ally to client state occurred gradually but inexorably. The reign of Ptolemy XII Auletes, in the 1st century BCE, epitomized this dependency. Lacking domestic support, Auletes secured his throne through vast payments to Roman politicians. His policies deepened public discontent, and when he was expelled in 58 BCE, Rome intervened once again to restore him. His daughter, Cleopatra VII, born into this unstable environment, would inherit both the grandeur and the fragility of the dynasty. Despite political decline, Egypt's cultural vitality persisted. The temples of Dendera, Edfu, and Philae, many begun in earlier centuries, continued to rise in magnificent stonework. Their inscriptions, composed in classical hieroglyphs, display the artistic perfection of a tradition nearly 3 millennia old. These monuments, built under Greek kings, show scenes of pharaohs offering to the gods exactly as their predecessors had done in the time of Khufu or Ramses. They represent the astonishing continuity of Egyptian religion, preserved through centuries of foreign rule. In these reliefs, the Ptolemies appear indistinguishable from native pharaohs, their names enclosed in cartouches, their crowns and regalia rendered with timeless precision. Within Alexandria, the fusion of cultures reached a new stage. Greek philosophy encountered Eastern mysticism. Egyptian theology absorbed Hellenistic symbolism. Cults such as that of Isis expanded across the Mediterranean, carried by merchants and devotees to Rome, Carthage, and Athens. The image of Isis nursing Horus became a universal emblem of maternal divinity, transcending linguistic and national boundaries. Thus, even as Egypt's political independence waned, its spiritual and intellectual influence widened. The 1st century BCE brought irreversible change. Rome, victorious over Carthage and master of the Eastern Mediterranean, now regarded Egypt as both ally and prize. Its wealth of grain was essential to feed Rome's growing population. Strategically, its ports and resources offered control over sea routes between Europe, Africa, and Asia. Yet Egypt's internal disorder delayed annexation. The Republic preferred to rule through compliant monarchs rather than direct occupation. As the dynasty's later rulers struggled for power, the pattern of Egyptian resilience remained visible beneath the surface. The bureaucracy continued to record harvests and collect taxes. The priests maintained the festivals of Osiris. The farmers sowed and reaped as their ancestors had done for countless generations. Foreign kings might come and go, but the Nile's flood persisted, binding the land together in a rhythm older than empires. The stage was thus set for the final transformation, one in which Egypt, still wealthy and venerable, would become the focus of Rome's imperial ambitions. The next and last generation of Ptolemies would witness not only the end of their dynasty, but the close of the Hellenistic world itself. Among them, one figure would stand apart, Cleopatra VII, whose intelligence, diplomacy, and dramatic life would bridge the civilizations of Egypt and Rome, carrying the legacy of 3,000 years to its final chapter. When Ptolemy XII Auletes died in 51 BCE, his daughter Cleopatra VII Philopator ascended the throne of Egypt at the age of 18. She inherited a kingdom of immense wealth and cultural prestige, but also of deep political fragility. For over a century, Egypt had been both a Hellenistic monarchy and a client of Rome, its rulers dependent upon Roman goodwill for legitimacy. The administrative system remained efficient, the temples active, and the ports prosperous. Yet the stability of the throne now rested on diplomacy rather than divine kingship alone. Cleopatra's reign would test the limits of both. Cleopatra was the last in the long line of Ptolemies, but her education and intelligence set her apart. Unlike most of her predecessors, who often relied on Greek advisors and spoke little Egyptian, she mastered several languages, Greek, Egyptian, and likely Aramaic and Latin among them. Ancient sources, including Plutarch and Cassius Dio, emphasize her wit and eloquence rather than physical beauty. These qualities would become her greatest instruments of rule in an era dominated by political intrigue and foreign intervention. Her co-regent was her younger brother, Ptolemy XIII, still a child when they jointly took power. Egyptian tradition required that royal siblings rule together and, in form, marry to preserve dynastic continuity. But this was largely ceremonial. Real power quickly became a matter of court factions. The Regency Council that had managed affairs during their father's reign now sought to control Cleopatra, whose independent approach threatened their influence. Within 2 years, tensions escalated into open conflict. Cleopatra's early policies aimed to restore Egypt's economic strength and reaffirm her authority over the priesthood. The country's revenues were still immense, drawn from grain exports, papyrus production, and taxation of the fertile Nile Delta. Yet corruption and local autonomy had increased during her father's politically turbulent reign. Cleopatra traveled through Upper and Lower Egypt, an unusual act for a Ptolemaic monarch, visiting temples and addressing the concerns of regional leaders. In doing so, she reasserted the pharaonic image of a ruler close to the people and attentive to the gods. In inscriptions from Dendera, she is depicted not merely as a Greek queen but as the living Horus, a gesture that appealed directly to Egyptian religious sentiment. Her attempt to centralize authority provoked the court's opposition. By 49 BCE, the ministers of Ptolemy XIII, led by the eunuch Pothinus and the general Achillas, forced Cleopatra to flee Alexandria. She retreated eastward into Syria, where she gathered mercenaries and sought allies. The timing of her exile coincided with the civil war then consuming the Roman Republic, the conflict between Julius Caesar and Pompey the Great. Egypt, long entangled in Roman affairs, suddenly became a decisive stage for its outcome. Pompey, after his defeat at Pharsalus in 48 BCE, sought refuge in Egypt, expecting the support of the young Ptolemy XIII, whose father had owed much to Roman patronage. Yet the regents, fearing Caesar's reaction, chose treachery over alliance. Pompey was murdered upon landing at Pelusium, and his severed head presented to Caesar when he arrived soon after. The gesture, intended to win favor, had the opposite effect. Caesar, who prided himself on clemency toward defeated rivals, was repelled by the act. His arrival in Alexandria transformed Egypt's internal dispute into a matter of Roman statecraft. At this critical moment, Cleopatra made her return. The famous episode of her secret entrance into the royal palace, concealed, as later writers embellished, in a carpet or bedroll, captures not only her daring but her political insight. Caesar, then in his early 50s and at the height of his power, represented both danger and opportunity. Cleopatra's strategy was to align herself with Rome's dominant figure, securing her throne by personal diplomacy rather than arms. Ancient accounts suggest that their first meeting immediately established mutual respect. Caesar saw in her a capable monarch who could stabilize a key province. She saw in him the indispensable ally who could restore her crown. The Alexandrian War that followed was short but decisive. Caesar's forces, though initially outnumbered, occupied the royal quarter and held out against the army of Ptolemy XIII. Street fighting erupted throughout Alexandria, and parts of the Great Library complex are believed to have suffered damage during the conflict. Reinforcements from Syria eventually tipped the balance in Caesar's favor. Ptolemy XIII, retreating across the Nile, drowned in the ensuing chaos. In 47 BCE, Cleopatra was reinstated as queen, now ruling jointly with her younger brother Ptolemy XIV, though in practice she wielded full authority. Her alliance with Caesar reshaped Egypt's position in the Mediterranean. Caesar remained in Alexandria for several months, an unusually long stay for a Roman general, and during this time, Cleopatra gave birth to a son, Ptolemy, 15 Caesarion. His paternity was publicly acknowledged by the queen and discreetly accepted by Caesar. To many Egyptians, Caesarion symbolized the renewal of divine kingship, the child of Isis and Osiris reborn in new form. The image of mother and son appeared on temple walls, merging Ptolemaic and pharaonic iconography into a single, potent symbol of legitimacy. In administrative terms, Cleopatra continued the centralizing reforms she had begun before her exile. The kingdom's bureaucracy was reorganized to reduce corruption and to streamline tax collection. Egyptian officials regained prominence in local governance, balancing the Hellenistic elite who had long dominated the administration. Trade was revived through careful diplomatic agreements with neighboring territories, including Cyprus, Judea, and Nabatea. The port of Alexandria thrived once more as a hub of Mediterranean commerce, supplying Rome with grain while maintaining profitable exchanges with Arabia and India. Yet Cleopatra's success depended upon a delicate balance. Her relationship with Rome brought protection but also suspicion. Many in the Roman Senate viewed her influence over Caesar with hostility, perceiving it as evidence of Eastern decadence encroaching upon Roman virtue. After Caesar's assassination in 44 BCE, that hostility became a mortal threat. Cleopatra, then in her mid-20s, faced a dangerous vacuum of power. Caesarion was too young to rule. Her co-regent, Ptolemy XIV, soon died under mysterious circumstances, almost certainly poisoned on her orders to secure the succession for her son. In this uncertain atmosphere, Cleopatra returned briefly to Egypt, consolidating her rule and monitoring the evolving Roman civil wars. The rivalry between Mark Antony and Octavian, the future Augustus, would soon divide the Roman world as deeply as the conflict between Caesar and Pompey had done. Cleopatra, astutely observing from a distance, prepared to align once again with whichever power could best guarantee Egypt's autonomy. Her approach remained consistent. Egypt's survival depended on the strength of its alliances, not on confrontation with superior forces. Cleopatra's reign in these years was marked by both internal prosperity and cautious diplomacy. She invested heavily in temple construction, particularly at Dendera and Hermonthis, reinforcing her image as a pharaoh in the ancient mold. Reliefs from this period depict her performing traditional rituals and wearing the crowns of Upper and Lower Egypt. At the same time, she maintained the Greek administrative apparatus of Alexandria, ensuring continuity in taxation, law, and foreign trade. Her court blended Egyptian and Hellenistic elements, symbolizing a synthesis that had evolved over nearly 3 centuries of Ptolemaic rule. By 41 BCE, the balance of Roman power tilted toward Mark Antony, who commanded the eastern provinces and sought to consolidate his position through alliances. His meeting with Cleopatra in Tarsus, on the Cilician coast, has become one of antiquity's most famous encounters, though later romanticized. Contemporary evidence indicates that Cleopatra approached it as a calculated act of statecraft. She sailed up the Cydnus River in a royal barge adorned with Egyptian gold and purple sails, a deliberate display of wealth and sovereignty intended to impress a Roman general accustomed to grandeur. Antony, recognizing her political and economic value, summoned her to explain her past allegiance with Caesar. Cleopatra, through a combination of charm, intelligence, and diplomatic skill, not only justified her actions, but secured his favor. Within months, the alliance between them was formalized. Egypt would provide resources for Antony's campaigns, and in return, he would guarantee her throne and the recognition of Caesarion as her co-ruler. Their partnership was thus born of mutual necessity, not mere attraction, a convergence of empire and dynasty at a critical moment in Mediterranean history. During the following year, Antony visited Egypt, where he and Cleopatra ruled jointly from Alexandria. The queen's policies during this period reflected both ambition and pragmatism. She sought to expand Egypt's influence beyond its traditional borders, reclaiming territories once held by earlier Ptolemies. Antony, eager for funds and legitimacy, granted her control over Cyprus, parts of Cilicia, and the Nabatean coast, lands that strengthened Egypt's economic position and secured vital trade routes. Internally, Cleopatra continued to refine Egypt's fiscal system. Papyrus archives from this period record meticulous accounts of grain, oil, and textile production. The state monopolies functioned efficiently, and Alexandria's population, a mixture of Greeks, Egyptians, Jews, and foreigners, grew to perhaps 500,000. The city's intellectual life revived as well, with scholars in astronomy and medicine working under royal patronage. Cleopatra herself took an active interest in science and philosophy, maintaining the Ptolemaic tradition of learned monarchy that stretched back to the founding of the library. By 37 BCE, Antony and Cleopatra's political and personal partnership had become inseparable. Yet their alignment placed them increasingly at odds with Octavian, who controlled Rome and portrayed their relationship as a betrayal of Roman virtue. Cleopatra's presence in Antony's eastern court, her titles as Queen of Kings, and the public recognition of Caesarion as Caesar's legitimate heir all challenged Roman authority. The seeds of the final conflict between Egypt and Rome had been sown. As tensions mounted, Cleopatra prepared Egypt for war, strengthening fortifications, amassing fleets, and consolidating the loyalty of the priesthood. But beneath these military preparations lay a deeper truth. Egypt remained fundamentally a kingdom of administration and culture, not conquest. Its power was measured in grain and gold, not in legions. The confrontation that loomed would be decided not only on the battlefield, but in the realm of political legitimacy. Whether the Mediterranean world would accept an independent Hellenistic monarchy led by a woman or submit to the unifying dominion of Rome. By the closing years of the 30s BCE, the alliance between Cleopatra VII and Mark Antony stood as one of the last independent centers of power in the Mediterranean. Their partnership combined the wealth of Egypt with the military command of Rome's eastern provinces, forming an axis that challenged Octavian's consolidation of the Roman West. To their contemporaries, the political map of the known world appeared poised for decisive transformation. Yet beneath the outward grandeur of their union, internal contradictions and propaganda battles were eroding their position long before war broke out. Antony, whose loyalty had shifted between ambition and obligation, faced growing hostility in Rome. Octavian skillfully exploited this, framing the alliance as a moral and national betrayal. Roman orators, poets, and statesmen painted Cleopatra as an Eastern temptress corrupting one of Rome's greatest generals. The rhetoric served a calculated political purpose, to justify war not merely against Antony, but against Egypt itself. The image of Cleopatra as a foreign queen undermining Roman honor became central to Octavian's campaign for legitimacy. In truth, the conflict was less about morality than about control of the Mediterranean's resources and the inheritance of Caesar's legacy. In 34 BCE, Antony and Cleopatra staged what became known as the Donations of Alexandria. In a grand public ceremony, they distributed territories among their children. Alexander Helios received Armenia, Cleopatra Selene received Cyrenaica and Libya, and the infant Ptolemy Philadelphus was named ruler of Syria and Cilicia. Caesarion was proclaimed King of Kings and styled as the legitimate son of Julius Caesar. The spectacle celebrated Egypt's restored imperial identity and Antony's intention to govern the East in collaboration with Cleopatra. But in Rome, the event provoked outrage. Octavian denounced it as treasonous, accusing Antony of seeking to establish a rival empire centered in Alexandria. The propaganda war intensified. Octavian read Antony's will before the Senate, or at least claimed to do so, revealing its alleged contents: requests to be buried beside Cleopatra in Alexandria, and provisions for Caesarion's succession as Caesar's heir. Whether authentic or forged, the disclosure turned Roman opinion decisively against Antony. In 32 BCE, the Senate declared war not on Antony himself, but formally on Cleopatra, the Queen of Egypt. This distinction underscored how central Egypt had become to Rome's final civil war. The Ptolemaic kingdom, once an ally and protectorate, was now portrayed as the ultimate foreign adversary threatening Roman destiny. As the confrontation approached, Cleopatra and Antony mobilized their combined forces. Egypt's resources were immense: grain, gold, and a formidable navy drawn from the ports of Alexandria and the Red Sea. Their fleet numbered more than 200 ships, supported by experienced crews and mercenaries from allied territories. Yet Octavian's fleet, under the command of Marcus Agrippa, held the advantage in strategy and discipline. The two sides prepared for the inevitable encounter along the western coast of Greece, near the promontory of Actium. The Battle of Actium, fought on September 2, 31 BCE, was the decisive moment in the struggle for control of the ancient world. The engagement, though later dramatized, was essentially a protracted naval stalemate that turned to disaster through miscalculation. Cleopatra commanded her own contingent within the fleet, a rare instance of a reigning queen present in battle. When the fighting reached its peak, she ordered her ships to break through the lines and retreat southward. Antony, seeing her movement, abandoned the engagement to follow. The remainder of their fleet, leaderless and surrounded, surrendered or was destroyed. The battle's outcome was less a massacre than a collapse of command, a symbolic demonstration of how divided leadership can undo even vast power. Following Actium, Antony and Cleopatra retreated to Alexandria. Over the following year, Octavian advanced methodically through the eastern provinces, securing defections and cutting off supplies. Egypt, though still wealthy, was effectively isolated. Within the city, morale fluctuated between defiance and fatalism. Cleopatra attempted to negotiate directly with Octavian, offering tribute and even abdication in favor of her children. Octavian, however, sought total victory and the elimination of any rival claim to Caesar's legacy. Caesarion, as the acknowledged son of Julius Caesar, represented a particular threat to his authority. In the summer of 30 BCE, Octavian's forces entered Egypt through Pelusium and advanced on Alexandria. Antony's remaining troops resisted briefly but were outnumbered and demoralized. According to Plutarch's account, when Antony received false news of Cleopatra's death, he fell upon his sword. Mortally wounded, he was carried to Cleopatra's mausoleum, where he died in her arms, a story preserved by Roman historians more for its tragic symbolism than for factual precision. What is certain is that, within days, Octavian took control of the city and met Cleopatra under carefully staged conditions. Cleopatra, now 39 years old, attempted once more to negotiate. Octavian treated her with calculated restraint, promising mercy but refusing any restoration of power. She was allowed to arrange her affairs, but when she realized that she was to be displayed as a captive in a Roman triumph, she chose death. The traditional account, that she died by the bite of an asp concealed in a basket of figs, became one of history's enduring legends. Modern scholarship suggests poison as the more likely method. Whatever the means, her death on August 12, 30 BCE, ended both her dynasty and the independence of Egypt. The consequences were immediate and profound. Octavian annexed Egypt as a personal province, placing it under the administration of an equestrian prefect rather than a senator, a unique arrangement reflecting both its wealth and its sensitivity. Egypt was now the private domain of the Roman emperor, supplying the grain that would feed the vast population of Rome. Alexandria retained its prestige as a center of learning and commerce, but the Ptolemaic monarchy and the millennia-old institution of divine kingship were gone. The Roman eagle replaced the double crown of Upper and Lower Egypt, marking the final transformation of the Nile Valley from ancient kingdom to imperial province. In the aftermath of conquest, Octavian, soon to be titled Augustus, sought to preserve stability. The Egyptian priesthood was allowed to continue its traditional rituals, temples remained active, and local administration persisted with minimal disruption. The Romans understood that Egypt's prosperity depended on continuity. Thus, while the symbols of sovereignty changed, the daily rhythm of life along the Nile endured. Tax collectors still recorded harvests in demotic script. Farmers still offered the first fruits of the flood to the gods. Beneath the veneer of Roman rule, Egypt remained profoundly Egyptian. Cleopatra's death, though often romanticized, marked a watershed in world history. She was the last of the pharaohs, the final representative of a lineage that stretched back through Macedonian conquerors, Persian satraps, and native dynasties to the dawn of recorded civilization. Her reign closed more than 3,000 years of independent Egyptian monarchy. Yet her legacy, both historical and cultural, transcended her political failure. To later generations, she embodied the fusion of intellect and power, of East and West, that defined the Hellenistic world. The integration of Egypt into the Roman Empire reshaped both. For Rome, the acquisition of Egypt's grain wealth provided the material foundation for imperial expansion. Control of the Nile ensured food security for the metropolis and symbolized mastery over the ancient cradle of civilization. For Egypt, Roman rule brought both subordination and connection, integration into a global system of trade that extended from Britain to India. Alexandria continued to thrive as a cosmopolitan metropolis, home to scholars, philosophers, and merchants from across the empire. In religious terms, the synthesis that had begun under the Ptolemies deepened. The cults of Isis and Serapis spread throughout the Roman world, carried by sailors and freedmen to every port of the Mediterranean. These deities, once local expressions of Egyptian faith, evolved into universal symbols of hope and renewal. Temples to Isis appeared in Rome, Pompeii, and even London, attesting to the enduring spiritual influence of the Nile. Thus, while Egypt lost its sovereignty, its religious and cultural heritage found new life across continents. Archaeological evidence from Roman Egypt reveals remarkable continuity in administration. The census, taxation, and legal systems of the Ptolemaic era were largely retained. Greek remained the language of official record, while Egyptian continued in everyday use. The coexistence of scripts, hieroglyphic, Demotic, and Greek, persisted into the 2nd century CE, a testament to Egypt's layered identity. Even as Latin became the language of empire, Egypt's distinctiveness endured, preserved in the inscriptions of temples and the rituals of its people. Cleopatra's son, Caesarion, briefly outlived her, proclaimed pharaoh by loyalists after her death. But Octavian ordered his execution soon after entering Alexandria, reputedly remarking that 2 Caesars are too many. With his death, the line of the Ptolemies ended. Yet in Egyptian eyes, divine kingship did not die but transformed. The emperors of Rome adopted the title Lord of the Two Lands and were depicted in temple reliefs offering to the gods, perpetuating the visual grammar of pharaonic rule. The symbols of power changed hands, but the sacred relationship between ruler, land, and gods remained unbroken. In the centuries that followed, Egypt under Roman rule would continue to serve as a bridge between worlds, African and Mediterranean, Hellenic and Oriental. Its scholars contributed to the development of early Christian theology. Its artisans preserved ancient techniques of glassmaking, papyrus production, and architecture. The memory of Cleopatra herself became part of the shared imagination of East and West, alternately vilified, romanticized, and admired, yet always emblematic of intelligence and sovereignty in a world of empires. From the founding of Memphis to the triumphal entry of Augustus, the history of ancient Egypt spans an arc unmatched in duration and influence. It witnessed the invention of writing, the construction of monuments that defy time, the birth of organized religion, and the evolution of statecraft. Each era, from the Old Kingdom to the Ptolemaic, built upon the last, creating a continuity of civilization that shaped the human experience. Cleopatra's death did not extinguish that legacy, it merely closed its political chapter. The intellectual, artistic, and spiritual heritage of Egypt continued to flow outward, influencing every culture that came into contact with its enduring symbols. Thus ended the age of the pharaohs. The Nile, unchanging in its rhythm, continued to rise and fall, sustaining the people who lived along its banks. The temples still echoed with ancient hymns, even as new creeds took root. The great city of Alexandria, founded by Alexander and perfected by Cleopatra's ancestors, remained a beacon of knowledge for centuries to come. Through the shifting empires that followed, Roman, Byzantine, Arab, Egypt's voice persisted, its wisdom carried in papyrus, stone, and memory. In the final measure, Cleopatra's world was not merely the end of a dynasty, but the culmination of an idea that civilization itself could endure through adaptation. Her life, poised between ancient ritual and global politics, symbolized the meeting of worlds that continues to define human history. And through the surviving monuments, writings, and traditions, the story of Egypt, from the first kings to the last queen, remains one of humanity's most profound and continuous narratives. When Egypt became a Roman province in 30 BCE, its political autonomy ended, but its cultural life did not vanish. Rather, it entered a new phase of transformation, in which ancient traditions coexisted with imperial administration and gradually merged into broader Mediterranean civilization. The endurance of Egyptian identity, even under foreign rule, illustrates the extraordinary resilience of a culture that had already persisted for more than 3 millennia. Under the emperors of Rome, Egypt occupied a unique status. Governed directly by a prefect appointed by the emperor, it was considered the private domain of the crown, the personal possession of the Roman ruler. No senator was permitted to enter Egypt without imperial permission, underscoring its strategic importance. Its fertile Nile Valley provided the grain that fed Rome's vast population. Control of this resource ensured political stability at the empire's heart. Yet beyond its economic role, Egypt continued to serve as a reservoir of intellectual and spiritual influence. Continuity beneath Empire Roman administration preserved many institutions inherited from the Ptolemies. Greek remained the language of government and scholarship, while Egyptian continued in the countryside and within the temples. The census, taxation system, and local bureaucracies remained largely intact. Temples dedicated to Isis, Osiris, and Horus were maintained, their priests recording offerings and rituals as they had done for centuries. Even as Latin inscriptions appeared on monuments, the hieroglyphic script persisted in religious use until the late 4th century CE, a continuity unmatched in any other ancient culture. The Roman emperors recognized the symbolic power of Egypt's ancient traditions. Augustus himself visited Thebes, making offerings at temples to legitimize his rule in the eyes of the Egyptian priesthood. His successors adopted the iconography of the pharaohs, depicted in temple reliefs as divine kings performing sacred rites. This policy of respectful adaptation ensured social stability while reinforcing the idea that Rome's authority was the natural successor to Egypt's eternal order, or Ma'at. The old gods also adapted. Isis, already a prominent deity under the Ptolemies, became a figure of universal worship. Her cult spread through the empire, from Alexandria to Athens, Rome, and beyond, attracting devotees of every social class. Temples to Isis were built in Pompeii, Piraeus, London, and along the Rhine. The imagery of the nurturing mother, protector of sailors, and healer of the sick resonated deeply in a world seeking spiritual security. In time, the iconography of Isis, the seated mother with child, would echo in Christian depictions of the Virgin Mary, demonstrating how ancient symbols continued to shape later faiths. 2. The meeting of traditions, the fusion of Egyptian and Greco-Roman ideas produced a rich intellectual landscape. Alexandria, though politically diminished, remained one of the great centers of learning. Its library and associated institutions continued to function, attracting philosophers, mathematicians, and physicians. In the 1st and 2nd centuries CE, scholars such as Claudius Ptolemy advanced astronomy and geography, refining the geocentric model that would dominate scientific thought for more than 1,000 years. The mathematician Diophantus, working in Alexandria, laid foundations for algebra. Physicians like Galen studied the anatomy and herbal practices derived from older Egyptian medicine, merging empirical observation with philosophical theory. Religious syncretism flourished alongside intellectual exchange. The cult of Serapis, introduced under the early Ptolemies as a synthesis of Greek and Egyptian divinities, became central to Alexandrian worship. Represented in Greek form but rooted in Egyptian theology, Serapis symbolized the unification of cultural identities. Pilgrims from across the empire came to his temples seeking visions and healing. The city became a microcosm of the Mediterranean world, Greek in language, Egyptian in spirit, Roman in administration, and cosmopolitan in population. By the 3rd century CE, however, the old religion began to wane under the pressure of new philosophical and spiritual currents. Christianity, emerging from Judean origins, found fertile ground in Egypt. Its early spread was aided by Egypt's tradition of asceticism and its long-standing belief in the afterlife. Monasticism, the withdrawal from worldly life for spiritual devotion, originated in the Egyptian desert with figures such as Anthony the Great and Pachomius. Their teachings, recorded by later historians, established models for Christian monastic life that would spread to Syria, Asia Minor, and eventually Europe. 3. The end of the ancient faith by the 4th century CE. The conversion of Emperor Constantine and the Christianization of the Roman Empire transformed Egypt once more. Pagan temples were gradually closed, their priests dispersed, and their inscriptions ceased. The last known hieroglyphic text, carved at the Temple of Philae in 394 CE, marked the final sunset of Egypt's ancient script. Yet even as the old religion faded, its influence survived in symbols, festivals, and concepts absorbed into Christian practice. The Nile flood was still celebrated as a divine event, and saints inherited the attributes once held by local gods. Alexandria remained a center of theological scholarship, now dominated by the catechetical school, where thinkers like Origen, Clement of Alexandria, and Athanasius formulated doctrines that shaped early Christian theology. The city's intellectual legacy thus bridged the classical and Christian worlds, ensuring that the spirit of inquiry nurtured since the Ptolemies endured under new forms. The division of the Roman Empire in 395 CE placed Egypt under the Eastern, or Byzantine, sphere. The centuries that followed were marked by tension between Greek-speaking administrators and the native Coptic population, whose language evolved from ancient Egyptian written in Greek letters. The Coptic Church, independent in spirit, preserved not only Christian belief but also fragments of Egypt's older heritage. Its art, music, and language maintained continuity with the past, even as the political landscape changed. 4. The Arab conquest and the survival of Egypt in 641 CE. Egypt was conquered by the armies of Islam under Amr ibn Ali with Macron, bringing an end to nearly a millennium of Greco-Roman rule. The new rulers established Fustat, near modern Cairo, as their capital. Under the Caliphate, Egypt's role as a source of grain and wealth continued, but its cultural transformation deepened. Arabic replaced Greek and Coptic as the administrative language, and Islam became the dominant faith. Yet the process was gradual and inclusive. Many ancient customs and local festivals persisted, adapted to the new religious context. The reverence for the Nile, the celebration of its inundation, and the architectural symbolism of light and geometry found new expression in Islamic art and devotion. The translation movement of the Abbasid period drew heavily upon Alexandrian and Egyptian sources. Works on mathematics, astronomy, and medicine were rendered from Greek and Coptic into Arabic, preserving knowledge that might otherwise have been lost. Through these translations, Egyptian science and philosophy helped to shape the intellectual heritage of the Islamic Golden Age, influencing scholars from Baghdad to Cordoba. The continuity of learning across linguistic and religious boundaries demonstrates the enduring vitality of Egypt's intellectual tradition. V. Rediscovery and influence in the modern world. Centuries later, the legacy of ancient Egypt experienced a second renaissance. During the 18th and 19th centuries, European explorers, scholars, and archaeologists began systematically documenting its monuments. The Napoleonic expedition to Egypt, 1798 to 1801, accompanied by scholars and artists, produced the monumental description de l'Egypte, which brought detailed illustrations of temples, hieroglyphs, and landscapes to the attention of the Western world. The discovery of the Rosetta Stone in 1799 and its eventual decipherment by Jean-François Champollion in 1822 unlocked the language of the pharaohs, transforming Egyptology into a scientific discipline. The decipherment restored a voice long silent. For the first time in more than a millennium, the words of ancient Egyptians could be read and understood. Temple inscriptions, funerary texts, and royal decrees revealed a civilization both complex and deeply human, one concerned with justice, continuity, and the moral order of the universe. This intellectual recovery reshaped modern understanding of history itself. Egypt was no longer a realm of myth but a documented, evolving civilization whose achievements predated and influenced those of Greece and Rome. The fascination with Egypt, sometimes called Egyptomania, permeated art, architecture, and literature. Obelisks were erected in Paris, London, and New York. Egyptian motifs appeared in funerary monuments, opera houses, and government buildings. Yet beyond aesthetic fascination lay a deeper recognition that Egypt represented the earliest known experiment in organized statehood, writing, and monumental art, the prototype of civilization. 6. Enduring contributions to civilization. The legacy of Egypt extends far beyond its monuments. Its contributions to science, mathematics, and administration form the foundation of later achievements. The division of the solar year into 365 days, the principles of geometry derived from land measurement, and the earliest systematic use of written records all originated along the Nile. In medicine, Egyptian texts such as the Ebers Papyrus and Edwin Smith Papyrus documented diagnoses, surgical procedures, and herbal remedies that remained in use for centuries. Their rational approach to disease influenced both Greek and Islamic medicine. In philosophy and theology, Egyptian ideas about the soul, the afterlife, and divine justice profoundly shaped subsequent traditions. The concept of Ma'at, the balance between truth, order, and morality, prefigured later ethical systems. The judgment scene in the Book of the Dead, in which the heart is weighed against the feather of truth, echoes in Christian and Islamic notions of divine reckoning. Through such continuities, Egypt's spiritual insights became part of the shared moral imagination of humanity. Architecturally, the precision of Egyptian stonework and the symbolism of form influenced building traditions across eras. The axial alignment of temples, the interplay of light and shadow, and the monumental scale of sacred space inspired Roman architects, Renaissance builders, and modern designers alike. The pyramids, in their simplicity and endurance, remain universal symbols of human aspiration and permanence. 7. The modern Egyptian identity. For modern Egypt, the rediscovery of its ancient past became a cornerstone of national consciousness. In the 19th and 20th centuries, Egyptian intellectuals and leaders reclaimed the pharaonic heritage as part of their identity, linking the modern nation to its ancient roots. The excavation of tombs, the preservation of monuments, and the establishment of the Egyptian Museum in Cairo were not merely scientific endeavors, but acts of cultural reclamation. The unearthing of Tutankhamun's tomb by Howard Carter in 1922 captured global attention and affirmed Egypt's enduring place in world history. Today, the study of ancient Egypt continues to expand through archaeology, digital imaging, and linguistic research. The Valley of the Kings, the temples of Luxor and Karnak, and the Library of Alexandria, now reborn as the Bibliotheca Alexandrina, stand as living connections between past and present. Each discovery adds new dimensions to the understanding of how one civilization shaped the moral, intellectual, and artistic foundations of humanity. 8. Reflection. From the first farmers of the Nile Delta to the astronomers of Alexandria, from the builders of pyramids to the philosophers of the late empire, Egypt's contribution to world civilization lies not only in its antiquity, but in its continuity. Few cultures have maintained such coherence across so many transformations. Its ability to absorb, adapt, and transmit knowledge made it a bridge between worlds, African and Asian, ancient and modern, spiritual and scientific. The story of Egypt is therefore not merely a chronicle of dynasties and monuments, but a study in the endurance of civilization itself. Its kings and queens, scribes and priests, left behind not only temples and texts, but a worldview that continues to resonate. That order must be maintained, that truth is sacred, and that human life participates in a cosmic balance. These principles, born on the banks of the Nile, continue to inform the ethics and aesthetics of the modern world. Through conquest, decline, and rediscovery, Egypt's legacy has never disappeared, only transformed. Each age has reinterpreted its meaning. Rome saw in it a symbol of imperial majesty. Medieval scholars found in its wisdom the roots of philosophy. Modern science uncovered in its monuments the ingenuity of the human spirit. The Nile still flows as it did in the time of the first kings, bearing silent witness to a civilization that defined the measure of time itself. Through archaeology and written record, their story continues to teach us how civilization began.